Heathfield High School. The court dismissed Wesley Newman's bid to be reinstated yesterday. The court had overturned Newman's dismissal in January and ordered his reinstatement with back pay and imposed a final written warning. The Western Cape Education Department had filed an application for leave to appeal that decision. The department's minister, David Maynard.
The Labour Court has put the best interests of Heathfield High School's learners first and dismissed Wesley Newman's application to return to the school as principal pending further court proceedings. The fact is, Wesley Newman's application had no prospects of success and has wasted taxpayers' money.
Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shedrick Sibiya will be back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes in Pretoria this morning. Sibiya has denied instructing witness F to share a warrant of arrest with alleged criminal cartel kingpin Vuzimuzi Cat Matlala. The warrant was for the arrest of entertainment blogger Musa Kahula. Sibiya's alleged close relationship with Matlala has been the subject of his cross-examination. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness F's testimony states that the arrest warrant for entertainment blogger Musa Kahula would be effected by Matlala Security Services. Witness F testified that Matlala knew where to find Kahula because they both frequented the same places. When General Sibiya was probed about what these places are, he referred to them as after-9 clubs. General Sibiya has also vehemently denied issuing an instruction to Witness F to forward Kahula's arrest warrant to Matlala. He returns to the stand for cross-examination at 9:30 a.m.
And finally, authorities in Panama have taken control of 2 ports on the Panama Canal. The move comes as rivalry between the US and China escalates over global trade routes. The BBC's Paddy Maguire has the details.
This may be considered a victory for Washington, as Donald Trump has been pushing to restrict Chinese influence over the Panama Canal, even threatening to seize the waterway on his first day back in office last year. In January, the Panamanian Supreme Court annulled Hutchison's concession to manage the ports on the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, despite the multinational firm seeking to negotiate an extension. Hutchison has warned of possible legal action over the cancellation of its long-standing contract.
Recapping the top story, Action SA has criticised Premier Panyaza Lesufi's State of the Province address, saying he's failing the province. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up. S3.
This message is brought to you by Eskom, redefining for a better future.
Hey South Africa, want to keep your lights on and save money? Let's use electricity wisely. It's easier than you think. Switch off lights when you leave a room, unplug chargers and appliances, and use energy-saving bulbs. They last longer and use less power. Every little bit helps for your home, your wallet, and our planet.
Let's make it a habit and use electricity wisely. Eskom.
Akudlalwa kudlalwa ngempela. Amakhosi collides with ezimnyama ngenkani. Soweto will roar. Mzansi will feel it. Only one will rise. Every tackle, every pass, every goal could define the season. This is the Betway Premiership. Lesekazini forever. Catch the Soweto Derby. Kaizer Chiefs versus Orlando Pirates on Saturday, 28 February at 2 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 3:30 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
When I was 9 years old, my mom came to me and said, "That's it, I'm done, we're leaving." And what she meant was we were leaving my father. My father was and is a very good man, but at the time he was an alcoholic and a terrible husband and father. I remember thinking, what took you so long? Finally, it's about time. So often there are people around us just waiting on us to take the action, to do the thing, to do the right thing. And since then, I've been inspired to have practices that drive action over and over, little ones every day or bigger ones like what my mom did that day. My mom fed us on a meager food budget, worked multiple jobs for many years, and over the course of my young life, I got to see her day-to-day example, someone without resources, without a playbook. She had no coach. She had no one to mentor her through this experience. She just acted her way to growth and improvement over time. As a result of this childhood, I started working at a very young age. At 15, I worked in malls. At 17, I was a restaurant hostess. At 18, a waitress. At 19, I began my leadership journey, opening franchises around the world. By the age of 26, I was an executive in a very large company. So I started developing some self-coaching practices. And one day, I heard from a restaurant consultant that you should sometimes imagine someone else in your role to help motivate you to take action. So I started thinking about people I admired, someone specific. And there was something about thinking of someone I admired that brought this element of additional capabilities and excellence. It also made me feel a little accountable to act on whatever came to mind. So be like my mom. Don't let patterns of the past get in the way of doing something different tomorrow. Ask questions that help motivate action and act your way into growth and confidence.
Kat Cole, she's an American businesswoman and former president at Cinnabon. What a story, hey, at 19, opening franchises, 19 years old, and that's really testament to her work. Look at what she was able and has been able to do with her life. That's why even in South Africa, we still have the Cinnabon franchise. Yeah, don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You know, when you go to the mall, you know what you do, the bad things that are happening in South Africa. It's 11 after 9 o'clock. Welcome to the show. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. Coming up on the show today, we'll start off, as we always do, with the open line. I know yesterday we weren't able to do that because we were broadcasting live from Meetings Africa. So today we will have an opportunity to take some of your calls before we head back to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send those voice notes on 0614 104 107. And on X, of course, it's at SAfm Radio. The hashtag there is SAfm Talking Point. What we're going to be focusing on today is the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Today, it'll be the second day of evidence for this week for Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya, but I think it will be the fifth day now that he's in the stand and giving evidence. And my word, what to say about it. The reality is that I don't even think that, let me put it this way. When I listened to the clip that we put together for this morning, it best encapsulated what I have to say about what is coming out of that particular evidence. And it seems that as long as you don't call it an imbala, he agrees. As long as it is not called an imbala, it's called a blessbok, it's called a waterbok, it's called a springbok, it's called a... I mean, how many other names can we come up with? But before I go further, listen to what we've put together this morning.
Just going around and around in circles. Just going around and around.
General, the other concern is that when the photos were first flighted, you said those are not Impala, those are Blesbok or whatever. Now you're turning around and you say actually on the day you still had at least 2 Impalas. Which is which?
I've really never said that about Impalas, Commissioner Kumalo. Please, you can check what I said. I've never said that.
You never said that?
No.
So these are Impalas?
I think they are Impalas.
No, they are or they are not?
They are.
Yes.
Can you just make it make sense? Reconcile what I've put to you, your failure to mention Impalas ever in your statements, telling us about antelopes, Blesboks, and emus only, and what you are telling us now about owning Impalas.
From where I'm sitting, I don't know if I'm allowed to say as a black person. I called at home, and everybody who comes, we call it a springbok. And it is not a springbok. Even sometimes where they are locked up and then it is out, then they will say the springbok is out.
Are you referring to a springbok or an impala? What is an antelope? And keep in mind those images that you admit you had on your farm. Is that what you're referring to when you say antelopes? Those images, those animals that we see?
I used the word, I think I used the word water back, and then we had to look for the right word, antelope.
What is it called in your language? Listeners, what is it called in your language? Maybe you can be of more assistance on this very, very crucial matter. What is it called in your language? Because clearly that seems to be the issue here, is that it can look a particular way, but because one is not familiar with the right name, then all names apply. You know, if one is not familiar with the right names, all names apply. It's a joke. It is just, it's absolutely laughable. What a shame. What an absolute disgrace, and what an absolute shame. We'll take your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
The safety and well-being of learners is a shared social responsibility. Parents and guardians play a critical role in ensuring safe, reliable, and lawful scholar transport. Parents are therefore urged to take responsibility for the following. Parents should ensure that learners are on time and ready for collection to prevent unsafe driving practices such as rushing, unscheduled stops, or overloading. By working together, parents, operators, and authorities can protect learners and build a culture of safety on our roads. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
As action heats up, the search for victory continues. Banyana Banyana tackles the beautiful flowers in the third and final group contest. This is the 2025 Hollywood Best COSAFA Women's Championship. Catch South Africa versus Lesotho on Tuesday, 24 February at 3 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
If you love live music in beautiful spaces, Symphony by the Water is one to diarize. It takes place at Midmar Dam on Saturday, the 7th of March 2026, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra with an incredible lineup of South African artists. Tickets are available now at Web Tickets, Pick and Pay, exhibition and store spaces are available at 600 Rand. And for more info, you can follow at Symphony Waters on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
call us on 086 000 2032.
All right, let's start off the show then this morning in Mokopane. Madimecha, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good.
Yes, fine, Kathy. I just want to be very brief. Kathy, I've got a very, very serious problem, and this problem I've been having it for quite some time. The issue of the things that you see, for instance, on Madlanga Commission, things that have been said at these days. I mean, Madlanga Commission is the talk of the country today. But now the problem is that there are people like constables, sergeants, warrant officers who are giving generals, Mkhonazis of this world, the General Kumalas of this world, this information that you see here. It doesn't come from them because they sit in offices, they don't go out in the street and work. And constables have got a wealth of information that they want to give. Warrant officers, captains, sergeants, and so forth. But they don't get invited probably to a show or maybe to Madlanga, maybe to be interviewed and to be asked about what problems are they encountering in the street with regard to crime fighting and the corruption that is being spoken about here. The grabbers, the gadgets, all these things that are using to tap into conversations of the Bramukhosis, Matalas, and so forth. All those things are not used by General Mkhonazis or General Kumalu or so forth. They are used by sergeants and constables. And not once have these people been invited. Probably last year, I remember there was a crime summit in September. Not even a single constable, warrant officer, or captain, or a superintendent were invited to the crime summit.
Madimecha, what would be the criteria that you would say would be used in extending those invitations? Because right now, the witnesses before the Madlanga Commission are called up in line with the evidence that is coming out and what points to them, what they need to answer to, same as the ad hoc committee. So what criteria would you use to determine which constable, sergeant, captain needs to come and give evidence?
You know, the criteria that, Kathy, you can use is very simple. For instance, if you ask, for instance, General, there are certain things that, my problem, there are certain things that generals are saying on Madlanga Commission, and there are certain things that they are not saying, and they are choosing which ones to say, and the constables don't have a say in that, because when they go to Madlanga, they prepare themselves. So they say, this is what we are going to say, this is what we are going to talk about, this is what we are not going to talk about. For instance, I can give an example of General Patlani. You know, myself as a former police officer, I worked with Patlani. You know, he portrayed himself, for instance, when he appeared on the commission as a victim. And Patlani, I can say clearly and without doubt, is one of the most corrupt generals that we've seen in the police. And now, if you, for instance, you go to constables, sergeants, warrant officers, and so forth, they will tell you everything about Patlani, that the generals who appear here or commissioners cannot be, that information cannot be extracted from Patlani at the commission, but the constables know about that particular information. So my plea to you, without wasting your time, Casey, is that one day, just invite on a show, like not for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, just invite. Myself, for instance, I'm a former warrant officer in the police, and I've resigned with a lot of other warrant officers, sergeants, captains who are completely disgruntled about things that are happening in the police that are having an impact on crime fighting in South Africa. But these people are not given an opportunity to be heard, for instance, on a show or Madlanga Commission.
All right, Madimecha, thanks for calling in, and I guess maybe it's around perhaps having a whistleblowing directorate of sort, right, where people will be able to come forward and know that they don't run the risk of losing their jobs. I think what Madimecha is saying is right, that there are lots of officials who would be sitting with an incredible amount of information, but how do we get them to share that information? Tabisoya and Polokwane, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick one before I get to my point would be what the previous caller would have said. You remember, Casey, just after the ad hoc committee was established, I'll start there. They called on various South Africans who have various complaints insofar as what General Mkhwana said could come and give evidence. I hope and believe that Madimeja would have had that. Also, even Madlanga, they've called for those that would want to give this on that evidence. You remember, even in the previous commission, Judge Zondo, they also did a call and even established, an anonymous line wherein people can give evidence. It's important that those constables, and as what Madimeja would have said, to adhere to that kind of a call. I don't think those commissions that we have, whether ad hoc or Madlanga or whatever commissions that are normally established to really find the truth, will close chapter to those that would want to give evidence. Indeed, those of us who are sitting, and watching all these developments in our country will gladly, would gladly appreciate that kind of information. And I mean, they would also be able to be anonymous, being called various names. So maybe we'll have witness X and witness Z. I think it's important that those people should come through and be able to assist our country in cleaning the roads that he actually said as a former police officer. He has said. And many people actually would call even on your show, being anonymous, to say I'm anonymous, I'm calling with regard to 1, 2, 3 that have suffered and all of that. So these opportunities are always available. The question is whether do people grab these opportunities, or do we just want to complain outside, or do we have fear? Maybe that is a discussion that we need to be able to have insofar as fear is concerned. With regard to all what you have said, that there is a new bill that is coming insofar as protection of witnesses is concerned. But what I want to deal with, Casey, is yesterday, and I think even today, there are there are a number of individuals that got arrested in Mpumalanga, and you'd know what would have happened as a result of those and what happened in Home Affairs.
You're talking about the SIU investigations and
the SIU investigation.
Yeah, the employees who were, the employees who were receiving kickbacks.
The department. The question also I'm having is, are we nipping corruption in the bud, or the cases that those people are appearing for seeking for bail yesterday and today will just take 10 years to resolve? I think those are some of the discussions that we should be having. Secondly, with regard to the pronouncement of the investigation done by the SIU with regard to what happened in Home Affairs is really, really bad. I mean, if people can just sell citizenship like this, I mean, there is a problem. It therefore means that Home Affairs needs a total overhaul.
Okay.
Because there is a problem in that side. There is a serious problem.
Tabiso, for me, one of the things that story comes back to is to us as South Africans. What does it mean to be custodians of this nation? What does it mean to safeguard and protect the interests of this nation? Right? That's where true patriotism, I believe, lies. And one has to think about the family members, the friends, the relatives of these people. If you're earning, I think it was 25,000 Rand a month.
25,000, yes.
But it's very apparent to everybody that your life and everything else that you're doing is not something that could be coming out of your salary. What is being done? And so we also have to start being honest with ourselves as South Africans, that we are enabling, we are aiding and abetting, we are colluding, we are hiding some of these things that are happening that are wrong. And we have to start holding ourselves individually a lot more accountable.
Exactly. No, it's true. And then, yes, one person wants... Yeah,
okay, Tabiso, let's leave it there. Anonymous, you're in KZN. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Tabiso.
Yes, Kathy. In 2024, I think you might remember that I reported the matter of the 5 million Rand boreholes in eThekwini.
Yes, I remember that. I think we ended up following up on that story. Yes, I remember it well.
Yes, Kathy. There's actually been a further development, and I will read an excerpt from a letter that I received from the Auditor General. The Auditor General wrote that we identified aspects of non-compliance with SAfm legislation and other irregularities regarding the award and delivery of the boreholes. The matters were communicated to management and those charged with governance for further investigation. But up to this point, from 2025 till now, there have been no consequences for that matter internally in the eThekwini Water and Sanitation Department.
So up until today, there's still no action taken.
Up until today, there is still no action. But what I will do is that I will send the letter that the AGSA wrote to me, and I will email it to you.
Okay.
And label so that a follow-up can be done with eThekwini.
Yeah, look, we'd appreciate that, Anonymous, because we did that story under Municipal Watch. And so it will be great for us to get an update. Of course, right now our schedule is a little bit all over the place because of the Madlanga Commission, but we can start doing the groundwork on it so that once things ease up and we're able to start having our regular programming, it's one of those that's top of the list.
Okay, Kathy. And then number two, I would actually like to report another matter of 6 million rand as it pertains to the same service provider using the same modus operandi within the KZN Department of Public Works. Now, this was during the 2020 COVID fiasco. And those boreholes, as we speak today, are not delivered. But 6 million rand was paid from the coffers of the KZN Department of Public Works to that service provider with the aid of officials in that department. And so I write a very detailed letter with annexures that are documentation that will take you straight to the matter.
All right. We'd appreciate that, Anonymous. Let me put you through back to Lebo and the team who will be able to follow up with Anonymous. And, if I can recall the last time, they of course will always be denials. But at the time, I think there'd also been forensic reports, forensic investigations that have been conducted by eThekwini into the matters that Anonymous had raised, and what was left was for them to act on the findings of those forensic investigations. That's where we left the story. So it'll be good then to get an update on where things are today. Okay, on that note, let me hand you over to the news desk for the latest headlines. And on the other side of that, we're back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry.
General, do you have those files in front of you?
I have files in front of me that were put here in front of me. I guess these are the right files.
They should be. Can you open file 8, please, General? Chair, file 8, page 546.
File 8, page?
Page 546. It's just a hangover from yesterday before we turn to a new theme, and it relates to the event at your house on 14 September 2024. And what you'll see at 546 is a conversation again between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shibiri, and at looks like 8:28 p.m. Yes, 8:28 p.m. It's chat number 6. Just wait for the chair to get the page. You there? Chair. It's chat number 6. And what Sergeant Corsi says to General Shibiri is, Kat has arrived there, and then General Shibiri responds immediately saying, I don't see him. And then he says, General Shibiri says to Sergeant Corsi, where are you? Okay. Now, do you recall yesterday I asked about conversations between you and General Shibiri and Mr. Madlanga?
Yes.
And you said that at no point did the three of you sit together and talk.
Yes.
But General Shibiri, you also confirmed, was there. What I'd like to ask you is, well, a few questions. First is, do you know why General Shibiri would be interested in knowing that Mr. Madlanga has arrived?
No, I won't know, number one. And number two, I wish I could be questioned on my communications with Shibiri or with Mr. Madlanga or with Mr. Nkosi. But now I get asked questions about the conversation between the two people.
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's fine. I asked you a question whether you have any idea, whether you know of why.
I don't.
Just answer the question.
No, I don't.
And we'll make progress. The second is, did you observe any conversations between General Shibiri and Mr. Madlanga at your party?
No, not that I'm aware of. When in a busy and in the evening, really, it wasn't my focus.
Okay, so you don't, do you not recall, or is it just that you were busy?
No, I don't recall. To me, it was a, remember, we didn't know we will be here one day, so to me, it wasn't something to take into mind.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to put to you that this was a conversation that was happening about Mr. Madlanga arriving at your house. I'm going to move off from, unless there's anything from the commissioners, I'm moving to a different topic.
Yes, can we just complete the picture, General? Good morning.
Morning, Commissioner.
This event, was it in a tent outside or was it inside the house?
It's not inside the house. It is in a tent outside.
So there was a marquee outside the house?
Outside the house.
And how many people roughly were there? You don't have to give me the exact number. Around 8 p.m. that day, how many people were there? More or less 20, more or less 40?
We planned for 20, but later as friends call one another, then you lose control of the situation. So I can't tell whether they were now ended up being 30, 50, somewhere there. But at that point in time, it's no longer a concern. The only thing is is what is happening at that time.
So between 30 and 50, you say?
It's possible, less and even less.
And I'm assuming because it's an engagement party, people were giving speeches.
No.
What was happening?
What was happening is that because it was my sons with their friends and everything, so what we did was just to guide her on, like, for instance, when the lady comes, she didn't know. It was a surprise one. And she didn't know, and this one had flowers and a ring, and then as she came, that's when it was like, wow, and then even the friends, most of the friends were here and everything, and that type of exercise when she shows that she's surprised, and then this one kneel down and then talk to her and then put the ring in her finger, and then from there they go in there. So I don't remember of the speeches mostly, but it was more of a celebration.
And I'm assuming, you would have no interest in your son's friends because they are the young crowd. Your focus would be on the older crowd, including your friends and people that you know and the people that you invited.
As I indicated, that I never invited even a single friend.
No, you said Cat must make a 10. That's an invitation. Whatever you call it, when you say somebody must make a 10 at your house, that's an invitation. And I'm assuming you invited Sergeant Nkosi because he won't just show up at your house uninvited. And I'm assuming General Shibiri, you also invited him because he won't just show up at your house uninvited. Same with General Sintumule. She wouldn't just show up at your house uninvited. So at least those 4 colleagues, 3 colleagues plus Matlala, were at your house because you said they must make a 10.
That I don't deny, but I just want us to stress and keep in mind at all time is the fact that Kat is not my friend.
No, I didn't say he was your friend. I said those 4 people were at your house because you invited them.
That's correct.
And when you invite people to your house, as I said, you would welcome them because they can't just come into your house and you don't know who's in your house.
They will come and they will greet, and then I will show them where to sit. Yeah. That's what happened.
So that part did happen?
With my colleagues, yes.
You did greet Mr. Matlala?
Like I indicated yesterday that he came in. Remember, as he came in, I wasn't waiting somewhere, waiting for his arrival and then him coming and me greeting him. It's not how it happened.
Yes. That part I accept because you said there was security at the gate that was ushering people in. I'm now concerned with your interaction with Mr. Matlala. You greeted him.
I greeted him. I did indicate that at some point we bump into each other.
And you welcomed him and you said you can take a seat and be comfortable.
Yes, so I greeted him and then said, no, welcome.
Yes. No, I just wanted to complete that picture. Thank you.
General, good morning. The chat where Sergeant Kosi says Kat has arrived there, it suggests that General Shibiri expected that Mr. Matlala would be there or should be there. That's the only way that this message, Kat has arrived there, makes sense, because it's not preceded by anything that explains why Sergeant Nkosi would tell General Shibiri that Kat has arrived. I mean, if you look at the texts that start at 8:03:15, General Shibiri, and then Sergeant Nkosi says at 8:03:48, 30 minutes, I'm there. That's what Sergeant Nkosi says, if you're looking at this page. And then General Shibiri says night rider. And the next communication between them is Kat has arrived there. It appears a random chat that's not preceded by anything. And I want to suggest to you and hear your comment that it is reasonable to read it as indicating that General Shibiri expected that Matlala would be there. That's why Sergeant Nkosi, without prompting from General Shibiri, tells him Kat has arrived.
I don't think there's a nobody is denying that there's a relationship, some sort of a relationship with Matlala, with Shibiri, or with Matlala and Nkosi. So these are people, or even myself, let me include myself there. Because these are people who knew each other at that point in time. As to who is there first and who will be there, who is also coming, it's not a dispute, in dispute.
Okay. With that, are you saying there's nothing unusual if indeed General Shibiri would have expected that Mr. Matlala may have been coming to your house, that it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that because these are people that know each other?
Yes, simply because at that time, Mr. Matlala was not in trouble and there was nothing really on the table, so nobody knew. I myself, I didn't know and I didn't expect. I wouldn't have taken a risk of inviting someone that we all know that is wanted or is under investigation, because my colleagues were also there, I would have been taking a big risk. But because at that point in time, we were talking about a man who is actually working with the police as a stakeholder, working with the police. So for me, really, at that point in time, now I can be killed now for that, but at that point in time, we were all innocent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
Sorry, General, something you said, I was going to move off, but something you said prevents me from moving off this now, because you say, you know, you would have had concern if you had known that there were allegations of criminality against Mr. Madlanga. That would have been a risk. But leave that aside. You are aware that Mr. Madlanga is a service provider, and you invite him to a celebration at your home. And as a service provider, bearing in mind this is not like Service Excellence Awards or those kind of situations which are formal, professional kind of environments where service providers are. This is a private, intimate affair. Isn't that contrary to the SAP's regulations and national instructions that govern how you are to manage conflicts of interest? Because isn't that a risk? So quite apart from criminality, isn't it a risk that you may be seen to be biased in favor of a service provider?
I want to answer it in twofold. The first one is the fact that I'm a detective. And if Mr. Madlanga is a service provider who works for supply chain, where they allocate tenders, or him supplying service in the detective space, I would be a little bit cautious in doing that. But the second thing that I want to...
sorry, before you say the second thing, can you just repeat for me? You said if something, then you would be cautious, but I didn't quite understand.
I said I would be cautious, or maybe apply my mind in having to invite someone that I know that is a service provider in the detective space, and I invite him to me. But the supply chain is a division on its own, which is far from where I am. I don't even know the people who sit on how tenders are allocated. So I'm far from that space. So I know him as a stakeholder in the police. And that being the case, it's not like it was the first time it's happening with Madlanga. Moving to the second part and say, what applies to the goose must also apply to the genders. And I tried to give such an example yesterday when Commissioner Balo says that, no, General, don't go there. To say I was trying to say, just to mention the same point and say, and this was also discussed at the ad hoc committee. When, if you remember, one of the members, Honorable Diko, saying she also attended a wedding where one of the senior managers of the South African Police Service attended a wedding of a service provider of Metropolitan. And I'm saying we've attended several incidents or events, including the 5th of March, where we were with the service provider who is actually the one awarded, I think, that the same tender that has been cancelled from Mr. Madlanga. We were with that service provider, with the senior manager, because she came with those service providers. So I'm just saying, to me, you build relationship with stakeholders, and not because of they have to support you or give you something. As human beings, it happens normally, and not because there's any corrupt relationship. So I was just putting, lastly, the one that I want to put also strongly so, is the fact that even General Mkhwanazi himself met with him, and not to discuss any other thing. West of him, they were discussing on how he can help him to get more work. So I was just saying that, and I didn't even disclose it here. So I'm just saying it happens with all of us.
No, okay, I hear that. I'll ask you as we go forward and you answer to just stick to the questions as it applies to you, rather than saying, but so-and-so did this, and so-and-so did that, and so-and-so. That's the first thing. But now that you've given these examples, what is your point of giving the examples? Is it to say that they also committed wrongdoing, or are you saying there's nothing wrong with what they did?
I'm saying if it is wrongdoing on my part, it shouldn't be wrongdoing on my part when the next person can do the same thing and nothing being said about him. And in other words, you know, when George Orwell says all animals are equals but others are more equal than others, he refers to the same situation. I am standing here having to face to answer questions of knowing Madlanga or having spoken to Madlanga. But when others are doing it, it's not even a subject to be looked at or discussed. So it is my wish and my prayer that at the ultimate end, what do you call, I don't know if I'll quote it right, ruat justitia culem, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Meaning, when we leave this commission, let it not be because of ours lined up through this way of the questioning that didn't get to put all the other instances where others were involved in the same exercises are not covered. But in my case, everything they said about me is all exposed and covered. I'm just praying that we will get to that point where we say, yeah, but this man who climbed the mountain and say 1, 2, 3, 4, and threw stones at the glass house, his is more double than actually what he's saying. And then let the commission be able to assess everything and all at once, rather than having a situation where he went up to the mountain, he threw stones, he's the one now who's going collecting everyone's phones, deleting that what affects him, and then at the ultimate end, we are being prosecuted, or investigated, cross-examined, all of us. And in their case, even the report that gets then given and said for further investigation, get given to him again to investigate again. It's not fair.
Okay, so you've said a lot, and you've given, I think what you're trying to give me a lesson in how the commission should be run.
Justice.
You're giving me a lesson in justice, okay. So I am not going to engage with you on that. I just want an answer to the question, okay? When I said to you, are you raising these examples because they didn't do anything wrong, therefore you shouldn't be called out for the same behavior? Or are you saying they also, what they did was wrong and they should be called out? I mean, it's a simple thing, and I don't want a lecture, please.
I didn't see anything wrong.
Okay, all right. And as regards your first part of your answer, you said that you're not in supply chain management. So, therefore, it's okay to have had a service provider present. I am making a distinction here between engaging with service providers as stakeholders in a professional context and having a service provider at a private, intimate family gathering, that there's a difference. So just bearing that in mind, can you, your regulations and instructions dealing with conflicts of interest, doesn't it apply to every employee within SAPS, not only to some? So, meaning anybody who might be at risk of showing bias to service provider, even if you're not in supply chain management, that is something you need to be cautious about.
I'm not an expert in that regard or no have knowledge, deep knowledge around that aspect, other than to say that I'm sure as human beings, in the absence of being a policeman, I'm a human being. If I have a death case in the family, or I have an event, and then there's someone that I know, I have seen situations where someone says, hey, I can't invite you because obviously it's going to be questionable. That why did I invite this one or that one, maybe at the wedding. But in my case, at that point in time, I really didn't mind if he's coming, because the main reason, the main purpose was to come to collect his wife per se. But I didn't really have any problem. So I guess, Chair, I don't want to waste your time, but I just want to say I may not have a deep knowledge in terms of what the standing orders or what the regulations are saying, specifically in relation to who in fact can be invited and who cannot and under what circumstances. If he was in supply chain and I participated in the process, I would also understand. But now that is something that is far from me.
Yeah, we've dealt with that. I've explained to you why it doesn't matter whether you're in supply chain or not. It's something that would bind all employees of the SAPS. But I hear you saying you're not aware of the standing orders or regulations or instructions governing this. That's what you're saying. I'll ask you one last question on this then. Isn't it incumbent upon senior management in the service to be aware of those regulations and instructions concerning conflict of interest, particularly so that you can set an example for subordinates?
It is, in particular, when you know that you shouldn't be mixing with this person because this person is a service provider in a space where you are operating, or that affect, or that is relevant to your work environment. Now, my work environment is completely different one. I'm not in HR, I'm not in supply chain.
I'm going to leave it there, Chair.
Can I just ask a question that I should have asked General, still to do with this WhatsApp? In the same vein as my last question to you, did you inform General Shibiri? We've established he was at your house. Did you inform him that Sergeant Nkosi would also be coming to your house?
I don't remember, Chair.
Yes.
I don't remember. All I know is that Sergeant Nkosi was the one actually who helped me, I think, in the mornings to put things together, yes. And then he left.
Yes.
And then maybe he was to come later. Sometimes he would just help and go and say, I'll come back later, but doesn't come. Okay. And to me, as long as he helped me, so I didn't discuss the issue of, I might have said actually Shibiri may come or will come. I don't want to limit myself to like, no, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't know. I'm just trying to put...
You may have mentioned it.
I may have.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because if you look at that page 546, the very last message there, which is message number 8, it has General Shibiri asking, where are you? And then it says Kanji. And then if you turn to the next page, he corrects himself, and then he says Kanti. And this is a message to Sergeant Nkosi. And that message conveys that he was expecting him to be there. That's why I'm asking whether you would have told him that Sergeant Nkosi would arrive.
Yes.
Okay. But you say you may have.
I may have, but may I comment on something?
Yes, sure.
The Sergeant Nkosi, Shiviri, they're also colleagues and they know each other and they're close as well. At work, you will have people that you have a good relationship with and that you may not have a close relationship. So, to me, it's not a surprise even when they ask one another whether you're coming or not.
Okay, to your house.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And then before Ms. Hassim moves on to a different topic, let me just clarify something from the discussion that we had yesterday. And this relates to the circumstances in which Mr. Kaula was arrested. Ms. Hassim, are you still going to go to that, or you're done with that topic?
I'm done with that topic,
Okay.
Commissioner.
You explained to us the team, there's a team, I think it's Brigadier Ramangwa, who was responsible for this. And then clearly we know that Sergeant Nkosi got involved in the way that it is being described. What I wasn't sure about is how does that case, and this comes from something that you had said earlier in your evidence about some matters being provincial, being at province, being dealt with at province. How this matter of Mr. Kaula, how does it become a matter at national level? If you could just explain how the system works. Does it mean a complaint was laid at national head office, that it's not being dealt with by province, that you got involved in it? If you just explain those processes.
If you remember, Commissioner, yesterday I did mention that actually the matter, the warrant of arrest, it was reported and warrant of arrest applied for by the province office, number one. Number two, and I don't know how the warrant of arrest got to, or the warrant of arrest, which means it might have been sent to me as well, or to Brigadier Ramangwa.
Brigadier Ramangwa is where? At national or province?
At national.
Okay.
And then also working with the tracking teams, all the tracking teams. So in that capacity, he will get it as well because he's at national office and is able to disseminate it to different provinces that has got tracking teams to say he is at head office and we have a database of all the warrant of arrest and all the people that must be tracked down. So that is why he will have access to that.
And does that change? I mean, if because of where he's sitting, he then has access to the database, does that change this case from being a provincial case to being a national case?
No.
It remains a provincial case.
It remains the South African Police Service case. When I say that, it means that...
all right, please, General, let's not be facetious about it. I am asking the difference between a provincial, I know they're all SAPS cases. Please accept, I understand that. So I'm asking a different question. You've said that the complaint would have been raised at provincial. I'm trying to understand, how does it escalate to become a national case that now Ramangwa is, Ramangwa, I think, is now dealing with, now Sergeant Nkosi is dealing with it. Now we know, I think he said Zungu is DPCI, and I'm not concerning you about all of those. I'm just trying to understand your processes. It's a provincial case. It's now in the hands of someone who is at national, who constitutes a team to go and arrest this person. I'm trying to understand, does it change from provincial to national? Firstly, maybe let me take it bit by bit. Did this case change from being a provincial to a national case?
No.
Okay.
But we are able to work together and become a joint project. And not only in this one, in many others.
Okay. And in this case, and I'm still trying to understand your processes. I'm not saying to you yet, if I will get there, I'm not yet saying something went wrong here. I'm still trying to understand your processes. So from how, now that Mr. Ramangwa or Brigadier Ramangwa is dealing with it, where is the role of the province to whom this complaint was laid? I mean, my layman expectation would be it remains a provincial docket. The investigating officer would be a provincial person. The one who constitutes team to go arrest would be a provincial, maybe assisted by national, but the in charge would be a provincial. That's my layman expectation. So I'm asking you to explain whether that's indeed what happened or this is different, and then we'll get to why.
It happens that when a matter is reported at provincial office, sometimes you find that because they are overwhelmed by the situation, bearing in mind the number of cases each investigator is having, sometimes you find a difficult complainant or a complainant who's desperate or who is crying, who also reports to head office or to a minister or deputy minister or to the national commissioner, some even to the president. To an extent now, when head office gets involved, normally or under normal circumstances, it will come to me. From any minister, deputy minister, it will come to me because I'm the one now in charge of all of them. Now when it comes to me, I will then also tell someone, allocate someone here at head office and say, follow up with the province and make sure that this matter gets the attention it deserves. Or if this is a matter that I see that this one we can make quick impact, if we jump in and work on it, all of us, we do that. A clear example is this one of Jerry Bushoha, Mr. Bushoha, and the one of the journalists that were killed in Madlanga, where the complaint comes. It's a provincial thing, but the complaint comes now to head office and say, not much has been done, please get involved, and then we get involved. That's how we got involved, not because of,
So for Brigadier Ramangwa to then assume the role that he played, it would have had to come, this from province would have had to come to you first.
That's correct.
Okay. Did that happen in this case?
I think so.
It came to you first?
I think so.
And then you assigned him to deal with it?
That is correct.
And when it comes to you, through whom does it come to you? Who at province brought this case to you?
Where I'm sitting, I can't remember now how it came to me. If I was in the office, I was going to ask to say, did it come through an email? Was it reported by the policeman? Did it come from the client, the complainant, or how did we get it? I would know, but at this present moment, I can't remember how it got to me, or whether it came to me, or from the province to Ramangwa or to me, because they are also on the ground, they are working with the provinces. So at this present moment, I'm really not able to say that for sure it came from province to me, or from the complainant to me, or from the complainant to Ramangwa, or from the complainant, maybe, I don't know if Fanny got it from who, Mr. Nkosi got it from who. So it's something that I cannot with absolute certainty say in such a way that at a later stage, then there comes a record of proof and say, no, but this is not how it happened. This is how it happened with evidence that I don't have where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think, General, that last part, don't be concerned about it for now. That's why I first asked you about processes. The way I think part of the evidence that we've had and emphasized over and over is there's a command structure. You know, people don't just go about doing their own thing. So I would expect, and please tell me if I'm wrong, that communication to you from province has got a structure. There's a way of communicating, a command, I think. That's what the language that has been used, that a police officer who's sitting in Sentin police station can't just pick up the phone. That's not how your command structure works. They can't just pick up the phone and say, General Sibia, there is this. Am I correct in proposing that?
Commissioners, the space we are working in is I don't want to say it's very funny. It's doable. It's possible sometimes for an investigator and say, I have an interference here, or it look like so-and-so's got interest, or the people I'm working with, some of them are close to this type of a person or around that, and say, can you take this docket? I don't mind. Then the an investigator can arrange that this docket go up there. Like, it just can happen anyway. It's not always the case where I have to write a letter to the provincial commissioner or to the deputy provincial commissioner. It's how it's supposed to work under normal circumstances, or from the provincial commissioner to head office. Like in the case of Mr. Boshoha, I personally contacted the deputy provincial commissioner. I don't know whether it was in writing or telephonical, but I did speak to him, and then they did, initially for quite some months, in between, or weeks, they were not sending it, and nothing was happening on the case. Up until I then, or it was after I got that call from, a visit from Mr. Boshoha's brother-in-law. That's when I called them now and say, we want that docket, and I think they give us a duplicate, but they didn't give us everything. They did give us a docket, and then that's when I allocated a bigger team to run with the matter. So what I'm saying, Commissioner, is that there's no hard and fast rules on the process itself. It may have some gaps in terms of communication, or in terms of how, strictly speaking, things could work. And another last example is this one. Let's say from KZN, initially when they say we got a call from organized crime, they needed assistance. Then organized crime says, we never. And then comes the issue of, no, General Kumalo from CI made it what do you call it, from intelligence. And then we then intervene from that angle as from General Kumalo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You see, General, you say, and if you don't remember, you don't remember. I can't press, and for you to remember things if you don't remember them. You say you can't say who spoke to you about this, and then you spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa. At least that much you accept. You spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa, and that's how he gets involved. But you say you can't say whether you got a call from the client who is the complainant, whether you got it from someone at province or the police station. That's fine. I can work with that. But the difficulty then is that Sergeant Nkosi remembers that you called him and said you are under pressure from the deputy minister. The deputy minister, when he was asked who's the deputy minister, I think he said Deputy Minister Matale. I think that's what he said. So we will have to, he will come back and testify, and he'll be asked further questions. But if he's firm, he remains firm in his evidence that you told him that you were under pressure from the deputy minister, when in fact you say you don't remember, then I think it would be fair, and maybe that's what I'm putting to you, that it would be, on the one side you don't remember, we've got a witness who says, I firmly say this is what he said to me, that it may well be reasonable to accept that in fact that's what happened, because you don't remember, so it may well be the deputy minister who called you. That's what I don't remember means. It means could be anyone, and now you've got a witness who puts a name to it. and that name is you told him that you were under pressure from the deputy minister. Do you want to comment?
I was never under pressure from the deputy minister. Of course, you do sometimes will get that pressure from the deputy minister. And I don't say Deputy Minister Mantala, or from the National Commissioner, or from the minister. In this sense, if the family complains, we also don't know how they get the telephone numbers of the ministers or deputy ministers. If the family keeps on crying on to the minister, and the minister knows that I've assigned this matter to the detective, to General Sibia, and we haven't been able to contact the family or deal with the family. And the deputy minister get a call again from the family and say, I haven't been contacted. Under such circumstances, you'll get a call that says, but I mean, General, I spoke to you about this matter and the family keeps on complaining that they are not being attended to. And what do you mean when you talk about service delivery and the Batopele principles? Why can't you just really deal with this thing, or must I?
Maybe, General, let me stop you. I do accept that you possibly do get calls, even from members of the public who happen to have your number. So I'm not quarreling with that. May well be your everyday experience, and I expect it to be like that. What I'm putting to you, or what I'm discussing with you, is that you don't remember how you got involved with this. Who called you? Was it province? Was it the complainant themselves, or somebody else? You don't remember. And that's your evidence. And I'm not challenging that you say, I don't remember who. I don't challenge that. All I was putting to you was, well, you don't remember. We have a witness who says, you told him it was the minister. So you've got those, and so we have to, it may well be that in the end, it's his evidence that stands, because he says, I remember, this is what happened. So you can't dispute it seems, because that's what I don't remember means. It means you don't dispute when Sergeant Nkosi says, you told him it's the minister, deputy minister, who's putting you under pressure. And I was just asking you to comment on that.
I never got any pressure from the minister. I never told Sergeant Nkosi that please do this. I've got pressure from the minister. Not even at the level of Sergeant Nkosi. I would understand if it was Brigadier Ramangwa saying that. But in many instances, I would also tell them that, guys.
But what do you mean not at the level of Sergeant Nkosi?
The level of Sergeant Nkosi is at the lower level. I can't say to him that I'm getting pressure from the minister. I would say to Brigadier Ramangwa, please, any query that comes from the National Commissioner ministers or ministry, let's also make sure that we don't get the second complaint on the same issue.
You deny that you spoke. Can I understand from what you're saying that not at the level of Sergeant Nkosi? Maybe I don't remember your evidence yesterday. If you have answered, if you were asked this question and you answered and you can repeat it, do you deny that you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi at all about this matter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
General, I'm going to take you to another part of the WhatsApps between you and Sergeant Nkosi. Can you go to file 7, page 390, please?
390, same file.
File 7.
Page?
390.
390. Before I got there, I haven't opened it yet. I want to ask, Chair, I just needed 1 minute with my senior counsel to ask something from my senior counsel that I wanted to speak about, but I want to hear her advice, if it's doable. If the chair says no, I will then proceed, but I just wanted to ask for 1 minute.
Please, please do that over the lunch. I'm sorry, tea break, General.
Okay.
Yes.
Is because of, it is maybe in relation to where we are at this present moment. So I wanted to just ask her that will it be fine if I go this way, or what is your advice? But it's okay.
Are you able to anticipate the question, or does the issue apply broadly?
No, Chair, it's fine. I'll go on this one. I haven't even opened. I don't know what is coming, and I'm not worried about what is coming here. I just wanted to make sure that based on 1, 2, 3, 4, can I put this or shouldn't I? So that's why I wanted to.
All right, General, we'll adjourn and we'll come back when it's indicated to us to come.
Just 2 minutes will be done.
I will wait to be told to come back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's adjourn.
All right, we are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
General, you are ready to proceed, eh?
I'm ready to proceed, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, General, so it's file 7, page 390.
Is this or is this one?
Yes.
I'm on it.
Okay, so it's chat number 1 that I'm referring you to. You'll see that this is a conversation between you and, well, the chat is between you and Sergeant Nkosi, as you know, and you forward him this message. Could you just read that message into the record, please?
Hi, General. My apologies for the break-in protocol and the direct approach, but it is an important matter, and trying to understand which spokesperson is on duty will only serve to delay us. I need to afford you right of response regarding a story which will be published tomorrow. It is based on an urgent court application brought by Vusmusi Madlanga and his security company, CAT VIP Protection. My Madlanga names you in his document specifically. I guess it was a typo to say Mr. Madlanga. That he was questioned on whether or not he knew you. He said he did, and that you gave permission, organize that his X-ray machines be stored and used at the SAPS college. Important context is that his company, Medi24 Tshwane District, recently was awarded a SAPS health service tender. Technically, court documents are protected speech, but I reach out to you anyway to see if you want to respond. Feel free to do so via the spokesperson. I can accommodate this up until 9 p.m. tonight. I will also send you relevant excerpts of his court documents.
Okay, before I ask my question on this, the next chat is a screen, you can see it's an attachment, and it's, the clearer version of it is at page 446. So can you go to 446 to look at it? Alternatively, you can look at it on the screen if you don't want to lose your page.
For 46, I've got it.
Is this the excerpt of the affidavit deposed to by Mr. Madlanga?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
This is the affidavit that was sent to you together with that message. Did you look at it?
Yes, I see it.
Yes, so, okay. You forwarded both the message and this attachment to Sergeant Nkosi. I take it this was from a journalist, is that so?
Yes.
Do you recall the journalist who sent this to you?
I don't know, I don't recall the journalist, but I do admit and accept that I did get this.
Did you respond to this journalist who asked you this question? There's a deadline of 9 p.m.
Under normal circumstances, I respond because what I've learned about journalists, if you don't respond, then they will put it as is, and it's your problem that you didn't respond. So I do respond so that at least my version is heard.
So did you respond to this?
I did, I guess. I take it that I responded.
You say you take it that you're saying you think you would have responded. Is that what you say?
I think so, because, Chair, I think, I don't know how many times I've said it, I'm operating from my memory. I don't have my device.
You say your practice is always to respond
Is to respond.
And on that basis, you say you must have responded.
I must have responded. If I don't respond, it will be one or two incidences where I think this one is too personal and maybe working with the people that are trying to destroy me. Then I just leave it sometimes.
Okay, so the content of this message to you is about Mr. Madlanga naming you in these court documents.
Yes.
Why did you forward it to Sergeant Nkosi?
I might have to say, look what this man is saying, and it's not true.
Did you have any conversation with Sergeant Nkosi about it?
No.
About this?
No.
No, okay.
I don't remember having any conversation with him about it.
Okay. So I just want to take you to what happens at the same time. This was on the 22nd of December. If you go to page...
Sorry, Chair. I want to ask a question, Chair. I'm in this screen now. I want to also the public to know what is my response to this question, because now I'm just get shown this message, then I leave this message and they take to another conversation. But that what is being said by Mr. Madlanga in that message about me, why can't I be given a chance now to say, okay, what was your response on this message? I'm not running ahead, but I'm also saying the line of questioning must also afford me an opportunity to clarify things that the public also need to know. But at the ultimate end, this is not true because I never gave Mr. Madlanga any permission to put X-rays or whatever. I never gave him such permission. It never happened. I took what Mr. Madlanga came to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner rejected it. I gave feedback. So which means that what the journalist was inquiring about was squarely false. So
right.
Then we can get to the next level.
Right. Can you now just please turn to page 139?
Same file.
Same file. Okay, so you'll see on this page, chat 1, 2, and 3. This is the chat between Mr. Madlanga and Sergeant Nkosi. Okay. The first chat, it's also on the 22nd of December. And it says there's a news article regarding a certain general in SAPS whom they're trying to associate with me in our court application. I said I was told to ask him to grant us permission to utilize the hospital inside the Pretoria West SAPS College from a certain brigadier. The reason they referred me to him is because at the time he was acting as a national commissioner. Is there a way we can rectify the statement, because now it looks like I'm very close. Somehow that will compromise his reputation. And now they're publishing the story tomorrow on News 24. So this is a message, there's 3 messages here that go together. This is the first one that is forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi. And it appears to be a message that he had sent to his lawyers to correct the affidavit. And you'll see that in chat number 3.
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that in chat number 3, where he forwards the screenshot of his conversation with his lawyer. And that screenshot, if you want to see it more clearly, is on page 447.
.47. I'm on it.
Okay, and it's a conversation between Mr. Madlanga and his lawyer. His lawyer says, okay, how do you want to rectify the statement? And then he explains how he would like it to be rectified. And he says, and I'll, for your benefit, read it out, that the brigadier who is in charge of recruitment from SAPS suggested that I ask permission from the National Commissioner to utilize the hospital which is inside SAPS Training College to conduct medicals for new recruits. And by that time, General Sibiya was acting as the National Commissioner. So that's how I knew of him that day, because his name was mentioned to me once, not that he gave me permission to use the hospital. And then his lawyer says, okay, I follow, I understand. Okay, so he's explaining how he would like his statement, his affidavit that he had filed, to be revised. And then, finally, if we go back to page 196. Oh, sorry, not 196.
We were from
139, thank you.
Yes.
139.
Yes. If you go back to 139, you'll see the message from Mr. Madlanga to Sergeant Nkosi saying, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. Do you see that's chat number 2?
I do.
Right? So he says, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. Again, we're still on 22 December 2024. Now, if you go to page 196, okay?
Chair, just to ask a simple question. I understand, I'll respond. It's just I'm looking at us going from, go to page so you read this chart, then go to that page, read this chart. Is it not possible to go, as we go into this question where you say, this is the one that this is, please send it to him, what is your comment? To that one, please
No,
comment.
please.
I'm just asking.
No, please let me do the questions.
Right.
Don't tell me how to ask the questions.
No,
I'm going
not-
to give you an opportunity.
I'm not telling how to answer the questions. I'm just, my concern is just, I see myself now moving from read this chart from 132, go to 447, go to 139, go to 446. So that's why I'm just asking that now. I find myself paging, but I understand as well. This is the
So
line of
what I'm
question.
doing by going through these is to put the full picture to you so you can see. I don't take you by surprise. I'm going to put the full picture to you so you've got the full set of chats, and then I can put my question to you after that. So you will have an opportunity to to respond to all of this. I'm not going
Page-
to leave it behind. It's page 196.
And my apologies, Council, that you, it shouldn't be like I want to tell you how to ask questions. It's just that even myself, I sometimes feel a little bit.
No, that's fine, General. That's why I'm explaining to you why I'm doing it this way. I'm not leaving, it's one topic, but I want you to see the full
I'm
picture.
at 196 now.
196. So this now is between Sergeant Nkosi and you, this conversation. So what we had seen on 139 was Mr. Matlala saying, please forward these to him. I asked my lawyer to fix it. And now what happens here, we see in 196 that indeed Sergeant Nkosi forwards you those messages from Mr. Matlala immediately on the same day, 22nd December. So you'll see the set of chats from number 1 to number 4. It's all messages. The first is, there's a news article, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers. Then the screenshot with the lawyers, please show him. Meaning, please show you this. Okay. So my question is, why? Well, let me first say this. Let me take a step back because you wanted to respond, and I think you have, but let me give you the opportunity again. Did you assist Mr. Matlala in obtaining access to the training college or to the use of the training college in a particular way at this point in time in 2024 or in January 2024?
No, and I'm far from that process as well. So I could not, even if I wanted to, from where I am operating, I can't even put my finger there. It's far from me.
Okay. And you say that's what you would have told the journalist in any event at the time?
Yes.
But then you forward this to Sergeant Nkosi. He then forwards it on to he then has this conversation with Mr. Matlala, this exchange. And then Mr. Matlala sends these messages indicating that he's recanted his affidavit and he wants Sergeant Nkosi to show it to you. Comment on this if you can. Why was Mr. Matlala concerned that you need to see that he rectify it? Why was he concerned not to upset you? Because that's what it seems like.
Because he knew that was not true, and then he could also know that this thing is they're actually trying to destroy me. Those that went to the journalist and gave the journalist some information, they were trying to destroy me. So you could see that they are using him to try to destroy him. That is why, or to destroy me or him. That is why he would say, look, this is what happened. So that is why, the reason why.
Why do you say that somebody went to the journalist with this to try to destroy you, with the story that's not true?
Because journalists don't wake up one day with a story and just send to a person for inquiries unless they were approached by someone.
Well, no, you do get investigative journalists who are following a story, and what it seems like here is this journalist had access to this affidavit, and in the affidavit, Mr. Matlala did say that you had facilitated his access to the training college. So Mr. Matlala did in fact say that. The journalist wasn't given information by some third party.
Now, the nicest thing about the whole thing is the fact that it never happened. He was never given any accommodation or permission, even anything. He came to see me as an acting national commissioner. And then what he said to me...
General, I think it was yesterday when I asked you to please respond to questions directly, and that if you do so will make a lot of progress. what you are saying now does not answer the question. Please repeat your question, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to you is, you said that there were third parties who were trying to smear you, and a journalist would not have raised this otherwise. What I put to you is that what this shows is that the journalist had access to Mr. Matlala's affidavit, in which Mr. Matlala said that you facilitated access. And I'm not commenting on the correctness or not of it at this point in time. I'm just saying he did say that, that you did give him access. So on that basis, do you accept that it couldn't, why do you still persist? Do you still persist that it was a third party that approached the journalist rather than the journalist coming upon it herself?
No, I am reminded, I take it that it came from the court papers.
From the court papers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then my question was about Mr. Matlala seeming to be concerned, not to upset you. I think you've answered, but do you mind just repeating your answer to that question?
Well, at this point in time, I can't say why in his mind he felt that he didn't want to upset me, but he knew the truth, that in actual fact he never got assistance from me because he never had access, even for one day at the college or anything in writing to assist him to get access there. So it's a transaction that, or it's something that never happened at all, that never...
I think your answer was you wanted to set the record straight by telling the truth. I think that, summarizing, I think that was the essence of your answer.
Thanks for the assistance, Chair.
Thank you.
And he wanted to show you that he's setting the record straight.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks.
Can you just do this? Because several times now you've mentioned that the meeting happened when you were an acting national commissioner. Can you just give us the exact dates when you were the acting national commissioner of police? I'm assuming there would be a letter appointing you to say from this date to this date, you are appointed in General Masimola's absence as the acting national commissioner of police. Do you have it, or do you have the exact dates?
I think the people who can assist us to give us that letter, either the commission's investigators or us writing to the... I'm saying it's because I don't have anything.
But you don't remember the date?
Within that date, he came to see me. I know I was the acting national commissioner at that time. I don't have anything that I can show because I don't have it. But I was at that time the acting national.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking is, remember, we've moved. Sergeant Nkosi said it was December 2023. You at some point said it was in January, and then you changed to say it was in February. That's why that date becomes important for me, because I need to know when exactly you were the acting National Commissioner of Police. But I'm sure we can find it, so let's not, if you don't know, let's not delay.
Perhaps, I mean, we can find that out, of course. But do you remember for how long you acted as National Commissioner at that point in time? Was it a few weeks or a few months?
No, normally it will be either a week or either 3 days. It's only when the National Commissioner is away or not around. So sometimes it will happen that it's on leave, maybe for 14 days or for 10 days. It does happen. So I don't have a clear record of for how many days, but it was few days.
A few days, a week?
It could be 3, 4 days. It could be 2 days, somewhere there. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out. Okay, thanks. I'm going to move off this to another topic, Commissioners.
Let me ask my question. General, when you forwarded this question from the journalist to Sergeant Kosi. What was the reason for that?
As I indicated to her that I just say, look at what this man is saying about me in court, and you know it's not true. Saying to Nkosi, you know it's not true.
Yes.
And it was purely based on the fact that he knows him very well. I knew they were close.
Okay. And you didn't send it to him with the expectation. You say you knew that they were close. You didn't send it to him with an expectation that he would raise the matter with Mr. Matala.
I knew that he would. In situations like those, you also avoid to confront the person because it looked like now I'm confronting the person. So I just sent it to you and said, but this never happened.
But you knew that he would. You say you knew that Sergeant Kosi would raise it with Mr. Matala.
Yes, and to me it wasn't really, I knew he would at the ultimate end.
Okay. And so when Mr. Matala, in page 196 that you looked at now, there is that message which seems to be a correction of Mr. Matlala's way of correcting what he says in the affidavit. And then the next message, I'm looking at page 196, Mr. Matlala says to Sergeant Nkosi, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify that mistake. So now Mr. Matala is directing Sergeant Nkosi to engage with you about this. You see that?
Yes,
The text says he must show this to you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And you can comment if you want to, but I pick this up in the context of yesterday's discussion where we had a conversation about Mr. Nkosi, or Sergeant Nkosi rather, appears to have been the go-between between you and Mr. Matala. In this case, you decided, you explain, you say, I didn't want to confront him. I didn't want to raise it with him because I don't want it to look like I'm confronting him. I think that's what you said earlier on. You say you expected that he would, because they know each other. Sergeant Nkosi would raise this with Mr. Matala. Indeed, he does raise it with him, and that's why Mr. Matala responds and says, please forward this to him. I asked my lawyers to rectify this mistake, so obviously they have discussed this. It does lend itself to, in fact, Sergeant Nkosi, when he says it was agreed that you would be the go-between, we see this consistent conduct where he's dealing with Mr. Matala on matters that concern you, and he reports to you. He conveys things between the two of you. It seems that his evidence that there was that agreement may well be the truth in this case.
All I can vehemently deny to this commission is that there was never a meeting, nor an instance where we sat down and we agreed that Mr. Nkosi will be our go-in-between. Yes, I do accept that I actually was talking to him. And in most instances, I didn't even know that some of the things that I'm talking to him, he would automatically just send to him. Some of the things was just meant for me and him, maybe, because of our usual communication. But what I just want to stress, Chair, is that there was never an instance where we sat down and agreed that he will be a go-in-between. Even though the circumstances and the whole picture being painted may seem like that, but a meeting never happened.
Okay.
It is not being painted, General. It's emerging. There's a big difference. A picture that is emerging, not a picture that is being painted. Do you follow me?
I follow what the Chair is saying. Chair is experienced and has dealt with this since for a very long time. So my putting of words may not be adequate enough or explain exactly how it emerged. So I respect that, Chair.
Thank you, then.
No, that's fine, Chair. let me maybe then put it differently, General. You say there was never a meeting so you differ with Sergeant Kosi on his account of what he says happened. But can I then put this to you for your comment that there may not have been a meeting on your account? You say there was never such a meeting, but it's what appears is at least there was that kind of conduct. So it may have happened because of how people were behaving amongst yourselves. You were behaving that way without having an agreement about it. But in the end, what seems to have happened is Sergeant Kosi became the go-between, maybe by default, because you happen to talk to him about matters of concern. He's close to Mr. Matala, and he also has conversations with Mr. Matala, and then he feeds back to you. That's the picture that emerges, and I'm not insisting that you sat down and had a meeting. I'm speaking more to, in practice, it seems that's what happened in fact.
What Commissioner is saying is 100% correct. What I just want to put on the table, Chair, is that, yes, this was the case maybe with Nkosi in terms of how we were talking and how it was happening. But what I want to put just on the table, whether it is accepted or rejected, is that let's take Sergeant Nkosi and put him in the center. Let's draw the same communication to General Mkwanazi, to General Sintumule, the attendance of the events, the biking together, the communication, the same approach. If we look at it, I'm just trying to say, I'm going to be left in a picture where, yeah, there was this agreement, there was this meeting, and there was this thing, but it was just a norm, a normal practice where he was a socialite and talking to many senior officials. I was just putting that on the table, Chair. That's all.
All right. Thank you, General. I mean, I put it to you because that's what Sergeant Kosi says. I think I want you to understand that the discussion with you right now is about what Sergeant Kosi has said about you and Mr. Matala. So to the extent that you don't hear me in my engagement with you now mentioning anybody else, it's because we're not discussing those other people. We're discussing what Nkosi said. And these exchanges that seem to confirm that in fact he did become the go-between. You say no meeting like that, but at least you accept that by conduct, maybe because of his close relationship to both of you, by conduct, he became the go-between effectively. That's all I was checking with you.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Asu.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll come back to the issue of the relationship and the important sort of role that Sergeant Nkosi appears to play. And perhaps we can look at it in relation to the next topic that I want to take you to, and that is at page, in the same file, page 232. Chair, I notice it's 11 o'clock. I'm not sure if you want to take the adjournment now or later.
Let's continue until 15:15.
Are you at page 232?
Yes.
Okay, again, we're back now to conversation between you and Sergeant Nkosi. And chat number 4 is what I want you to have a look at. And that's on the 22nd of March, 2025, where you sent Sergeant Nkosi a copy of you forward to him this message from a journalist. Could you just read that message into the record, please?
So I should kindly read this message?
Yes, please.
Of chat 4.
Yes.
Good morning, Nonkululeko. My name is Abraham Mashego. I'm a journalist working for the City Press newspaper. I'm currently working on a story based on the audit findings that recommended that Police Commissioner Fani Masemola should terminate the contract with a company owned by businessman Vusumusi Madlanga. The recommendation was made in January and it further recommends criminal charges to be laid. I'd like to know from you what has happened since the recommendations at the City Press is aware that Madlanga continued to receive payment from subs. My deadline is by 15:30 today.
Was this message sent to you by the journalist, or was this forwarded to you by, I think it might have been, and you might want to look at the following messages, by Major General Pokane. Do you remember? If not, we can just go through the next few messages.
It might have been sent by Nonkululeko Pokane because it's a subs. It's a subs she's in charge of communication at subs. Maybe, I don't know for my response or whether there's anywhere where I fit in, I'm not so sure, but I could really, maybe if I was having my own gadget, say some things with absolute certainty. At this present moment, I'm weak in coming out strong on some of the things.
Okay, no, that's fine, but if you have a look at number 5, I think this is a forwarded message again, number 5, and then number 1 on the next page. So, number 5 says, good morning, General, Lieutenant Generals. Kindly find above media inquiry received from Abraham Mashego at 10:21 this morning. I will engage the relevant division and share the response shortly. Regards. And then the next message on the next page is, good morning, Mr. Abraham Mashego. This is an internal matter regarding SAPS and suppliers. We reserve our comments for now. Regards, Major General Nonkululeko Pokane. So these are a set of messages that are forwarded to you, it seems. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the audit findings against the audit into the contract that was awarded to Mr. Madlanga?
No, I have never seen even the report at this stage until now.
Okay, well, if you go a little further down on page 233, you send to Sergeant Nkosi at chat number 2. The last page of the preliminary audit report recommending the termination of Mr. Madlanga's contract. Now, let me just tell you where you'll find a clear copy of that. It's at page 300 in the same file. You can take a couple of minutes to look at it. You'll see that it's the last page of the preliminary audit report. You see the heading at the top right of the page.
Yeah, preliminary audit report bit 19 of 1 stroke 1 stroke 9 stroke 1 stroke 94 TP.
That's
yes.
right. That's right. And then it's the page with the recommendations, recommending that the expenditure be declared possible irregular expenditure for further assessment, that the bid should be terminated, that evidence of procurement irregularities were observed in the bid, etc. You see that? So you forwarded this to Sergeant Nkosi. But why do you share with Sergeant Nkosi this confidential preliminary audit report?
I don't think it was a confidential preliminary report because this thing, I think it was on the media. That's why you see Abraham Mashiach, I think, because it's not something that was given to me or that I had. It's not a confidential report. It has been in the newspaper, even now you will see where there is IGI and maybe certain faces, Kumalo, General Kumalo, Masemola, so it's something that is on the newspaper. So when you share with a colleague that you work with closely, because I did send it to him. If I did, yes, and I don't say I didn't. But it's because of the fact that this is something that we've always known that is happening or is going to happen at some point.
You've always known. Since when did you become aware that this was happening?
Remember, we come back to from the charts where we were reading the thing that come from court where they say I assisted Mr. Madlanga to have access to the coalition and all that. So
No, but that was different. That had nothing to do at all with the contract or any audit or any investigation into the contract. That affidavit was what Mr. Madlanga filed in December in an urgent application where he was seeking the return of what he alleged were stolen items when his office was raided. That's what that affidavit was about.
This one?
No, yes, the one that you just referred to. You said we already knew, you said you referred to the affidavit we looked at earlier about the training college. I'm saying that isn't correct because that was about a different issue. It wasn't about the contract.
You see, in today's world, where we all know that you do know so-and-so, you do know this kind of a person or this person, and you come across something like this from the media or from the newspaper or from wherever it was from, and then maybe I shared it with Nkosi. It wasn't really a confidential document. It is. I don't see it somewhere marked confidential or secret or top secret. So,
General, the watermark.
There's a watermark.
The watermark says it's confidential. So why do you
The
say
whole
you don't
across
see
the
it
page.
anywhere?
my apology. Normally, because when you do it on top and below, so this one slipped my mind.
But do you accept that this one says it's a confidential
It was a confidential document,
And it's not an excuse. You see, if somebody has leaked a confidential subs document to a journalist, and you come into possession of that document, it's not an answer to say, somebody leaked it before, so I can also leak it. That's not how it works. If it's confidential, it's confidential. So you don't perpetuate the leak.
Here, once it's in the public domain, it's no longer confidential. I understand if it comes from everybody who's in this room who signed the confidentiality, and then this document leaked from inside here, and then one of us leaked it to outside. It's a leak. But once now it is something that is either in the newspaper or is going to be in the newspaper, then I think that is.
No. Okay, finish, sorry.
I see this document, and unfortunately for me, is that because of the fact that I'm operating where I could say, but when I look at my phone, I can't find it. or I don't think it comes from me, but I am accepting it because I've been accepting all the communications that did come from me. And I'm saying, to me, Sergeant Nkosi is a colleague. He's still in the police. And a confidential is not like a top secret document that cannot be shared by any other person. Confidential within the police, it can still be shared within the police. If I gave it to Nkosi, maybe I send it to Nkosi, it's possible that I might have sent it to him, and if I did, in my mind, I might have really not taken into consideration the fact that, but this is a confidential document, and even if it comes from a journalist, still I cannot send it to any other person. It's just like when there is a social media saying wrong things about the person, then you forward it also to another person and say, but why did you continue forwarding it? So I'm just saying that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hassim. Under normal circumstances, General, that would be a cogent explanation. But you have said a few questions back, I think you were being engaged by my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi. You said that when you shared some communications with Sergeant Nkosi, you understood that because of their proximity, he would probably share those with Mr. Madlanga. Do you remember saying that?
I do,
Yes. So now you are saying that you were sharing this with Sergeant Nkosi, subs member to subs member. You confirm that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. Now, bearing in mind your previous response to Commissioner Baloyi, surely then you must have expected that Sergeant Nkosi would probably share even these communications with Mr. Madlanga, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So it cuts across this idea that this was a subs member sharing with a subs member, as if it would then be contained within the two subs members. Do you accept that?
I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. So when you shared this with Sergeant Nkosi, what is important is when you shared it, you didn't say to him, well, let me take a step back. Are you aware of any national instructions or policy that governs the SAPS, that governs the manner in which information, confidential information, is shared amongst members of the service?
General, think about that policy or those prescripts over the tea break, and let's come back at 12:30. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. On the top stories, Mokgotsi confirms he has no formal qualification and Trump's tariff rate on global trade takes effect. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. Northwest businessman Brown Mokgotsi says he does not have any formal qualification. He has taken an oath before Parliament's ad hoc committee. Mokgotsi is accused of corruption, political interference and leaks of confidential police information. The committee is probing allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. Assistant Evidence Leader Maria Mokgotsi.
You've noted in your statement that you do not have any formal qualifications and that you are currently an entrepreneur. Is there anything that you'd like to add to what is stated in your statement?
Yeah, no, I'm still doing the same business as it's written here, but it also goes over the years I've been involved in crime.
Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya has been questioned about possible conflict of interest in his alleged relationship with criminal cartel kingpin Vusimuzi Cat Madlanga. In June 2024, Madlanga was awarded an SAPS tender. He attended Sibiya's son's engagement party in September in the same year. Madlanga is being cross-examined at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. This was his response when he was asked why he saw nothing wrong with inviting Madlanga to his house.
I would be cautious or maybe apply my mind in having to invite someone that I know that is a service provider in the detective space and I invite him to me. But the supply chain is a division on its own, which is far from where I am. I don't even know the people who sit on how tenders are allocated. So I'm far from that space. So I know him as a stakeholder in the police.
The Mpumalanga Education Department's Human Resources Chief Director Jabulani Nkosi is among the accused appearing in the Nelspruit Magistrates Court. Nkosi is the department's former head. 31 government officials and service providers are accused of defrauding the department of 113 million rand meant for emergency repairs at 21 schools during the 2019 to 2020 financial year. They have been divided into groups due to limited space in court. Yesterday, 5 of the accused were granted bail of 50,000 rand and 5,000 rand respectively. Police have launched a manhunt for more suspects following an incident in which 2 other suspects were killed in a shootout with officers in KwaZulu-Natal. The incident happened in the Annandale, Pietermaritzburg this morning. The deceased are suspected to have been part of a group of robbers wanted in connection with the cash-in-transit heist in Verulam, north of Durban yesterday. Provincial Police spokesperson Robert Nechiwunda.
Police gathered intelligence that some of the suspects who were involved in the CIT in Verulam were hiding in Edendale. The intelligence was put into operation, and when police arrived at the house, a shootout ensued between police and the suspects. The 2 suspects were shot and fatally wounded, and one narrowly evaded arrest. Police found 3 firearms, 2 rifles, and a handgun. A video loophole which was allegedly used in the commission of the CIT robbery was also found at the scene. A bag with numerous number plates was found in the garage. No police officer was injured during the shootout, and the search for the other suspects is ongoing.
U.S. President Donald Trump's new flat tariff rate of 15% on all global trade with the U.S. has taken effect. He announced the rate following the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to strike down as illegal other tariffs that Trump had imposed. The 15% will hit some countries, including allies such as Britain and Australia, that had agreed on lower tariffs. The BBC's Faisal Islam reports.
The trade rollercoaster continues. Patience is wearing thin, says the British Chambers of Commerce, with some US businesses responding to the non-stop uncertainty by diversifying away from the United States. The US Congress, which even under the control of President Trump's Republican Party has been sceptical about the benefits of such high tariffs, now has a veto on the extension of the 15% rate beyond the summer. The UK says nothing is off the table in terms of possible retaliation after its deal, but has tried to avoid stoking trade tensions further.
Recapping the top story, Northwest businessman Bron Mokhodzi says he does not have any formal qualification. He has taken an oath before Parliament's ad hoc committee. I'm Ondalambana for SAfm News.
#SAfm Talking Point.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world to stories that inspire, move and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times.
Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connects you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News is weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
A space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, it is 24 after 11 o'clock. We're in the final hour of the talking point. Coming up shortly, we will be taking you to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Back to that. Of course, also unfolding this morning, Brown Mokhodze, he's appearing before the ad hoc committee and giving his evidence to parliamentarians in as far as these allegations around political interference and how that potentially influenced and affected the investigations of the police are concerned. So you can, of course, hear all of the latest updates in the news bulletins. That's where you can keep tabs of it. Of course, SABC Online also has a live stream to it. So if you want to watch Bra Mokhodze, SABC Online has that live stream and you'll be able to catch it there. For now, we're going to take a couple of your WhatsApp voice notes on various issues this morning, including the Madlanga Commission, and then we're live back there.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Hey, Sisketi. Ay, madoda. Kuthiwe, Mr. Sibiya. You know, Impala in my language, we call it impunzi. So, hey, I'm not quite sure about antelopes and whatever. Ay. Usenyopa yopeni, Mr. Sibiya. Ay, Uluzuku Cape Town, Kathy.
Oh, good morning. Oh, by the way, Kate, in isiXhosa, the word antelope, it is a general term. It means inyamakazi. It's not one group. It's a group of all those different antelopes. Then if you want to go deep and mention them by name, you'll get kudus, springboks, and all of that. But the one word that general is inyamakazi. Antelope is a general name for those things. So that is how I understand it. Soviet.
Molo Mhlashekgo. You know, now I blame my organization, the downfalling ANC, as well as whosoever was involved in the interviewing panel of this big culprit called General Sibia. How come did they employ this guy for a second time after he was fired for the wrongdoings, for the shenanigans that he had done at Gauteng? Why the SAPS re-employed him? No, man, no, no. Hi, this country is just really another republic. Maybe it's a banana one.
Morning, Kathy. Andy from Cape Town. Listen here, Kathy. You know, this guy, this General Sibia, you know, as I was listening yesterday, Kathy, I just got angry. I just got frustrated. These commissioners, the good things that they are so patient with him. I was so impatient with this guy. The moment he's being attacked with questions which is very clear, he just needs an answer, yes or no. He divulge and go somewhere there and here and there instead of answering the straight question. You can't tell me that, Commissioner Balo, you putting me on the corner. It's like a chicken in the goat. I'm being forced to be in the door inside the. What is that, Shadrach Sibia? I don't know, man, Kathy. This guy just needs to go to jail. This guy, he can't even answer a simple question. The whole day they're on one issue. Andy from Cape Town. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. This is Agmatobula. Sis Kathy, when it comes to Sibia, our General Sibia, I think he makes me laugh more, especially when he got questioned from Advocate Sisi Baloi. Hey, it is always hard for him to answer. I like Madlanga Commission. But when it comes to Home Affairs officials, they've been corrupt for a long, long time. We have fraudulent IDs. People are working with us while we can see that they are not even South African. They use even passport to go to their home country because of corruption. Good morning. This is Agmatebo.
Good morning, SAfm and the listeners. You know, yesterday when they played that cat voice clip, when he says that he bought 20 impalas and they all died, you can clearly see in his expression, Sibia, that now they've hit the right button. You can see that he see that now this is no way out. He never thought, he never expected that. And you can see that whatever Kat was speaking about, that is nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Katie and the listeners. I just want to know, man, this commission, they are all doing well. Madlanga Commission and Zondo Commission. But we have not yet seen people that are arrested. Ngakumba Abu Big Fish. They are still outside. They both are doing very well. We are excited and we hear things that are shocking. But my fear is this. Are we not wasting money too much on this commission where we don't see good results, where people are arrested? Arrested. People must be arrested in this commission. Not this thing that they waste money on commission and we see no good results where people, they must go to jail. Thank you, Kathy. It's Lungisile Mselana from East London.
Morning, Sisiketi. Julius Mkwanansi, Muhosi,
Now it's Sibia now. They are complaining about English. Problematic there. They are not good in English. Did they inform their employer when they were being interviewed for the job that no, I've got a problem with English? So this guy is going to sell the wrong animal. He's going to sell an impala thinking he's selling an eland or whatever they call it. Yeah, ne. The sun is setting now for Sibia. Anonymous.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm.
Just been informed that you went to the bathroom. For the future, please do the bathroom duties a good few minutes before the starting time.
Will do, and my apologies, Chair. I never thought you were already seated, so I really apologize.
If I say 5:30, we usually come in 2 minutes before the time.
I apologize profusely, Chair.
But this time we came in at 5:30, so.
I really apologize, Chair.
Apology accepted, General.
Thank you, Chair. It won't happen again, Chair.
Thank you.
General, before the adjournment, I was asking about whether you're aware of any prescripts that govern the SAPS and sharing of information, confidential information.
Yes, Chair. I am aware. Chair.
Were you aware at the time when you did share this information?
I was aware, Chair, but to as far as I'm concerned, I was aware that a confidential document that is already out in the public space is not really, it doesn't carry the same weight as if it is not in the public space. Because once the cat is out of the sack, it doesn't carry the same weight. It's no longer really as confidential as it is.
Is that according to your prescripts?
It is the way it is.
And would you agree that if a story is in the public domain, so, you know, a journalist writing about that there's an audit, that this journalist is aware that an audit has been conducted and that recommendations have been made, but there's a delay in acting on the recommendations, but doesn't actually circulate the journalist, or the article doesn't actually contain the audit report itself, right? If it doesn't do that, in those circumstances, is it appropriate? Is it still in the public domain? And can you still circulate it?
Once it is with the journalist, it's already in the public domain.
Once the report is with the journalist.
Yeah, and especially when the journalist is using it and to make inquiries, the confidentiality thereof is already broken.
But if the journalist hasn't circulated it in the public domain, so journalists often come across confidential documents that they report on, but they don't share the actual documents. So if the actual document is not shared, you're saying it doesn't matter, the fact that it's known.
From the user, who was supposed to keep it secret, the user, the only person who marked it, and then he used it to the National Commissioner or to me or to any other person who is part of the discussion or to whose attention it must go. That person, those people remain confidential. It remains a confidential document. But the moment it's let out now to a journalist, and the journalist who's beginning to make inquiries about it, already the confidentiality is broken. So now, as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing wrong on my part to
to share with a colleague of the same organization on a document whose confidentiality has already been broken?
Ordinarily, that would make sense somewhat. But in this instance, it cannot. In this instance, rather, it cannot, because you've already accepted when I engaged you earlier that here you actually foresaw that probably Sergeant Kosi would share this document with Mr. Madlanga. You accept that?
Chair, please make me understand the question.
When I
hear the question, I'm just trying to understand properly, Chair.
When I engaged you earlier, do you remember asking that? You did realize that in all probability, Sergeant Nkosi would share this document with Mr. Madlanga because of their proximity. Do you remember saying so when I engaged you?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So now I'm saying your response to Ms. Hassim cannot make sense because you cannot say this was sharing between two police officers. I say this wouldn't make sense here because you actually foresaw the probability, not even just possibility, the probability of Sergeant Kosi sharing this document with Mr. Madlanga. You've already admitted it, so...
No, if the chair say, I foresaw that you will share it with Mr. Madlanga,
yes,
it's something else. But...
Okay, maybe let me take out foresee and use words that are as close as possible to what I said when I engaged you before the tea break. I said probably Sergeant Kosi, on your understanding of the proximity between Sergeant Kosi and Mr. Madlanga, Sergeant Kosi would probably share this document with Mr. Madlanga. You accepted that before the tea break, correct? Be careful not to change what you said earlier.
No.
You accepted that probability.
No, Chair. Remember, Chair, even if I said that initially, it doesn't mean that in everything that follows that I shall have shared with Nkosi, it means that everything was meant to be shared with
please don't try to anticipate where I'm going. Please don't try to anticipate. Do you accept that before the tea break, you accepted the probability that Sergeant Nkosi would share the document with Mr. Madlanga? Do you accept that?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. So now what I'm saying is, you cannot now, in response to Ms. Hassim, say this was sharing subs officer to subs officer, because you've already accepted that there was a probability that the document would be shared with Mr. Madlanga. So you cannot just stop at sharing subs officer to subs officer because there is the probability that you accept. Is that correct?
It's correct, Chair.
It must be. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Hassim,
I mean, what makes it problematic?
Advocate Hassim, can I add one thing to what Chair has said? The other thing about this document is that it concerned Mr. Madlanga himself. It concerned Mr. Madlanga's company. So it's different from any other documents. This one, the expectation would be that because it is dealing with Mr. Madlanga's company, Captain Nkosi would share it with him. You must have expected that.
Can I ask, Chair? You know, Chair, if we are close, maybe in this case, Chair, I want to say if I'm close with maybe the three commissioners, and one of you, of the commissioners, is very close to a particular person, and then we know that here is something that we're reading on the news about this person,
And then I say, hey, see what is coming or what is happening on this person, because it's from the newspaper. This is what is going to be on Sunday newspaper, City Press and whatever. It has become a norm or normal for people to share something they see about a specific person. Many people see a lot of things about me. Sometimes they share it with my wife, sometimes they will share among themselves, but others know that it will reach me. So I must just accept, Chair, that it happened. It may be reckless or negligent or an oversight, but it happened that way. And I don't want to waste time, I must say, as far as I'm concerned, it is just that the risk is not as I was sharing it myself in a meeting, from a meeting that I was sitting in to Mr. Madlanga. It was a question of now, it comes from the journalist, it's already in the public, the cat is already out, and now sharing it with a colleague really wouldn't carry the same risk as the original risk.
Can I say
Is the
first
answer
of all,
yes? I think before we leave this, the answer must be yes. You had no reason to believe that he won't share it with Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Sorry.
you see, General, here's my difficulty with your insistence about sharing between police officers. I would understand your point if you had shared with Sergeant Zulu of Matatia, whom you knew not to have any connection whatsoever with Mr. Madlanga. I would understand your point. But here, you knew that you were sharing with Sergeant Gosi, who has a certain proximity with Mr. Madlanga, and you have accepted that there was, to your knowledge, a probability that Sergeant Gosi would share with Mr. Madlanga. That's the difficulty I have with your insistence about sharing between subs member and subs member. You may comment if you wish to. I made the point earlier and you accepted it. I was just making a follow-up to, again, your response to my colleague, Commissioner Khumalo.
Since the Chair said I may comment if I so wish to, can I take this opportunity to comment?
Yes.
Chair, just to say that if I shared it with a Sergeant Zulu from somewhere that I don't know, it should be concerning. Why did you share it with Zulu? Because you're not. Why? What would be the reason with Zulu? Why Zulu? But now with
that actually buttresses my point. Then that doesn't assist you.
I'm trying to come somewhere, Chair.
All right.
But with Nkosi, I do know that he knows Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
And that is maybe probably why I sent it to him. But if at the ultimate Chair, the Chair is going to rule, and then and even when the Chair, the assess evidence is in the Chair's hands. So it doesn't really matter. What mine is just to accept that the Chair's pointings, I must also regard it as guidance.
Yeah, let's leave it at your acceptance more than once. Your acceptance that there was, to your knowledge, a probability that Sergeant Gosi would share with Mr. Madlanga. Yes, Ms. Hasim.
Sorry, can I just ask my question? General, if it was in the public domain, as you say, why would you need to share it with Sergeant Gosi? He has access to the same public space as you.
It's because, Chair, Commissioner, it's because at that point in time, I think, because it was at a point where it was still between whoever sent it to the journalist and myself. And then I think this is what could have happened because it was not yet in the Sunday newspaper.
No, but you couldn't have thought that, General, because you got the question from the journalist, you forwarded it to generals, and there was a response to it. Responding to the journalist, Mr. Mashiko, from your Ms. Nonkululeko Pokane, And all of that you forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi. So you knew the SAPS communication was dealing with it. So your answer can be that because it was still between whoever and the journalist, you knew that the SAPS is officially dealing with it. And so that cannot be a reason. You couldn't have shared it for the sake of sharing it. You have to be sharing it for another reason because you knew that the SAPS is dealing with it.
Commissioner, I thought I responded when I said, because it was with a journalist already, even though I knew SAPS was dealing with it, SAPS was responding. And the fact that it was with a journalist and SAPS responded to it, it's already in a public space. If it was not the same topic, a different topic within a report, from my angle, I would understand. But now we are talking about one and the same thing that was sent to a journalist, the journalist from the journalist to the SAPS communications. Now, SAPS communications have communicated. Now, I know that this thing is already public because it's going to come. Normally, when they run the story, they don't wait for Sunday. They also run it online. So
Yes.
that is what I'm saying.
No, but exactly my point. It is already in the public domain. Sergeant Nkosi has access to the same public domain. Why do you need to send it to him? Unless you thought this is still internal, which is the problem that is being discussed with you, that you thought it is internal, he's not aware of it, and so you share with him to alert him to something that is still internal. That's the one possibility. But going with your version, which is, well, it was in the public domain, so I was free to share it. I did nothing wrong because it was already out there. It necessarily raises the question, well, if it's in the public domain, as you say, why are you sharing it with Sergeant Nkosi? Because he has access to the same public domain. Remember, your story is, it was in the public domain. This report that is marked confidential, you say it was already in the public domain. So you either correct it was in the public domain, and I'm going to ask you, why do you say it was in the public domain? So you're either correct it was in the public domain, in which case you have to have had a good reason why you're sharing it with Sergeant Nkosi, because it is in the public domain, this confidential document. Or it wasn't in the public domain, that's why you share it with Sergeant Nkosi. And you share it with the expectation he will share with Mr. Matlala. In fact, I want to place it higher than that you share it with the anticipation that he will share it with Mr. Matlala. But let me go back and break it up. Why do you share it with Sergeant Nkosi if it is in the public domain already?
I think, Chair, to be fair, people circulate messages, TikTok messages that are in the public domain, but they share them anyway among one
General,
another.
I'm not talking about people and I'm not talking about messages in general. I think you have to answer directly the question because otherwise we end up losing a lot of time. My question is a direct question. You send a document marked confidential. It's an SAPS document. You say, but it was in the public domain. And I engage you on that basis to say, well, if it's in the public domain, why did you send it to Sergeant Nkosi, who has access to the same public space?
The point I'm also trying to raise, Commissioner, is that when there is a message that is being circulating, that is out in the public domain, people share them anyway.
General, you're avoiding to answer my question. Let me ask you my next question. Why do you say this was in the public domain? Where do we see that it was in the public domain?
As far as I'm concerned, if I'm not the author of this document, and none of us knew about this document, but this document found itself where the confidentiality has been broken, sent to a particular journalist.
Why do you say that? Why do you say this document was sent to a journalist? We have the question that was sent to you, and maybe let me try and move it forward. The question doesn't include an attachment of this document. So you do have the question from Mr. Mashiko. It doesn't have an attachment to it.
Commissioner, can I just add to that before
Sorry,
you close
Chair.
your question?
Sorry, Chair.
So I just want to draw something to your
No,
attention.
I want to raise a point as well that I want to raise. You know, Chair, Commissioner Baloyi asked me a question. And whilst I'm responding to the question, just to proceed, then jumps in and then say, no, General, then takes it further and continue on this one. Now I'm trying to also respond, then just as I'm listening to this one, then she comes in and says, just on the same point. All I'm asking is, let me not be overwhelmed by the fact that now respond to this, and then all the communications. Commissioner Malu, I'm trying to be fair to you as well, as you are the person who's here to ask me questions and probe. I must respond, but I'm just asking one favor. That when you ask me a question, allow me to respond and finish as well.
General, I gave you a chance to answer my question. I asked you the same question twice, thrice, and you're telling me about how people communicate and distribute things, even after I said to you, don't tell me about how other people communicate. Don't tell me about other things that get distributed. Tell me about this which we are discussing. You were repeating, we don't have the whole day. I have only limited time to ask you questions. I accept your answer. If you don't want to answer a question and you prefer to go the long way, I don't think you have a license to be indulged to speak as long as you want and to answer irrelevant things. I didn't ask you about what people do. I asked you about your explanation for distributing this to Sergeant, because it's a direct question. And if you repeat it the third time, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow you to keep on doing that. And you can keep complaining about me. I will ask you my questions. I'm going to repeat my question before we get to Ms. Hassan. General, I'm going to ask you my question again. And I will interrupt you if you don't give me a direct answer. My question to you is, this document that you say you circulated, you gave to Sergeant Nkosi because it was in the public domain. My question to you is, if it is in the public domain to which Sergeant Nkosi has access to, why do you send him this document? That's my question. That's my first question to you. So maybe try and answer, and we'll come back to Ms. Hassan on my second question.
My question is this, Chair. If the document is already out there in the wild, I take it that the cat is already out of the
Like the impalas.
of the sack. You see, what I don't want to say. I don't want to say she's being arrogant, but she's
making a joke
no,
with
you
you, that's
started it. But Chair, we need to really respect each other and try to be modest with one another in a platform like this and be professional. So if she goes that way, I'm going to take the different route as well, and it's not what we want. So please give me the same respect as well, and let's do it professionally. Now, my answer is, sharing it internally with colleagues wouldn't really be carry the same risk as it was initially. So I have shared it with General Nkosi. If the chair rules that I wasn't supposed to,
I will accept that as well, Chair, without me having to go deeper into the subject. If I was not supposed to have, as far as I'm concerned, it was out in the public space, and sharing it with a colleague wouldn't carry the same weight as if it never was.
Okay, let me ask my second question then. Why do you say this document was in the public domain?
Like I indicated earlier, that the moment from the writer to the journalist and to the communicators already, and then back to the journalist, already the cat is out of the sack.
Okay. We have the question from the journalist here. It doesn't include an attachment, so we know that this document was not, at least from this message, the document was not attached to the question addressed to you. Why do you say it was in the public domain if it wasn't attached to the question?
Personally, this document, this one, I never got it myself because I still don't have a report even now. So this document, the questions of the journalist, I think relates to this, if I'm sure, but I'm not so sure because I don't have anything that I can refer to myself. I'm just following the line of questioning with what I see. So I say these questions were already in the public space because there are those that I can show the report.
Okay, let me stop you. Maybe you have answered me. You are saying these questions were in the public domain. You're not saying the document was in the public domain. Because that's what you've just said now. You've just said these questions were in, I never got the document myself. That's what you say. You say, I never got the document myself. These questions were in the public domain. So I want to clarify so that I'm not unfair to you. You are saying these questions, when you say it was in the public domain, you mean these questions were already in the public domain. Is that what you mean?
As you were asking a question, Commissioner Baloyi, I was, in my mind, I was thinking of a report of the Inspector General of Intelligence on allegations against, where he mentioned allegations on individuals, but it was out in the public domain. But in the meantime, you were asking, so I missed the question.
My question is, and it's on the back of what you've just said. You've said now, these questions, in fact, you've said two things. You've said you yourself never received this report, this audit report. That's one thing you say. And then you say these questions from the journalist were in the public domain. So I'm seeking to clarify, therefore, that when you've been engaging with the chair, with Commissioner Khumalo, with Ms. Hassim, and you say it was in the public domain, you mean the questions were in the public domain. Is that what you meant?
Yes, Chair. And the other concern that I'm just having on this document, I wanted to see whether is it a forwarded message also to me, or where does it come from? Because it's just a clean page but you don't see that it come from a particular.
Do this, General. Pull out that page, and then go to page 232. But remember to put it back once you've answered the question.
Go to page?
Pull out that audit report recommendations page.
Yeah, to page.
And then go to page 232 in the same file. That's where your WhatsApps are.
So, General, if you go to page 232, and this would have assisted you, I was trying to assist you earlier when I said, let me add something here. If you look at those messages, go to page 232. Okay? You'll see that there's a string of messages that are sent to you. The first is the query by the journalist, and that's in chat number 4. The second is in chat number 5, and this, which we dealt with, I took you to this, from Major General Pokani. She says, "Good morning, General, Lieutenant Generals." So she is only addressing herself now to the senior management, right, within the service. And she says, "Kindly find the above media query received. I will engage the relevant division," etc. And then over the page we went, and she says, she forwards then the message, her response to Mr. Matefo. If you see that, number 1. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, you're following the thread that I'm taking you to, because it's a set of messages that Major General Pokane forwarded to you, including this one, her response to the journalist. She says it's an internal matter and we reserve our comments. And then finally an attachment, and that's in number 2, chat number 2, if on page 233, if you have a look at it. Right?
Yes.
Now, because that is hard to read, the attachment needs to be, it's an attachment, as you know, to a chat. And so what you're looking at, the big page, is that image. Okay, so this was forwarded by General Pokane. And she's sending it to the senior management, general and lieutenant generals, because she obviously wants you to be put in a position to understand where these questions are coming from.
Are we able to see to who of the senior management was this sent to?
We don't know. All we know is that she sent it to Good Morning General and Lieutenant Generals. So I suppose all of the Lieutenant Generals would have received it, and the General.
Well, I'm not sure to say all the Lieutenant Generals, because to all the Lieutenant Generals, even the one in the provinces, are Lieutenant Generals. So I'm just saying...
Oh, I'm sure it was at head office that this was being dealt with.
But General Sibia, we know it was sent to you. So let's
Pokane.
not worry about 20 other generals. From this, we can tell that it's been sent to you. So you are one of the generals, however many. Maybe there were 5, maybe there were 10, maybe there were 15. The point is, you were one of the recipients. And that's how it finds its way into these chats that we are looking at. So let's not go to the northwest. Let's stick to where we are.
I wanted to check where you say good morning, Lieutenant General, so and Lieutenant Generals, whether my name is there.
General
Well,
Sibia, just looking at these chats, we can see that it reached you because you sent it to Captain Ngozi.
Yeah.
You wouldn't send it to Captain Ngozi if you didn't have it. Sergeant Ngozi, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Because the only way you can send it to Sergeant Ngozi is if you have it. If you don't have it, you can't send it to him.
No, it's why I'm asking, it could have also been forwarded to me, not necessarily coming from Ms. Pokane, General Pokane. It could have been also sent to me, but nevertheless, I take the point. Commissioners, I can respond to the next question or your question.
What I'm putting to you is that What I'm putting to you is that Major General Pokane sent you the attachment. And it seems she probably sent it to all of the senior management. So why do you say it was in the public domain? This didn't come from the journalist to you.
I don't know. I don't know whether I received it from a journalist or from Major Pokane, but I will accept that I received it from Pokane. If I received it maybe from General Pokane, and obviously having received an inquiry from the public, from an inquiry from the journalist, and maybe I shared it with Nkosi. To me, I never intended it to go there for him to disseminate. But if he did share it, I will also accept that one.
Okay, I think we've already covered the ground of you sharing, you knew that he would communicate with Mr. Matlala. And the worrying thing, which is where I wanted to go to with this, is that you are sending a document that is about the cancellation of a contract with a service provider to Sergeant Nkosi, knowing it will get to that service provider. So it's not just any member of the public that's receiving it, it's the person who is affected by that internal SAPS document. And that's the concern. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to move off this to, well, not entirely off it, because what happens next is you'll see that, let's get the right page, it's file 9, I'm afraid.
I don't know if you are still going to touch on this, and if you are, please stop me, Ms. Hassim. General, to my mind, the timing of this is quite important because the contract was cancelled in June of 2025. May of 2025. I'm thinking of the award. The award was in June of the previous year. So the cancellation was in May 2025. And these chats are in March of 2025. So in a situation where you see the probability of these documents, these chats, these communications reaching Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi, you were basically sharing, and I suggest this to you, you were basically sharing with Sergeant Nkosi to alert Mr. Matlala as to what was happening. And what was happening, with hindsight now, eventually resulted in the cancellation of the contract. So you are upfront alerting Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi. You're basically saying, hey, be aware, there's trouble brewing. That is what I'm suggesting to you.
I'm just trying to read what is contained in the page 300.
The audit report suggests that there were irregularities in the award of the contract.
Yes.
So naturally, that can quite easily lead to the cancellation of the contract. In fact, that audit report says in so many words that there should be a termination. So I'm suggesting to you that you were indirectly alerting Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi that, look, there's trouble brewing here.
In my case, Chair, I was not indirectly informing Mr. Matlala, I was sharing with Nkosi. That is what I can say.
I will leave it at that because you've already accepted when I engaged you earlier that, to your knowledge, there was a probability that through Sergeant Nkosi, these communications would end up reaching Mr. Matlala. I will leave it at that.
General, can you go to file 9, page 1040, please?
File 9, page
1040. Actually, it starts at 1039. Can we start there? It's at the bottom of 1039 is where it starts. It's chat number 5. Now, this is the conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shibiri. What happens here is Sergeant Nkosi forwards the same set of messages we've already read that came from General Pukani, okay? The set of four messages, including the attachment of the last page of the audit report. I just want to make sure you see that.
That Shaden, General Shibiri sent to Nkosi.
No, that Sergeant Nkosi sent to General Shibiri.
Okay.
Okay, so he now forwards what you sent him. He sends it to General Shibiri, okay? And then you'll see at chat number 4 on page 1040. General Shibiri says, good morning when he sees this. Good morning, is too bad.
Chat number?
4.
Yes.
Is too bad. Now, I accept that this is a conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shibiri, but it is a theme that seems to be emerging here of the communications between you, the three players that are present as at 14 September 2024. General Shibiri, yourself, and Sergeant Nkosi, and of course, Mr. Madlanga in the midst of all of it. So I'm pointing out to you that here's another pattern here of communication that is now involving General Shibiri. And General Shibiri's response to this is that it's too bad. What knowledge do you have of General Shibiri's involvement with Mr. Madlanga and his interest in this contract?
I don't know if General Shibiri's got any interest in Mr. Madlanga's contract, but I do know that they know each other. Yes. But in terms of the pattern of the three of us, myself, Mr. General Shibiri, and Nkosi, I'm not so sure whether in that what was found in Nkosi's phone only included me, Shibiri, and Nkosi, and no one else. Because now a picture has been painted here of only the 3 conspirators, 3 people only. Whereas Nkosi had many others.
Accept this. On matters relating to Mr. Madlanga, the pattern that emerges from the WhatsApps is of the 3 of you. There may very well be discussions with other generals on many other things, but on matters relating to Mr. Madlanga, that's what the pattern shows. Just so that you limit it to that and we don't talk about every general at SAPS.
I don't know if the commissioner has the benefit of the communication of Mr. Nkosi's phone and any other general.
Yes, we do.
In relation to the same matter.
Well, we have everything from Sergeant Nkosi's phone, so we do have sight into his conversations with other people, including other lieutenant generals.
That's fine. Let me leave it
that. You see, you send this message to Sergeant Nkosi, and you know that, let me just put it this way, that he will probably send it to Mr. Madlanga, or he may send it to Mr. Madlanga. You haven't said why you sent it to Sergeant Nkosi. You say you just sent it to him. But there must be a reason why you sent it. There's an interest in that contract.
I did respond that is because I saw something about someone that we all know.
Okay, and then the same sharing of information involves General Shibiri, and he says it's too bad. Now, one would think, I want to know if you would agree with me, that if you are a senior member of the police service and you see an audit report that raises very serious concerns, well, let me start. Do you agree that the audit report raises very serious concerns regarding Mr. Matlala's contract?
I do.
And if those, well, the recommendations should be acted on?
Yeah, yes.
But what General Shibiri says here is it's too bad, suggesting that he has sympathy for Mr. Matlala rather than maybe actually outrage that Mr. Matlala would have conducted himself in a manner that brought him within the purview of the audit in the way it did.
I'm trying to understand your question in terms of the outrage.
Well, what I'm saying is General Shibiri says it's too bad.
Yes.
Which sounds like he is sympathetic towards Mr. Matlala's plight,
yes,
rather than concerned for the SAPS.
Yes.
And the consequences of an irregular, all of the irregularity, right, that the audit report showed. That would be a problem, right?
Yes, but when a person says that's too bad, sometimes you empathize with a person, sometimes you sympathize with a person, sometimes it will be, it's too bad that it had to happen, but if it must happen, let it happen. So this is how he responded. I mean, we don't all have a channeled way of responding or same mindset that says, and this is, under this situation, this is how you must or you will react.
So you're saying that it's possible actually what General Shibiri meant here was just that this is a bad outcome?
This is too bad. It's unfortunate.
Perhaps more importantly, General, you are very, very, very close to Sergeant Nkosi. You have told us so in your statement, and we see from the kind of material that you're exchanging and things that you're asking him to do. Why would, and I ask the question because you're quite close to Sergeant Nkosi, why would he share this that comes from you about, and all of it is about Mr. Matlala and his contract? Why would Sergeant Nkosi share this with General Shibiri? They were all at your house, so you're clearly all close to each other. Why would he share this with Sergeant Shibiri, who is not involved in this contract?
I'm not really in a position to answer why.
I guess I'm asking you to speculate if you don't know. Why do you think communication from you, firstly, I would expect you to be outraged that you share this stuff with Sergeant Nkosi, and now you discover it went to General Shibiri. I would expect you to be outraged about it. You are not, or at least you haven't expressed to us your disappointment, your anger with Sergeant Nkosi, that he disappointed you, he betrayed you. You haven't. So I assume you're okay with this because they're all your guests at your house, where you said Mr. Matlala should take a 10, where General Shibiri asked, where is Matlala? Asked Sergeant Nkosi at your house. So you're all a circle of SAPS people who are more than just colleagues, clearly. So you didn't give him the go-ahead. You didn't say to him, share this with Shibiri. So I'm asking you to speculate. Why do you think, now that you know he's done this, why do you think he would have shared material from you about Mr. Matlala with General Shibiri without your authorization?
I really don't know why, and I don't think I'm in a position to speculate.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you. I want to suggest that he shared it. Firstly, as the chair says, you sent all of this, and most importantly, the audit page, that final page that you shared, which was given to you by a sub-official properly. You shared it with Sergeant Nkosi, understanding and expecting that he will share it with Mr. Madlanga. He'll alert him that there's talk of termination of his contract, as the chairperson says. And you shared it with him with anticipation, and you are not surprised that he shared it with General Shibiri. It fell within your expectations of who would get this kind of communication. You say you don't know why. I'm merely suggesting to you that I think that's what happened here. You can comment.
If the commissioners will then rely on that speculation, is still in the hands of the chair.
It is called inferential reasoning, not speculation, General.
Chair, I was using the words that were used by the commissioner.
I was inviting you to speculate because you said, I don't know, and I said, okay, speculate then, and you said, I'm not doing that, and I accept your answer. I'm not going to force you to speculate, and the chair is explaining what is happening now. It is we have these facts, as I've sketched them out. They were at your house, you invited Matala, you invited Shibiri to your house. Shibiri had an interest in Matala being there. We know from their communication where he asks Nkosi, where is Matala? So I've put these facts to you, and then I say, well, the conclusion to draw from that is that you knew, one, that Nkosi will alert Matala about, Mr. Matala, about this audit recommendation to terminate the contract. You knew that. That's why, that's the purpose you sent this to him. Two, you expected that he will share it amongst your circle of friends, which is General Shibiri. And the chair is saying, well, that's inferential reasoning from the facts that we have.
Yes, Chair, if the chair is to make that inference, quite honestly speaking, that one is beyond my control, and I don't think it's something that I can also argue with, because the discussion all along has been consistent.
Thank you.
Can we put 9 away?
Yes, Commissioner, we're going to go to file 8 next. General, can we go to file 8, page 632? File 8. (632). Are you there, General?
It's page 632.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so let me just explain to you, we haven't looked at these before. This is a conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and a person saved in his phone as Bra R. Steve, and in brackets, Mswazi. When Sergeant Nkosi testified before the commission, he confirmed that Bra R. Steve is a person by the name of Steve Mutsumi. Okay. Do you know someone named Steve Mutsumi?
I do.
Who is he?
He's a businessman that I know.
He's a businessman.
Yes.
In what business?
I think he's in the business of construction and also lending money, and then also associated with the taxi industry somehow. I don't know in what way.
Okay. How close are you to Mr. Mutsumi?
Not close.
Do you meet with him? Do you see him? Do you call him?
I think I've met him twice.
Do you recall when?
No. I can't.
Okay. Okay, so what we see on this.
Before you do that, yes, in what context and circumstances did you meet him? In both occasions that you say twice.
When I met Steve, we were working with on a project, extortions. The extortions in the construction, but mostly in the taxi industry. Now, I asked to meet, because the project of the taxi industry is the most dangerous one, because if you deal with what we call the bucket system, the bucket system is a system at the taxis where you find that there's certain monies that are being collected every Monday. I don't know whether it's still the Mondays or how it happens. And that money is collected and then will take into either the chairperson of the taxis, or I don't know whether it's the owner of the taxi rank or how it works. But as we're considering different type of extortions that we're dealing with that we had to attend. And then we realized that, and the advice that I got was that because now you are entering into the space of the taxis, which is dangerous, you need to find a way of how can you get this thing in such a way that you can still address it without it bringing any danger to anybody, including yourself.
Can you just explain what you mean by danger?
Maybe before that, General, I might have missed it. You say you were advising Mr. Mutsumi.
No, I said I was advised that before you embark on this one of the bucket system, because it's another form of, and I have a document here that explains what is a bucket system. I think I'll read it. We had it earlier, but I'll find it. Now,
was this bucket system extortion? Because
it's a form of extortion as well, and then within the taxi industry. And we are receiving a lot of complaints. Some people are being killed within the taxi industry because they don't want to contribute to this. They don't agree with it. It's a form of extortion. So then, since we had to embark on this journey of fighting this bucket system, it was rather better to do it from the top in such a way that you get to understand who are the best role players that can assist you to deal with this situation. Then I asked Mr. Nkosi, who I knew very well that he knows Mr. Mswazi, that can I...
Nkosi, you mean Sergeant Nkosi?
Sergeant Nkosi.
Oh, okay.
Then he introduced me to Mr. Mswazi. Now, I went to see Mr. Mswazi.
Is that Mr. Mutsumi you're referring to?
No.
No.
Mr. Mswazi.
I'm asking because...
The late
Mswazi.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking for clarity is because in the chats, Sergeant Nkosi has Mswazi in brackets next to the name Bra R. Steve. So I just want to be clear who you're referring to when you say Mswazi.
I'm referring to Mswazi. He was known as Mswazi.
Is that Mr. Msibi?
Yes, because he's the person who was in charge of the taxi. I don't know whether to call it in charge of the taxi industry throughout the country or working with all the bigger structures throughout the country like KZN, all the provinces. But if we were to go and start challenging a system like this, when you deal with something that affects the taxi, and the words that says nothing about us without us, we had to make sure that we engage. So I went we went to meet with him, with Mr. Mswazi, to say, we are receiving a lot of complaint on this issue, and we want to attend to this issue.
When did you meet with Mr. Mswazi?
When?
When? You said when we went to meet with Mr. Mswazi. When was that?
It was within the 6 months before he passed on. Because I went to meet with him, and then he explained that, look, you can't just jump into this thing that affect the taxes and you're not understanding the circumstances under which this money is being collected, because the problem is that in some instances the money is being collected to pay lawyers, to deal with certain insurances and everything. So now, he then suggested that, but I'm not well. As you can see, I'm not well. The person that I suggest that you speak to will be this one, who I meet regularly. This is the person who I meet regularly. He was talking about Steve. Now, I then said, okay, I will then speak to, he referred me to Steve. That's when I met Steve on 2 occasions. Now, to meet Steve...
So just before you move on to that, was that the only meeting you had with Mr. Msibi?
With Mr. Msibi, if I remember, yes.
Okay, you can continue.
Now, I met Mr. Msibi at that time, and then I started then meeting with Mr. Mutsumi. Mr. Mutsumi, I met twice or thrice. And why I say twice or thrice? Twice I met him at this Inanda Hotel. That's when we were discussing the issues of the taxi issues. The last one is another one where I met him now too, is after I was also now working on these allegations that kept on coming about Mr. Madlanga, that Mr. Madlanga could be involved in the Mr. Boshoha's matter. I will address
kidnapping. Oh, matter. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm very sorry, General.
Yes,
I thought you said murder.
So maybe I'll address that at that time, but this is how I met Mr. Steve. And then for him, it was just to advise me that, look, in a situation like this, I think I can put together a team of the senior people in the taxi industry that could advise you how a bucket system works so that you can understand it. He said to me, I'm not that deep in the taxis, but if I can put people together, this is most probably the most sensible way of dealing with this situation, rather than you going to arrest that one for the bucket system. In the meantime, you're causing a lot of fights and confusion within the taxis. That's when he said, I will organize people that can talk to you about this. That's how it happened.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate Hassim, the question you asked in relation to 632, I thought we wanted to know who R. Steve, and then in brackets Mswazi is. And then General went on to explain that actually there are 2 different people. One is Mr. Mswazi Msibi, and then the other one is Stephen Mutsumi Steve. What is still not clear is whose phone number this is, because it says Steve and then in brackets Mswazi. So
now, at the outset, Commissioner, I said that it is Steve Mutsumi, and we know that because I referred to Sergeant Nkosi's evidence here, that's who this is.
So we must disregard the Mswazi part in brackets.
Yes, okay. Yes. He explained it when he was here, that this is Steve Mutsumi.
Okay.
I think when you save a number, sometimes, Chair, you find that you've got two Steve or Stevens, or for you to be able to remember a particular person, you also write where you know that person from.
Oh, is that the reason?
I think so.
That's
Sorry, there's just one thing. You said, you mentioned 2 meetings. One at Inanda Hotel. Do you know when that was?
I said 2 at Inanda Hotel. I can't remember the date.
Oh, 2 at Inanda.
Yeah, I'm not good with dates.
And then you said the last one related to having a discussion with him about Matlala's alleged involvement in the kidnapping.
Yes.
And how would he know about that? Why would he be of assistance to you with Mr. Matlala?
What was happening is that we were investigating this thing of Mr. Boshoga, and the teams were running all over everywhere, to an extent that they even went to Polokwane and they followed the car to Polokwane where he was going and hit a house in Polokwane. Apparently it was now at the wife's home, or him, I don't know, but somewhere there. They followed and hit that place there. Every direction they were given by the family, so they were going. So in my case, I then, because I wanted to find someone who can say to me, but because when I asked the team when we were sitting like this, but the family keep on talking about Matlala. And they tell the reasons why they say Matlala. But could Matlala be involved in this thing? Because to me, he appears to be a gentleman that you see, businessman. Now, I then sought to speak to Steve, because remember, Steve knows Matlala. Because apparently Matlala was the bodyguard of Mr. Mswasi, so he will know him. Now, in my case, I wanted to know. Whether, do you think this man is capable of this? Can he go to this extent? And if you can talk to him, maybe even in our absence, are you able to see if he can really assist in making sure that these people if he knows about it? And it is not only about, it wasn't even only, if I remember very well, about this one alone. It was also, there was another case where
General, can you please try to be as brief as possible? It cannot be that in response to each and every question, your answers are as long as this one is. I'm not saying you should not give explanations that are necessary, but it cannot be that in respect of each answer, you are as long as you always are. Can you please try to make your responses briefer?
It's fine, Chair. It's just that she asked me under what circumstance, so I was trying to explain the circumstances. But if it's too long, I apologize, Chair, and then I'll cut it there.
But no, please do finish your explanation.
I just wanted to say, where there was a mother and a child kidnapped, that one touched all of us. And at some point, I also heard that there was a prayer session, but I can't remember in terms of the timelines now. But I've had a meeting with the father of the missing wife and child. He also came to my office. And then the name of Matlala was also still Fishery. And then I went to discuss with Steve and said, but I mean,
when was that? When was that when this came to your knowledge and you?
I don't know the time when they came to my office, but remember there was a point where
we were looking for both. And it is around that time, and the both relatives were in my office. So as to when was that, I can't commit to the timelines. I'm lost.
Was it in 2024 or earlier?
It will be in 2024, I guess.
General, it sounds like then that's the fourth time you meet with Prasteve. Because you said the first two meetings at Inanda were about the taxi issue, and then you met him again about the Mr. Bushoka's matter, and then there is this other family kidnapping, and you had a discussion with him about it as well. That counts to four.
I think it was both. I think it was both.
As in the same meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yes, I know that it didn't happen both at the same time, but Mr. Matala's name, initially the team investigated. Remember, it started a long time, first being investigated by Gauteng, up until the relative came, and then we jumped in. Then as we started working around that, now the team was now getting more involved in this thing. Then this other one was also kidnapped. So it is, where I'm mixing issues, it's unfortunate on my side, but those meetings were around that.
Right. No, I think I've got that for now. And we may return to it as we go on. But this, if we go back to what we were looking at, what we see is Sergeant Nkosi, that same set of messages that came from Major General Pukane that you forwarded to Nkosi, including the audit report, gets sent to Steve Mutsumi. If you have a look at the page I referred to you, 632.
Page 632, yes.
632, and then it goes over to the top of 633. That's where the audit report was sent. Now, you were aware that Sergeant Nkosi is close to Mr. Mutsumi, right? You've said so. Did you expect that he would forward this to Mr. Mutsumi as well?
No.
These documents?
No.
Do you, and again, based on your, as Commissioner Beloy was asking you, your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, why do you think he shared this information with Mr. Mutsumi, given that it has to do with Mr. Matlala's contract? What interest would Mr. Mutsumi have in this?
I wouldn't know, and Commissioners, quite honestly speaking, is the same approach as that one of why why Nkosi sent it to Mr. Matlala. So even in this case, I never expected that you will forward it there.
Just ask more directly, did you ask or authorize Sergeant Nkosi to share this, your communication or the SAPS communication that you gave him, to share it with Mr. Mutsumi?
No.
Did he report to you or tell you that he is going to share or that he has shared this with you?
No.
Okay. Now that you know, you didn't authorize him to do this. Now that you know, what's your comment about it? I mean, he has shared with you, I mean, with other people, your communication that was directed just to him. I expect you must have words of disapproval or condemnation. Or you're okay with it?
Of course, I feel let down and disappointed that he did that. But it's something that already happened and that I find myself in, and it's so unfortunate for me at this point in time, but I feel let down.
Thank you. Ms. Essie?
General, do you know whether, because you've met with Mr. Mutsumi a few times, you've told us that you discussed with Mr. Matlala with him and what he knows about Mr. Matlala, etc. Do you know whether Mr. Mutsumi had any interest in Mr. Matlala's business, Medicare 24?
No, I don't know.
And you wouldn't know whether he had any interest in this particular contractors?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to move to another section of these documents.
Can I just ask one question before you leave this section? Did either General Shibiri or Mr. Mutsumi come back to you and say, hey, Nkosi has shared this document with me, what is it?
It's possible with Shibiri, but with Mr. Mutsumi, I don't think so. Because he might not even have wanted me to know that Nkosi shared something with him. But with General Shibiri, it's possible. I don't say it happened, but it's possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Hassan.
Thanks. I'll come back to Mr. Mutsumi again. But for now, can we just, whatever I'd like to take you is file 7, page 337. Do you have it?
I've got it there, Chair.
Okay, so we're back now to the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and yourself. And if you have a look at number 5, chat number 5, on 21 April 2024, Sergeant Nkosi says to you, indeed, good day, General. I think that's in response to a message, perhaps a greeting that you sent him earlier.
Yes.
He says, I have a meeting with Mtagati and others in regards to Mama issue. And you respond at 12:49 on the same day, but I also want to meet them urgently. I am sitting inside the plane to Brazil and coming back on Friday. Please arrange the meeting. We go on to 338, chat number 2. Sergeant Nkosi says, okay, when should I make appointment for the meeting? Chat number 3, you respond to say Friday night, and he says sharp. Can you tell us who this meeting, who's Mtagati?
Mtagati, I don't know whether it's Steve. I think it's Steve, because when they say Mtagati, I thought it's Steve because it was not the first time I hear the name of Mtagati. So I thought sometimes they call him RR, sometimes they call him Steve, sometimes Mtagati. I'm not sure. So in my mind, it was the same person.
So when Sergeant Nkosi says, I have a meeting with Mtagati and others in regards to Mama issue, you say Mtagati is Steve Mutsumi.
I don't say so. I say it could be.
Well, did you have this meeting? Because he sets it up.
No, I never had that meeting.
You never had the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And who are the others when he says and others?
Remember that the promise was that he's going to put the meeting for me to discuss this issue of the bucket system, and then where possible the construction mafia issues. That's where it happened.
So it was Steve Matsumi and other people from the taxi industry
Yes,
that he was,
that is what I was expecting.
okay. And what's the mama issue?
I don't know.
You don't know what it is. Sergeant Nkosi says in regards to mama issue, and you say, but I also want to meet them urgently.
Yes.
You didn't ask what is the mama issue.
No, it could be his own private thing.
It could be his private thing.
Yes.
Okay. So he says, I want to meet them. You say, I want to meet them urgently. He says, when? Friday night. And you saying that this didn't take place, this meeting?
I think so. I don't remember meeting those taxi people.
This was in April last year. Did you meet them after April last year?
What I know, I've never met a group of people other than Steve that I've met on the occasions I said I met, because at some point we were arranging to meet, and then as we were arranging to meet, I was still held up in meetings, and at the time I said I'm on my way and I'm leaving, and they were already gone. And they said to me, no, we waited for too long and we couldn't wait anymore, so it didn't happen.
Let's go to that one. We're going to get to that. But before we get...
I just need clarity on the identities, Ms. Hasim. General, you appear not to be sure whom Tagati is. Is my understanding correct?
I'm not sure.
You are not sure, thank you. And although you did respond to the question as to who the others were, that is the other people referred to by Sergeant Nkosi, please just tell me again, who do you say the others were? The people that Sergeant Nkosi says he wanted to meet together with Mtakati.
My request was that...
No. I'm talking about the people Sergeant Nkosi is referring to. Who are those people?
Yes. I'm basing it on my request that I want to meet them. I was still referring to the taxi people.
No, that comes after. Who is Sergeant Nkosi referring to? Tagati and others in regards to the mama issue. Who in response to Ms. Hasim did you say the others are? Or I should not confine you to that response. Let me just ask you broadly. Who are the others?
Is Nkosi saying and others?
Yes. Look at the chat, 337, chat number 5.
I saw it.
Yes. Who are the others then?
I think Nkosi is the one who can explain that, Chair. Who were the others?
No, that poses a difficulty for you, because you then say in chat number 6, you also want to meet, open quote, them, close quote, urgently. So you know who he is talking about. So you cannot say that I should ask Sergeant Nkosi. You were referring to the same people. He is going to meet Ntagati and others about the mama issue. And you then say, I want to meet them urgently. So who are the people that you wanted to meet, and who happen to be the same people that Sergeant Nkosi wanted to meet about the mama issue?
From where I'm sitting, because when I wanted to meet, and he said, I'm going to meet, he said them and him and others, I don't know, and I said, okay, I want to meet them urgently, but I was on my way to Brazil.
Do you accept that that obviously means that you knew who those people were? You cannot want to have an urgent meeting with people whose identities you have no idea of. So you knew who Sergeant Nkosi was talking about. It's only logical, correct?
It is correct, Chair.
So who are the people you wanted to meet then?
In my case, The only people that I know.
It cannot be other people. It must be the same people that Sergeant Gosi wanted to meet. So it cannot be my case, all of a sudden my case, and you talk about people who may not necessarily be the same people that Sergeant Gosi was talking about. Sergeant Gosi says, I want to meet Mtagati and others about the Mama issue. And you say, I also want to meet them urgently. So there's a correlation. You are talking about the exact same people. So I'm asking you, who did you want to meet?
Who I wanted to meet was Steve. Steve.
So does that mean that Sergeant Gosi also wanted to meet Steve?
I take it that, Chair.
And is Steve Mtagati or is Steve in the others?
And the others too, as far as I'm concerned, I thought it could be those people still of the people that I wanted to meet.
So, as at the time, Sergeant Gosi wrote this to you, did you know who he was talking about? Because now you seem not sure who he was talking about. And you appear to be talking about the people that you wanted to meet who might not necessarily have been the same people that Sergeant Gosi is talking about. Am I making sense?
The chair is making sense?
Yes. Now, as at the time, Sergeant Gosi wrote this to you, did you know the people that he was saying, I want to meet Mtagati and these people? Did you know who he was referring to at the time?
Oh, Chair, I can't really think at that time who was it, but
all right, if they could. You say, but they could. Please finish your sentence.
Chair, what I know, the people that I would always want to meet was...
No. I'm saying as at the time, did you know those that Sergeant Gosi wanted to meet? Let's park you on the side for a minute. Did you know, as at the time, did you know the people that Sergeant Gosi wanted to meet? You've already said you've already given an answer, and I think you said you are not sure.
Yes, I'm not sure, Chair, but why I'm saying I'm not sure, I do know that I was going to meet Steve.
I've said let's park you on the side for a minute. I'm talking about Sergeant Gosi. Do you not know now, or did you not know at the time, as to the people that Sergeant Gosi was referring to? Do you get the difference?
At the time, I didn't know.
You did not know?
Yes.
Why did you not ask him? Why did you say, who on earth are you talking about?
I really didn't know. As I was saying, maybe I was in a flight now to Brazil. I think I was going on official duties. But when I say I want to meet them.
You want to meet them being people that you did not know, whose identities you did not know at the time. I want to meet them. I don't even know who they are, but I want to meet them. Is that what you are telling us?
No.
What are you telling us?
What I'm trying to tell the chair is that I know that when you spoke about Mtagati, in my mind it was Steve, or it was Steve in my mind.
Did you know Steve to be known as Mtagati?
Interchangeably so. Sometimes he spoke about Mtagati, sometimes he spoke about RR. Sometimes he spoke about Steve, so there were many names, sometimes referring to the same person. So I don't know if there are different people. I'm not so sure, because I can't point out a person by the name of Steve.
How then should I understand your earlier response, which was that you were not sure who Mtagati is, and that you also did not know who the others were? If now you say, you know Steve to be also referred to as Mtagati, how should I take your earlier response? Or how should I understand your earlier response?
I'm lost a little bit, Chair.
Earlier you said that, and I think that was one of my earlier questions. And I was asking it on the back of a response you had given to Ms. Hassim. And I asked you, are you saying that you are not sure whom Mtagati is? Do you remember saying you were not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yes. Now, all of a sudden, you appear to be sure. You say that Steve is also referred to as Mtagati. And also as, did you say R as well?
Yeah,
And
Chair.
also as R.
Chair, I'm not saying with absolute certainty that Steve is Mtagati. I'm not saying that. But the name of Mtagati is not the first time I hear. Now, when he says I'll be meeting Mtagati and others, in my mind, it came as, you know, sometimes they can call you this name, but also call you Mtagati. So
To cut this short, General, I will suggest this to you, and please respond at the end. I will suggest to you that in ordinary communication, you would only say that I want to meet those people urgently if you know or if you knew the identities of those people. I'm going to meet Mtagati and others about the Mama issue. And then you say, I also want to meet them urgently. In ordinary communication, you would only say that if you know the identities of those people. Otherwise, it simply does not make sense. I suggest that to you. Your response?
My response, Chair, is that when I said, okay, it's because he said, I want to meet Mtagati and others. And then I knew he was referring to the same person or people who would be with and say, I would want to meet them when I come back. And when I say them, I was referring to Steve and those that we agreed that is going to arrange for me. So I wasn't really.
Had you made an arrangement to have a meeting about the Mama issue?
No.
So Sergeant Nkosi was going to meet people about the Mama issue. Are you suggesting that the people that he was going to meet about the Mama issue were the same people that you wanted to meet?
No. In my case, he was just telling me that he's going to meet them.
About the Mama issue?
It's fine.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yes. Yes.
That I'm going to meet them about the Mama issue.
Yes.
He will be the one to explain about the Mama issue.
Then how do those people become the same people that you wanted to meet? The people that he wants to meet about the Mama issue, how do they become the same people that you want to meet about something else altogether?
I'm not, from where I'm sitting, I'm not connecting the Mama issue.
Exactly.
Where I'm sitting, I'm not connecting the Mama issue with the meeting that I wanted to have.
Exactly.
So I'm saying I also want to meet them as soon as possible.
Them being people that he is meeting about the Mama issue, and you want to meet these people about something else. Is that not correct?
Yes, yes.
Where's the correlation? How do they become the same people?
It's just that, Chair, I'm trying to explain that as Sergeant goes, you are telling me about something, and I say, but I also want to meet them urgently on something else.
Thank you, General.
Can I raise another possibility that you can think about during lunch, General? I know it's lunchtime, about this engagement, and we can discuss it when we come back. There are two possibilities in this statement, and the chair in this exchange, and the chair has discussed with you the one possibility. The other is that you didn't know these people, as you say, you're telling us. You didn't know them, but you wanted to meet whoever he's discussing the mama issue with. So it's about the mama issue. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. There are two possibilities. You either knew whom Tagati is and the others, and you wanted to meet them for whatever business. Or if we go with your version where you say, I didn't know who these people are, but I wanted to meet them urgently because that's what your message says, then the emphasis is on the mama issue, that you knew what the mama issue is and you wanted to meet whomever he was meeting to discuss the mama issue. You understand the distinction I'm drawing? Yeah, I think we can discuss it when we come back because I'm also interested in the discussion.
Let's adjourn and, according to my co-commissioners, come back at 2:10. Let's adjourn.
Into mercenary activities is ongoing. Khalihle Khumalo, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Recapping the top story, KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has lodged an application for an interdict against the owner of a security firm in connection with alleged defamatory statements. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News headlines at 1:30.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
As the nation seeks answers, SAfm brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAfm 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with modern smart meters, giving you clarity, control, and confidence. And with your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. So please allow the authorized installers access to install your new meter. And for more information, you can visit Eskom's website. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, as we kick off the show today, how are you doing? Hope you are having a better day than we are having on the. When I say we, I mean me. We are having on this side. But you know what they say, if it's not going quite the way you anticipate it to go, just change it. So that's what we endeavor to do today, indeed. It's a beautiful, cool day in Johannesburg. I hope that you're also having, sort of eased temperatures in whichever corner of the world you are in. Although the weather is giving us wonderful reprieve from the sun, the issues that surround the city continue. Oh my goodness, can you imagine? I don't know about you, but I woke up to day 9 of zero water in my neighborhood. That's 9 straight days of not even a drop of water. You know, the most frustrating thing about how this city is run sometimes, it's a lack of communications. And I'm sure a lot of you have friends who are in comms somewhere, somehow, crisis management, and they always say manage the expectation of the client. So if it means you must do 10 updates a day, rather manage that blowout than to leave people lingering in the dark trying to figure it out for themselves, because then when they do blow up, it becomes something that you cannot contain. And I think that's been the biggest frustration, feeling this pinch of 9 days with zero water and zero explanation as to what is going on, and the magnitude of the problem, and also perhaps the projected time frames. Because if you tell us, listen, you guys might not have water for 2 weeks, we can somehow figure our minds out and try to be okay with that plan. But if you wake up every single day expecting water in your tap and then there's no water in your tap, becomes a bit of a problem. But hey, yeah, we will persevere nonetheless. It's day 66 at the Madlanga Commission today. In the midst of trying to figure out my household this morning, I was watching a little bit of Shadrach Sibiya on that hot seat, and it seemed as though this morning he started off a little bit timid before that initial break that happened before the tea break, when he went to consult his attorney as to how he should proceed with this morning's line of questioning. He seemed a bit more timid, a bit more docile in his physical languaging, as though he's the guy who went home and he realized that he's been caught with his hands in the cookie jar, and no matter how much he tries to explain it away, it cannot be explained away. So we're going to catch up with Sbahle Mota around that. And then today is the D-Day, where we're giving away that skincare hamper courtesy of Dr. Judy Pretorius and Biomedical Emporium. So if you send through your WhatsApp, you definitely want to stick around, because we might be calling you. Speaking of Sbahle Mota, let's head on over to her. Hey Sbahle, how are you?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Catch us up. What have we missed this morning? It started off with a bit of a consultation with Shadrach and his overseeing attorney, just talking strategy, I guess, about how he should proceed with this morning's line of questioning.
Yeah, but it is General Shadrach Sibiya, and I just somehow think at times he just shoots from the hip. But what we have really heard from his testimony is, the allegations that he has somewhat of a close relationship with Vusimuzi Cat Madlala are seemingly true, because if you remember, he told the commission yesterday that he met Madlala in January 2024, and they were speaking about this tender, but then the commission actually established that it couldn't have been about the tender, because this tender was actually awarded to Madlala only in June 2024. But we are seeing later in that year that, General Shadrach Sibiya actually invites Madlala, but he doesn't call it an invitation, but through witness F or Sergeant Kosi, he tells Sergeant Kosi to tell Madlala to make a turn at his house, and it was his son's engagement party, and this is where Madlala went. And I think what this actually proves is just the sort of close proximity or relationship that the pair enjoyed. We are even seeing that later on that year in December 2024, when there was a raid at Vusimuzi Cat Madlala's house. He tells the police that were at his home that he does know General Shadrach Sibiya, and it was Sibiya who allowed him to use the SAfm college and the hospital for the new trainees, just for medical assessment. And so I think what the commission has been able to establish, or by the cross-examination and the testimony that has been presented by General Shadrach Sibiya, is the fact that, there was some form of reciprocal relationship that existed between the pair, and even leading up to the award of this tender. So that is where we are, and he's also been questioned about his other links to other alleged criminal syndicate members.
Today is supposed to be that additional day of questioning, day 5. But again, there's so much to get through when it comes to Shadrach Sibiya, because he is one of the central focused characters, in this entire SAPS investigation and inquiry. Do we anticipate that we will see a wrap today, or there's still plenty more issues to ventilate, considering that the Commission generally takes it one item at a time?
I mean, it seems like, we are hoping that we could possibly conclude his testimony today. But like you said, he is one of the main figures that has been implicated in quite a lot of wrongdoing in the South African Police Service. And even new details just keep emerging, where even the Commission has even heard that he has shared very sensitive information with the likes of Vusmuzi Ket Madlanga, and this was in regards to an audit report. So we are also just seeing these recurring themes that have been before the Madlanga Commission, where we are hearing that various top police officials are sharing very sensitive information with the likes of Vusmuzi Ket Madlanga. So right now, I don't even know if we will finish his testimony, but I do assume that this is what the commissioners want, and they want to finish his testimony, because by this time yesterday, the chairperson had already alluded to the fact that we would have another day with Sibiya being on the stand. So I think at this moment it's very tricky to say, or maybe we may even have a later adjournment at 6 p.m. But only time will tell whether we adjourn today with his testimony, or he'll continue his cross-examination tomorrow.
And I guess, at the crux of the matter is establishing whether or not there is guilt in as far as his involvement is concerned. And maybe there won't be a need to go through every single item if the Commission can broadly establish that, yes, there is cause for further investigation in as far as he's concerned.
No, definitely. And remember, he's also trying to just fight the commissioners as well as the evidence leader to give him time to tell his side of the story, because he has actually taken, offense to the fact that it seems as though the commission is somehow trying to pressurize him and trying to get him to concede to things that he does actually not understand why. I mean, we even heard this when there was an exchange between him and Commissioner Sesi Baloyi, where he was like, "You're overwhelming me, you're trying to get me to concede." Even his attitude towards the evidence leader, Advocate Adela Hassim. So I think what the commission is also trying to do, and as best as they can, is just also to give him that space to sort of satisfy himself, although he has quite a number of times said that he's just not satisfied with the way that he's been treated. I mean, even this morning he was quoting a line from Animal Farm, saying that some animals are more equal than others, because quite a number of times he's been trying to get the commission to sort of ask him questions in a certain type of way. So I think the commission also just needs to also give him that space, so that when he's concluded, he doesn't then say, no, his cross-examination as well as his testimony was compromised or was rushed or anything like that.
I mean, I'm no lawyer, but I guess by nature of interrogation, it's not really about the questions that you want to be asked. It's about the questions that need to be asked in order to get to the bottom of the truth, and to poke holes in your story, because he had his opportunity with his statement. This is now the interrogation and the poking holes of it. So you can't necessarily cry foul and say, ask me this, because you know that if you get asked this, you have that ready answer for that.
No, definitely. And I guess his other strategy that we've quite seen is how he will, go after everybody that has come after him, and he sort of also wants to just reveal certain details about the people that it seems as though the commission is somehow siding with or taking their statements. And one case in point we saw even yesterday, when he had, alluded to the fact that Vusmuzi Ket Madlanga as well as Musa Khawula, the entertainment blogger, mostly frequent the same places, and the commissioners were even asking him what places are these. He says it's after 9 clubs. So there's a sort of way that he wants the commissioners to ask him questions, so that he can also reveal and expose the people who have also come before the Madlanga Commission, implicating his name. And we've seen what he has done with certain information that he's told before the commission, especially about, General Sentimoli.
Absolutely. Spatlemota, we'll leave it there for today. That's Spatlemota, SABC News reporter. It's 20 past 1 o'clock. A quick break, and then we come back on the other side and we give away some skincare with Dr. Judy's Biomedical Emporium.
There's a bold new rhythm on SABC2, and it starts Monday, 9 February, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. A new vodcast, Our Space, fires up conversation with young perspectives. At 4:30 p.m., a new talk show, Ain't Like Let's Connect, hosted by Penny Lebiane and Fran Rico. At 7:30 p.m., Deal or No Deal, now in a new time slot, Raising the Tension with Katlego Mabuwe. At 9 p.m., the new telenovela, Pimville, starring Gil Mabalane and Tapelo Mokoena, brings bold Soweto stories to life. From 23 February at 7 p.m., settle in for new drama, Paradise, starring Losha Cooper, Ilse Klink and Zayn Mias. This is the new era of SABC2. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA. SABC2.
Using Scholar Transport comes with responsibilities. Every learner has a role to play in keeping themselves, their friends, and the driver safe. Stay seated and behave responsibly. Avoid shouting, pushing, standing, or moving around inside the vehicle at any time. Think safety first. Remember that safety starts before the journey begins and continues until you are safely off the road. Good behavior saves lives. Your actions matter. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right. So for the past couple of weeks, over the month of love, we've been asking you to send through your voice notes to us, telling us about your meet cute, how you met your significant other. And Dr. Judy Pretorius, who often comes through on the show every other Tuesday to talk all things skin deep, had put together a wonderful hamper for you, valued at over 5,000 Rand. And that's 2 hampers to 2 couples. Today is the day where we get to call somebody and give away this fabulous, fabulous prize. Dr. Judy was supposed to be with us today as per usual, but unfortunately she's had a family emergency this morning. So we're sending all of our love hearts to her and her daughter. But she sent a representative who's equally befitting, Hanneke Oosthuizen, who works with her at Biomedical Emporium in the science lab. So who knows everything there is to know about skin, about products, and fabulous things. And we're going to talk about, just briefly, about some of the products that are within the hamper, as well as, what's going on with this weather and how that's going to affect our skin before we get to the exciting part of announcing this afternoon's winners. How are you doing, Hanneke?
Hi, Bridget. Very well, thank you. And thank you for having me.
Only but a pleasure. Thank you for the time and for stepping in at last minute. We're super excited. We're going to get to the announcing of the winners in a second. But let's talk a little bit about, Biomedical Emporium and the product offering that you guys have, because a lot of times people get confused around, medically sort of advanced products versus over-the-counter products. And they're kind of like, I'm not sure if I should dabble in that stuff because it could be too strong for me. It could be this, it could be that. But I think it's just a lack of information at times.
Of course it is. Of course it is. The thing is to understand the ingredients well. And that's usually where we lose people, because they get to a name and the product is associated with a name and they don't really understand what the ingredients are. So we've got ingredient heroes that we need to focus on, especially this time of the year, going into from summer into fall. The one ingredient that I could speak about quite loudly and reiterate it with my whole heart is niacinamide, for example. Niacinamide takes care of the skin, helps to repair damaged skin. It actually puts to put it in layman's terms, it helps with the building blocks of the skin, and it rebuilds itself basically. So it's like skin food, and this is really what people can look out for. is to read that label.
Yeah.
Look out for niacinamide. It can't do you any harm. It's going to just help you in your skin phase where it's at now at the moment, especially with sun damage, that the skin do need repair of. I mean, we all went back into work and got into this whole runaway train again for the year, and it's already, your skin is stressed. We're already looking forward to the next holiday. I can suppose you can relate to that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, in change of season, we see it quite visibly in all of our skins, I think, and maybe some of us more acutely so than others. And this is the time. We've seen the last couple of days have been getting cooler and cooler in Johannesburg. We went from extreme heat to suddenly cool days, and I can imagine that can be a bit of a shocker on the skin.
That's exactly it. You don't even know whether you should go into your richer moisturizers as yet, because one day you're cold, you think, okay, maybe for drier parts of South Africa during wintertime, you want to prepare the skin with a more, moisturizing moisturizer or facial cleanser, where I would suggest hold on to your horses until winter comes, because we've got the more moistureful days and the more drier days. Just take it slowly before you start to change your regime, for example.
When you say take it slowly, what do you mean? Do we start only incorporating niacinamide into everything, not a drastic change?
A drastic change would come towards winter times, where you go for the more moisture-rich products to use on your skin. Niacinamide, I would incorporate immediately, especially with the sunnier days, the skin that might need repair, stressful situations that could come onto the skin surface, because the skin is our number one indicator of what's going on in your body.
Absolutely. Okay. So in this pack, and we're going to call our winners in just a few moments. In this fabulous pack that everyone's been so excited about, what can they look forward to? I'm pretty sure it's a 1, 2, 3. I call it a 3-step introduction, like a 1, 2, 3 step introduction.
No, we didn't make it easy for you guys. What we were aiming for was the niacinamide hero product ingredient hero. And so the number one step is there, of course, there's a facial cleanser. There's a skin repair serum, shave relief serum, exo serum, vitamin E therapy, eye patches and scalp serum. So this all of these products, because we believe at Biomedical Emporium to wear your strength, love your skin. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. You can use all of these products. So I'm quite sure when these products hit the winners, they're probably going to have a little bit of a domestic fight with who's who in the zoo with using what. But the beauty of the scenario is they all can use these products. It's absolutely put together for them as a couple. They can use and enjoy together and speak about what the effects are on their skin and how they perceive it. So I think it's going to be a little fun project for them anyway.
Absolutely. And before we get to the headline news, I just want us to also touch a little bit, Hanneke, in like 40 seconds or so, on what people should look out for. Because when you first time using products that have high concentration hero ingredients, you're not quite sure what should I be looking out for, because it's a gradual transition of your skin. You're not going to see the impact tomorrow.
You're never going to see the impact tomorrow. It is, the skin regenerates itself, almost on a daily basis. So this do take time. So if you use products that work on the deeper levels of the skin, it's going to take a little bit of time to see the effects, but you will definitely feel it. You trust your gut. You will definitely feel once you start to use the products, is this going into the right direction? It doesn't have any burning sensations. There isn't any extra redness or any, can I say, like a bit of a rash forming. You can quickly see when a product is doing the right thing, and trust your gut. You can feel it.
Absolutely. Let's pause for a second there, Hanneke. Keep them in suspense for a couple more seconds. We're going to take the headline news, and then when we come back on the other side, we announce our winners.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, a fire has broken out at the Cape Town International Airport. AXA spokesperson Offensa Dijon says details around the fire remain sketchy. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has launched an application for an interdict against the owner of a security firm in connection with alleged defamatory statements. And suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he has never helped attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala to obtain access to SAPS Training College. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Is the issue and the use of AI being regulated or not? And the first thing you see now, you have to just pause. Why can't all artificial intelligence that creates artificial narratives have a disclaimer up front?
Yes, we do have organizations like Africa Check, where you can just try and do fact check in terms of the information being disseminated.
Titi Pizzo, Commissioner at the Independent Electoral Commission.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Hello, Dr.
All right. We are, my tech team. Anyway, we are in conversation with Hanneke Oosthuizen, and Hanneke works side by side with Dr. Judy Pretorius, who you've come to know for Skin Deep. And Dr. Judy thought that for February, to celebrate the month of love, to wrap it up, it's also my birthday month, that we should give away something fabulous. So she put together incredible hampers to give away to 2 lucky couples, well worth over 5,000 Rand each. And we asked you to simply just send us a voice note with your meet cute, how you met your partner. It could be awkward, it could be funny, it could be the unexpected, it could just be a random bump in a church. You just never know. And so we've got so many voice notes from you guys, and we spent the last couple of days listening through them. In fact, we were fighting up until the very last minute about who should be the finalists for this giveaway. And Hanneke is here, and she's going to help us celebrate who becomes the winner. But it's always fun, Hanneke, right? It's always fun when we get to give away stuff and potentially get to change people's lives, because your face is the first thing that people see.
Bridget, I couldn't have put it better. And it's very exciting to be able to communicate and be in contact with people in this kind of way, in this exciting hamper kind of way. I mean, this is a great opportunity from our perspective to introduce, just change some lives and just introduce this amazing product to people. So, thank you for this. We really appreciate you.
Oh, no, only but a pleasure. So let's get to the good part. I know we've got a few listeners that are standing by already, anticipating, wondering if they are the winners. So what we're going to do is we're going to play some voice notes, hear some stories, and then we come back on the other side and see who our winner is.
Hello, Dr. Judy and team. My name is Mario from Limpopo.
Me and my beautiful partner have been together for the most amazing 16 years. We met when I was a manager at a restaurant in Pretoria, and now we are still together with two amazing children. And trust me when I say nothing is more important to her than skincare for our kids. We try the utmost to look after them, or I should say she does at least. And I should also say that there would be no better birthday present for myself because my birthday is on the 24th. So nothing would make me happier to play this to her and to my kids to show her how much I love her, how much I care for her, and for our children. So yes, put me on the list, please. Let's go.
Dumela Oos Bridget, this is Nhlanhla Tsolo here from Everton in the Val. Just a short story about me and my lovely partner, or shall I say my lovely wife. We met 3 years ago, meeting at church, and yeah, me being me, being afraid to go and Gyoshela in Tombazana. Little girl was also looking at me, and what she did, she went on Facebook, looked for my account, got it, and there she was, posting pictures, posting everything. And because I was interested, I was liking and loving and hearting all of those pictures until the day I got Isbindi to say, you know what? Hey, how are you? How was church when I didn't go to church? And yeah, that is how it all started. And this year, or last year in June, we found out that we were pregnant with our first daughter. And yeah, we've been through too much in this relationship. Money issues where I got dismissed from work. She carried me over. Yeah, I got work now. I'm a proud grade R practitioner. And yeah, she went through a lot also with her mother getting into ICU. So our relationship has been marred by a lot of challenges. And this Valentine's Day, when she is now 36 weeks pregnant, I just wish her all the best because she is stuck in hospital since last week Sunday with blood pressure skyrocketing, with her pulse racing, and she's been undergoing a lot of tests and everything. But hey, she's keeping strong for our baby and for this marriage. And yeah, I'm saying my wife today because when she got into hospital last week Sunday, that was when I went to go and pay for her lobola. So traditionally, she is my wife. And yeah, hey, we've been through it. But yeah, I love her so much.
I mean, I see the time looming here, and I need to take a break in 3 minutes, but I don't want to hold anyone in suspense any longer, Hanneke. We got so many beautiful stories, and we absolutely loved every one of your stories. But Mario and Nhlanhla, congratulations to you both.
Oh, wow.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
I can't believe it.
Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Dr. Judy.
Yeah, thank you so much, hey.
It's only a pleasure. Congratulations, guys. Mario, I know that when you have daughters and a wife, skincare can be very, very expensive, a part of the budget. So
You don't know what a birthday present this is for me. You really don't understand. Thank you so much, guys. No better present in this. Thank you so much.
And happy birthday for today. You're 2 days before me. So fellow Pisces, I hope you're having a great day today. And say hi to the wife and the kids. And Nhlanhla, I hope it's good news. I know what it's like to be at labor ward and watching the blood pressure, but I hope it's good news that we can say congratulations.
So far so good. And just to say, we are in hospital today. I have to go back now to her because she was admitted yesterday and the doctor said we are not releasing until the baby pops out.
I prefer that.
I'm holding with bated breath.
Oh, no, I prefer that indeed. I've been in a similar situation. I know the anxiety that journey can bring. But hold strong, be cheerful, and you're going to meet your little one very soon.
Oh, I can't wait, eh? I can't really wait.
No,
and the funny part is that now with all the pregnancy, I'm the one getting the breakout of pimples and acne in my face and not her.
Look, they call it sympathy symptoms. I love it.
That
Well,
is good.
we'll let you get back to your loved one, Tlatla, before she shouts at you. But thank you so much, guys. Thank you for participating, and to everybody who sent through their voice notes. We absolutely appreciate it. It was such a blast hearing your stories. We actually wanted to pull Dr. Judy and her team's arms and say, can't we bankrupt you all? But we couldn't do that. Haniki, the final word to you.
Oh, I am this is priceless to hear these reactions and to understand what these people are going through today. Nhlanhla, congratulations. We are hoping and rooting here for you guys. Mario, it is finally time for you and wife to take care of you guys, and happy birthday. This is absolutely marvelous. I am so glad. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much, Team Biomedical Emporium, Haneke, and of course, Dr. Judy Pretoria. She'll be back with us again in the other week. So we'll come through with some conversation and field your questions. That's it in as far as this competition is concerned. A quick break, and then we come back on the other side.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
As action heats up, the search for victory continues. Banyana Banyana tackles the beautiful flowers in the third and final group contest. This is the 2025 Hollywood Bets COSAFA Women's Championship. Catch South Africa versus Lesotho on Tuesday, 24 February at 3 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, a quick catch up with the founder of Tembisa Theatre Week, Mxolisi Masilela, right now, and we're looking at the 10th Tembisa Theatre Week, which is currently on until Sunday, the 1st of March. It's stages, pages, screens, and more. All right, let's get straight into it. Mxolisi, how are you doing today? Oh, we're still getting Mxolisi on the line as well. Okay, let's take a quick pause. We'll be right back.
This is Tula Sizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
Tulis, just before you run off, every morning, Sipho Mantula comes on, does the Africa report, Africa update, which we really love.
Yes.
And he signs off with Asanda Sunda, or something like that.
Asanta
And then I
Sanda.
heard, okay, and then I heard somebody else use that this morning as well, and thought, okay, it must be a popular signing off. What does it mean?
I thought you were going to throw. Come on, Rob, give me a curveball, a real one. That one
Well,
is easy.
no, well, it's a curveball for me. You could throw that one at me many times, and I'd miss it every time. I
absolutely.
don't know what it means. I've never heard it apart from Sipho.
It's Kiswahili. So Asante means thank you. Asante Sana is thank you very much.
Big stories of the day on the Morning Brief. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
Mxolisi Masilela joins us now, founder of the Tembisa Theatre Week, and they're celebrating the 10th annual Theatre Week. It's on until Sunday, the 1st of March. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm doing very well. Thank you for the call.
Thank you for the time. Talk to us about the inception of the Tembisa Theatre Week, because, and a lot of people think theatre, as much as our parents and grandparents grew up on township theatre, a lot of people think that these spaces don't exist anymore in our communities.
They exist. The TX Theatre is a testament to that. So the inception of the TX Theatre was established in 2014 at the Madlanga Community Arts Center in the heart of Tembisa. That's where we operate primarily, but the idea of township theatre and alternative space, as the TX Theatre, we operate in different townships. We operate in the Vaal, we operate in Delmas, we operate in Soweto, we operate in Deviton, we operate in bits and pieces of communities in the country. Because the concept of the TX Theatre It's a theater that we call it theater in the back, where we've bought equipment that you could build and dismantle and put it in a bakkie and set theaters all over the country. So that's the inception of the TX Theater. But the Tembisa Theater Week is a response to a prolific hunger that young community-based theater makers have around creating theater and spaces in our country being limited and no access. So the Tembisa Theater Week has came about to create that space where young creatives could create theater, a space where they could try things out, where they could try, fail until they get it right. And today we are celebrating a milestone. We're celebrating 10 years of this theater existing in the township of Tembisa.
I mean, very important. I think both those elements, you know, the text theater and its traveling ability, its ability to take itself to the spaces where it will meet its audience and its talent, but also having this sort of identified in Tembisa, where the surround community and youth can come through and, as you say, really flex and expand on themselves and their creativity. Especially if you're looking at a career in theatre, you're looking to professionalize yourself. It's very important to be allowed these spaces where you can make mistakes, where you can grow and shape your thinking and your mind.
Yeah, it's very important. And also, the beautiful thing or privilege about the TX Theatre and the Tembisa Theatre Week, there are many scholars around it. One of our advisory and a board member who's hands-on at the TX Theatre, she's a university professor, Dr. Refilwe Lepere, who works at Wits University, who's also a scholar in theatre and performance. Another advisor is Dr. Katlego Chale, who works primarily at the University of the Western Cape. And the artists that we're celebrating this year, Mpho Joseph Molepo, who also has a bachelor's degree in performance from Wits. So we have these people that really give you a space to really try things out, and we have this strong mentorship around it, and hence most of our actors are graduating. Some are graduating from TUT, some are graduating from DUT, some have went and crossed the border studying music and performance in the United States of America. So this becomes a home to really find and tune and harness your voice as a practitioner. But it doesn't end here, because we have this access as the Tembisa Theatre Week and the TX Theatre that allows you to really connect with the globe, because we have a very strong relationship with University of California, Riverside. We have a strong relationship with Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. We create this cultural exchanges and master classes and studying programs. So Tembisa Theatre Week really is about a concept of bringing the world to Tembisa and taking Tembisa back to the world. So that's the idea that we work from. And also creating in the marginalized spaces like Tembisa and really create meaningful art that can participate and tour the world, and we could trade it anywhere in the world. So that's what we are doing. And we've been trying to pursue that for the past 10 years.
I love it. Mxolisi, I mean, this was just an introductory conversation, but we'll have to leave it there today. I know that the Tembisa Theatre Week is currently on until the 1st of March, and you've got over 9 dynamic days and 17 powerful productions that will take center stage. And folks can find you on social media if they want to have a closer look at the itinerary as to what the days are going to look like. That was Mxolisi Masilela, founder of the Tembisa Theatre Week. It's fast approaching 10:02. Time to get into Kids Corner, which should run us till the top of the hour, and then we'll bring you the 2 o'clock bulletin.
Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Tuesday. Today we're talking about something we all do: bathing and keeping clean. Do you prefer bathing or showering? Do you bathe or shower every day? Why is that important? When do you think is the best time to bath? In the morning or before bed? How do you feel after taking a nice clean bath or shower? Why is washing your body properly important for your health? What do you think can happen if you don't bath regularly? And here's a funny one. Why do you think some children don't like bathing? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatima because I'm 6 years old. I go to Joburg Christian Academy School. I always bathe every day to remove germs and keep myself clean. It's always best to bathe in the morning and before bedtime. I always feel relaxed and refreshed after taking a bath. Bathing properly removes germs and body odor. If you don't bath regularly, you will get sick and smell. Children don't like to bath because they don't think it's important.
Greetings to you all. My name is Alanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. I bath every day. It is important to bath because you should have a better hygiene, and if you don't bath, you smell, and that's very unhealthy. The best time to bath is in the morning and before bed. Why? Because it's very important. You can sleep while you're smelling, and you can go somewhere or wake up, go to school without bathing. How do I feel after taking a bath? I feel very fresh. Washing your body is properly important because it makes your hygiene more clean and makes your body very fresh. Something that can happen if you don't bath regularly, you can have a lot of changes in your skin and might smell and have bad things in your body. I think most children don't like bathing because sometimes they think it'll take time and they'll want to do their stuff such as playing video games, watching TV, and bathing will be disturbing them. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Sandoletsu Mapike. I'm 11 years old and I go to Nova Pioneering. Yes, I do bathe or shower every day because it's a hygienic thing to do. I think the best time to bath is in the morning and before bed because when you bath in the morning, you feel fresh and you don't stink when you go to school or work. And when you go bath at night, I think when you sleep, you have like a peaceful rest. When I'm done taking a shower or a bath, I normally feel fresh, clean, and hygienic. I think washing your body properly is important for your health because when you want to bath, right, and you don't bath properly, you're still gonna be dirt and you're gonna be itchy and irritated. So I think you should wash your body properly so that you feel dirty, clean, and all of those germs and dirtiness on your skin can go off. If you don't bath regularly, I think we will stink and we will become more dirty and it will be harder for us to clean ourselves. I think most children don't like bathing because some of them are afraid of water and some of them like, I don't want to come in the water. Thank you, bye.
Good day, my name is Monet Angel Mengobera. I bath every day. Showering regularly helps remove dirt, sweat, and bacteria from your skin, which can help prevent body odor, skin infections, and other health issues. The best time to bath, I don't really know if it's in the morning or before bed because morning showers can also help you wake up and feel energized, but also evening baths can also help you relax and prepare for your sleep. How I feel after taking a clean bath or shower is that I feel refreshed and relaxed as well. Washing your body properly is important for your health because it helps remove dirt and bacteria and sweat that can lead to body odor, as well as dead skin cells that can block pores. So, what can happen if we don't bath regularly is that we're gonna experience body odor, skin infections or acne, irritation or rashes. I think most children don't like bathing because they might find it uncomfortable or scary because of water temperature and soup in the eyes and more. And also, they'd rather play or do something fun rather than bathing. They might also not understand the importance of bathing or hygiene yet. So, if you want to make it more enjoyable for them, you can make it a fun experience. You can use warm water and gentle products, and you can also let them have some control, such as them choosing the soap or playing with toys. Thank you and have a lovely day.
My name is Bonar Amadi. I do enjoy taking a shower because it's faster than a bath. A bath, I have to wait until the water is fine and takes minutes. When I finish bathing, I will need to spend another time cleaning the bathtub. In a shower, I just need to open the water, then shower. It takes not even minutes to open the water in the shower like in the bathtub. Taking a shower is important for my hygiene because if I don't shower, I smell bad. The longest I've gone without taking a shower is 3 days because I was just too lazy sometimes and I forgot.
My name is Tulufele Moeng. I enjoy taking a bath because I enjoy soaking in the nice warm water from a long day of school. I just put a bubble bath so I can think about all the nice things that happened that day. It's very good to take a bath every day to keep a good hygiene. I wouldn't skip a day or two without taking a bath, and my mom would never allow me.
My name is Kerabo Malebe. I do sometimes enjoy taking a bath and a shower. The reason why I sometimes enjoy taking a shower or a bath is because it helps with my hygiene and it can also help to relax. I am aware that bathing or showering is important for our hygiene. The longest I've gone without taking a shower is never. I take a shower every day. Sometimes I bath at night and sometimes I bath in the afternoon or sometimes I bath in the morning.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Bathing or showering is an important part of every child's daily routine. Even though everyone may have their own preference, some children prefer quick showers because they are fast and refreshing, while others enjoy warm baths because they feel relaxing and calming. Whether it is a bath or a shower, what truly matters is building the habit of keeping the body clean every day. Daily washing is important because throughout the day, our bodies collect sweat, dirt, and germs from playing, learning, and moving around. Without proper hygiene, bacteria can build up on our skin, causing body odor, skin irritations, or even infections. Regular bathing protects our health, keeps our skin fresh, and helps us feel comfortable around others. Cleanliness is not only about appearance, it is about preventing illnesses and taking responsibility for our well-being. The best time to bathe depends on individual routines. Bathing in the morning helps children feel awake, energized, and ready for school. Bathing before bed washes away the daily dirt and allows the body to rest comfortably through the night. Both options are beneficial, and consistency is more important than the specific time chosen. Both options are beneficial, and consistency is more important than the specific time chosen. After taking a clean bath or shower, most children feel refreshed, confident, and relaxed. There is a noticeable difference in how the body feels when it is clean. The sense of freshness can improve mood, concentration, and self-confidence. Some children may resist bathing because they do not want to pause their playtime, dislike water in their eyes, or feel cold afterward. However, understanding the importance of hygiene helps build discipline and healthy habits that last a lifetime. Learning to care for one's body is a part of growing up responsibly. In the same way we take care of our schoolwork and friendships, we can also take care of our bodies. Clean habits show self-respect and consideration for others. By practicing proper hygiene every day, we develop responsibility, confidence, and awareness about our health. Small daily actions such as taking a bath or shower contribute to a healthier body, a clearer mind, and a stronger sense of personal pride. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
On the top stories, a fire breaks out the Cape Town International Airport and gunmen in Pakistan attack police. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana and a very good day. A fire has broken out at the Cape Town International Airport. AXA spokesperson Ofensa Dijwe says details around the fire remain sketchy. He says at this point it is unclear if flights are affected by the fire. Emergency personnel are on the scene. Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner General Shadrack Sibia has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he has never helped attempted murder accused Bosimuzi Ket Matlala to obtain access to the SAPS training college. The training college would form part of a legal challenge by Matlala, where he also admitted to police at the time they were raiding his house that Sibia had granted him permission to use the college and hospital for new recruits, but that legal challenge was subsequently withdrawn. Sibia told evidence leader advocate Adila Hasim that he did not help Matlala get access to the training college.
Did you assist Mr. Matlala in obtaining access to the training college or to the use of the training college in a particular way at this point in time in 2024 or in January 2024?
No. And I'm far from that process as well. So I could not, even if I wanted to, from where I am operating, I can't even put my finger there. It's far from me.
KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has lodged an application for an interdict against the owner of a security firm in connection with alleged defamatory statements. According to court papers, Calvin Matibele accused Mkhwanazi of being corrupt, involved in unlawful killings, as well as being captured by private interests. Matibele allegedly made these statements in a social media post after police visited his company, Calvin Security and Home, in a national police action in December and February. Mkhwanazi is asking the court to declare the utterances false and defamatory. He also wants Matibele to apologize and be interdicted from repeating the claims. DA councillor for Ward 69, which covers parts of Westbury and Coronationville in Johannesburg, says she's unable to act when it comes to the lack of consistent water supply. Councillor Genevieve Sherman says she has been trying to get a permanent solution to the water crisis, but to no avail. A number of Westbury residents have blockaded roads with stones yet again this morning, demanding uninterrupted water supply. Residents say they are tired of relying on water tankers. The protest comes after Gauteng Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi announced that there is progress in dealing with the water challenges. Sherman elaborates.
As ward councillors, we are now dependent from what the city gives us to work with. And water tankers are unfortunately what we have to work with. So they'll dispatch water tankers, of which we as councillors, by the way, have to manage, which is completely unsustainable against any human rights.
Gunmen in Pakistan have attacked a police van in the city of Kohat, killing at least 5 officers, one of them high-ranking. Several other people were injured. The BBC's Peter Hayat reports.
Officials say gunmen attacked a police van which was on patrol and then set it on fire. A number of civilians are also said to have been caught up in the violence. Police sent reinforcements to seal off and search the area. It's the latest in a series of clashes in the region, which is in northwestern Pakistan near the Afghan border. Over the weekend, Pakistan said it struck 7 militant hideouts in response to recent suicide bombings. On Monday, President Zardari said more cross-border airstrikes might be coming.
Recapping the top story, a fire has broken out at the Cape Town International Airport. Access spokesperson Offense Dijou says details around the fire remain sketchy. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world to stories that inspire, move and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up.
Using Scholar Transport comes with responsibilities. Every learner has a role to play in keeping themselves, their friends, and the driver safe. Board safely, enter the vehicle calmly, sit properly, and fasten your seatbelt at all times. Wait for a complete stop. Only enter or exit the vehicle once it has come to a full stop and move away from the road in an orderly and safe manner. Respect the driver. Do not distract the driver while the vehicle is in motion. The driver's full attention is needed to keep everyone safe. Good behavior saves lives. Your actions matter. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Is the issue and the use of AI being regulated or not? And the first thing you see now, you have to just pause. Why can't all artificial intelligence that creates artificial narratives have a disclaimer up front?
Yes, we do have organizations like Africa Check, where you can just try and do fact check in terms of the information being disseminated.
Titi Pizzo, Commissioner at the Independent Electoral Commission.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I mean, anything that has to do with a little bit of maskandi or a lot of maskandi, ngilapho mina. Nesicatha me at times ngikhona phakathi. Mnqobi Yazo featuring Umzukulu with this one. Sanbonani is the name of this particular track. We thought we would just ease you with a little bit of music as we waited for the Madlanga Commission to come back from their lunch break. And they are back. Today is day 5 of General Shadrack Sibiya's testimony at the Madlanga Commission and fielding some very, very important questions there on a whole host of issues. So we're going to dip back into that commission, but also simultaneously, by the way, let's remind you that Parliament's ad hoc committee is currently sitting, and there is Brian Mukhotsi also telling his details. And I think tomorrow is going to be another interesting day at Parliament's ad hoc committee as well. But let's go back to the Madlanga Commission. If all goes well, uninterrupted, we should play out the commission until the top of the hour, and then Ashraf Gada is going to come through and kick off the national pulse.
Sergeant Nkosi says, I'm meeting Mtagati. You say, yes, I want to meet him too, urgently.
Well, when I said that, I wasn't necessarily meaning. Remember, in my case, I had earlier asked for an appointment to meet Stephen in relation to the project that we were working on. So when he was saying he was going to meet him and others, as far as I'm concerned, because of the fact that I thought he was still talking to Steve, about Steve, that's when I said I want to meet them too.
Okay, but why would you think Mtagati is Steve? Because in what context would that have come about? Why did you assume that that is Steve?
I know someone who's been called a name and then also having a nickname.
But why would Steve have the nickname Mtagati?
It's possible.
I think, General, what you're being asked is, why do you say at that time that Mtagati is Steve, the person referred to here? At the time when you say, I also want to meet them urgently, why did you decide that Mtagati there is a reference to Steve?
As I said, I was under the impression that it is the same person. So I was wrong.
And the other people were who?
Is the people, in terms of the meeting that I asked.
Yes, but you didn't know who they were.
Yes.
Did you know who they were?
No. From my side, I know that you are supposed to make me meet certain people of the taxis.
Well, yes, except that the conversations don't happen one after the other. Unless you can show us something that on that day, at that time, you were talking to Sergeant Nkosi about meeting with Steve Mutsumi, so that when you get this message, you assume that's what it is. If you can show us that, then I can understand where you're coming from. Are you able to show us that?
It's true, I assumed. And in my assumption, it happened that I was not correct. So I accept that part.
General, it's not about you were not, you accept you were not correct and you made a mistake. It's not that. You are sitting in a plane flying to Brazil, so you will remember who you were talking about on that day. I suggested to you earlier that you either know whom Mtagati and others are, and you're not being open with us to tell us who they are, or you don't know or remember, but then you know what the mama issue is, because then this message doesn't make sense from Sergeant Nkosi and your response to him rather, when you say, but I also want to meet them urgently, then it doesn't make sense at all. You know who it is. You know whom Mtagati is. One, at least that's what I'm putting to you. You know whom Mtagati is. You know who the others are. That's the only way your response of, but I also want to meet them urgently, that's the only way it makes sense. Yeah, underlining them, I want to meet them urgent. So the also must be underlined, because he's telling you, I'm meeting these people. And your response is, I also. So just as you are meeting them, Sergeant Nkosi, I also want to meet them. But I want to meet them urgently. So you know whom Mtagati is, you know who the others are, but I actually go so far as to say, you also know what the mama issue is about. He conveys to you something that he knows you would know. You would know what he's talking about when he says mama issue. He doesn't elaborate, he doesn't do anything, so he expects you know the mama issue, but I'm proposing to you that these people are related to the mama issue and you want to meet them for your own business or for the mama issue.
Chair, the Mtagati part of it, I've never met Mtagati. I've never even spoken to Mtagati. Even my phones, you can check them. I've never actually communicated with the person. I can't point him out. So I don't know Mtagati. I'm putting it here now. I don't know. I've never spoken to Mtagati.
So who did you want to meet with when you said, I want to meet Mtagati? Who were you going to meet with?
My explanation earlier was to say that I was under the impression that it is one and the same person.
General, no, well, you know my position. I don't accept that you're being truthful with us about this. I don't.
General, I will say this before you answer. Logic and common sense tells me that if you were mistaken, Sergeant Nkosi would correct you. But he goes along with your suggestion. He says, okay, should I set up the appointment? You say Friday. He says sharp. If you and him or one of you thought you're talking about Bra Steve, he would have said to you, my general, that's not the same person. My general, why do you want to meet Mtagati? Because you and I have not had a discussion about you meeting Mtagati. The fact that he goes along with your suggestion suggests that he knows that you want to meet Mtagati and you want to meet him urgently. He's even willing to set up an urgent appointment to which you agree and the conversation ends at it will be done. And that's basic common sense. Even if you were not there and you don't know, from a neutral, that's basic common sense and logic.
I really don't agree with that perspective, Commissioner, because the fact that I said, okay, I also want to meet them, it automatically goes without saying that it means that I know who he was with, who he was going to meet. In my case, I say, I want, because coming from the impression that I'm talking about one and the same person, that is when I said I also want to meet them urgently, because me, where I was just thinking work, in terms of that project that I spoke about. So that's what I was referring to.
If that's your answer, let's leave it there. Thank you, Advocate.
Maybe let me try. How did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you're talking about? Because clearly he has his own idea. You have your own idea of whom Takati is. You also have your own idea of who the others are, because you want to meet them in the plural. So you have your own idea. If you were thinking it's Mr. Mtsumi and the others that you're not telling us who you thought it was, how did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you are talking about when you say, I also want to meet them urgently? Because he's told you who he's meeting about that issue. Again, now you know you've been told that you're actually wrong. So I think it's a fair discussion to have with you. You've now been told you're wrong about who you say to the commission you thought Mtagati was. So I'm asking you, how did you think Sergeant Nkosi would know who you have in mind? Somehow he knew, he came to know, because there he's arranging a meeting for Friday, and you're all agreed about it. But my question is more directed at you. How did you figure that he would know who you are speaking about?
Having responded to this question, Commissioner, I said, because of the fact that I was under the impression or I assumed that we're talking about one and the same person, he never got to ask me, who do you want to meet, or why do you know who they are? We never got to that part. I just had arranged a meeting and I said when and all that, and then from there I was already in a flight. I was sitting inside, maybe, so it's not a discussion where we're now toing and froing.
So you say he knew who you wanted to see. Is that your evidence?
May I have the question repeated?
So you're saying Sergeant Nkosi knew who you wanted to meet. From your response, he knew who it was you were talking about.
I take it that he knew because he never asked me questions.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, General.
Can I put it to you in a different way? You say you don't know who Mtagati is. That's where we started with this. You didn't know. You made some assumptions, but you didn't know this name. Now, and you didn't know the Mama issue, right? But if it was someone, Mtagati, you didn't know, and Sergeant Nkosi is sending you this message, right? He's saying to you, I have a meeting with Mtagati, okay? If it was someone you didn't know about an issue you know nothing about, why would Sergeant Nkosi send you this message? He wouldn't send you this message because it's got nothing to do with you. You don't even know what the Mama issue is, you don't know who Mtagati is. So I'm putting it to you in a different way to say it doesn't make sense that Sergeant Nkosi would send you a message about things you know nothing about.
What won't make sense is when you look at this message in isolation and not taking into account maybe various other communications and during the day or throughout the day, whether it be telephonical or a message. So if at some point we did speak with Nkosi, and then later he says to me, I'm going to meet so and so and so and so, and then I respond, say, I also want to. So there could be a background or something that might have been discussed much earlier. So unfortunately for me, I don't know, I can't remember that long back.
Okay, so but if there was a background, then you would have known who Mtagati is and what the Mama issue is, if there was a background. But you were saying, as you sit here, that you didn't know.
No, the Mama issue could be Nkosi's issue.
Do you know what it is, or are you just not wanting to talk about it?
No, I don't know. You see, I think Nkosi is the one who can clarify.
Okay.
Well, General, before you move, you say that if you look at it out of context, it doesn't make sense, but can we then look at it in the context of page 337, because that's what we know, 337. That's that page. So you have a communication with Sergeant Nkosi on the 19th of April, and the next communication on this page is on the 21st of April at 12:35.
Which is file number?
The one that we had, file 7. It's the one that was in front.
File 7, page 337.
Yeah, that's where the text about from Sergeant Nkosi about Mtagati and others in the Mama issue. That's where it is. So if you look at chat 3 is on the 19th of April, and I think we've been told it's a call or something. And then chat 4 is a different date. It's the 21st of April. So you spoke on the 19th. The next time you spoke is on the 21st. And there's that picture there that is sent at 12:35. And then the next thing at 12:37, so that's 1.5 minutes later, on the same day, he then sends you that chat that we are discussing now, the Mtagati and others chat. And then you respond in chat 6 at 12:49 to say you're sitting in the plane. So just on the context of this page, and I want you to underline the context of the page because you said context. In the context of this page, there's no other communication. The last was on the 19th, and the next time you spoke is the 21st, according to this page. So you didn't have a conversation with him earlier in the day, we know from this. That would explain that message there. So just in context of this page, is he's reporting to you a meeting. We don't have anything before that. He reports to you a meeting, and then your response, there's nothing intervening. Your very next response is, I also want to meet them urgently. So there is no context for he knew and understood who you were speaking about except Mtagati, others, and the Mama issue. There's no other story on this page on the 21st. That's what I'm saying to you. And it's important, the sequence of conversations that is within minutes of each other after you last spoke on the 19th. So what I'm suggesting to you is the only context, there's no other context other than he reports to you for the first time on the 21st about this meeting, and then your answer is, I also want to meet them. You must have been talking about the same people that he's talking about in his chat.
When I look at the communication, the chat on the 19th of April 2024, 11,
Yes.
which is chat number 3.
Yes.
It's just 2 days ago.
Yes.
There's a difference of 2 days.
Yes.
Now, if maybe whatever that we might have discussed at that time, and then he now comes back to me on this time and say, I am going to meet Umtagati, and then I have a meeting with Umtagati and others in regard to Mama issue.
Yes.
Now, Mama issue, I don't know whether it could be the issue of whose mama, whether it could be the wife of somebody or whose mama, I don't know. But on my side, I then also said I also want to meet them, hoping that, and urgently, hoping that, or thinking or assuming that it is the same person, Ntagati Steve, hoping that it is the same person. So that's what I requested.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, General.
General, what was so urgent about the meeting that you wanted to have?
What was urgent, it's the same thing that the issue that I discussed, because I know I was going to work, or I was working on a report that I was in dealing with that project that we were dealing with.
You were working on a report?
Yeah, we're working on this issue of the extortions.
How long did you go to Brazil for?
I'm not sure whether it was 3 days or 4 days or a week, but it wasn't a night or two.
The 21st of April was a Sunday. So when you are on the plane, and you want the meeting for Friday, so it would have been one of the first things you wanted to do upon your return.
Right, yes.
Okay. And that you wanted to do, you say, has to do with Mutsumi, Mr. Mutsumi.
With the meeting that I
yes,
asked
that
with
was
him,
urgent.
Yes.
That needed to happen urgently.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the same file? If you go to page 343, okay, this is now in June 2024. It's still conversations between you and Sergeant Nkosi. But it's now in June, and he sends you a message, you'll see in chat number 2, where he asks you time for meeting, and you say 6 to 7, I have a meeting at 7:30. He says, let me forward to them, and then he says to you 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. Okay, now just before we go further, he says, let me forward to them at 3:27:08. If you go to file 605, file 8, at page 605.
Got it?
This is the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and Steve Mutsumi. So you'll see in chat number 9 at 3:42, there's a message from Sergeant Nkosi to Steve Mutsumi saying, forwarding your message. 6 to 7, I have a meeting at 7:30. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he forwards that to Steve Mutsumi and they have a phone call. Okay, and then you have to go back now to the previous page, 343 in file 1. He gets back to you in chat number 5 to say, 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. So he is arranging the meeting between you and Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just continue with this before I ask you questions about it, just so we have the complete picture.
Can I raise just quickly something that I want to let the commissioners also look into? Whilst I understand maybe the line of approach or the questioning, I'm in between. I look at the date and the month. It's not like it was a streamlined type of communication on a daily basis every day, because it will be one message once in a month. Another one will see that it is in April, another one it is in May, another one maybe is in June, because when you look at the month, they are scattered. I'm just trying to say, let's bear that in mind, that whilst you read this message and that message where you set up appointment on different timelines, different days altogether. So I'm just trying to put it in such a way that it shouldn't be that one was not working, just focusing on arranging meetings with Ngozi, with Mr. Mutsumi. I was just putting that.
No, thanks. Jen, that's not what I'm suggesting at all. So that's not my line of questioning. I'm not making any suggestion about whether you were working or what your preoccupation was. I'm not, that's not the reason why I'm going to these chats. And in these chats, the timeline I'm putting to you is between, it's showing Nkosi as the middleman, arranging the meeting between you and Mr. Mutsumi. And this is the context. I jump between the two because the chats are in one file, but it's all at the same time. That's why I showed you the time. The last message with you, I think the message to, Mr. Mutsumi was around 15:48 or 15:47, and then 15:49 he comes to you and he says it's confirmed. Okay?
And your point about different chats on different dates does not apply to what Ms. Hassim is taking you through now. All of these are on the 5th of June 2024. So the chats between you and Sergeant Nkosi are on the 5th of June 2024. And the chats between Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Mutsumi are also on the 5th of June 2024. And what Ms. Hassim drew your attention to is the fact that under chat number 9, Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding your message to Mr. Mutsumi. Your message being the one where you said 6 to 7, question mark, I have a meeting at 7:30. That's your message to Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding it to Mr. Mutsumi. All of that is on the 5th of June, 2024. So you see that your point about different dates and so on does not apply to what Ms. Hassim is dealing with now.
I respect what the chair is saying, yes. But just to refer the chair for an example, let's say to page 605 in file 8 of 10. And you may want to look at the different charts of course dating from, let's say 590, you'll see is March, and then we find in April, we find in May. Now we are in June. I was just trying to rest that part or bring it home. That says, I understand, Chair, I heard what the Chair said.
Yes.
I was just saying that most of the communications will be, if ever, it will be once in a month, maybe, if it happens. Not that it was like constantly, they are scattered, but now as it is being presented.
I hear that, but I'm not sure of its relevance in the context of the point being made now. Perhaps let's just proceed, General. Yeah. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thanks, Chair. So let's just keep going down. Now we were 6 o'clock, it's confirmed. Right, that's still at page 343. The next message from you on the same page is at chat number 8 at 1641, where you say, still with the National Commissioner, let's see how it goes. Okay. Then the next message is, and just to be clear, I'm going to put all of the messages to you so you see the whole picture before I ask you questions. So I'm not trying to bombard you. I'm just trying to give you one coherent picture. Okay? So he says to you, Sergeant Nkosi, at 1642, should I let them know? You respond at 1724, yes, but let us see. Okay, and then that's at 1724. I have to take you then to that page we were at 606 again. That's the chat now with Mr. Mutsumi. Okay, and again he forwards your messages to Mr. Mutsumi. You'll see that in chats number 4, 5, and 6. Should I let them know? Yes, but let us see. Sentumule is still presenting. And then there's a phone call between him and that's Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Mutsumi. Okay? And then we go back to your timeline on page 344 at 1827. Page 344, chat number 4.
Chat number?
4. At 1827, you say, still here with the National Commissioner. And then at 1657, there's a phone call that goes out from you to Sergeant Nkosi. At 1858, you say still here, I think you mean, with General Sentumule and the National Commissioner. And at 1937, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a message saying, are you winning? You respond at 1939, we just finished now, are they still there? Sergeant Nkosi responds, yes. And then he asks you at 1945, how far? And you respond, as you go down the chats, you see this, right? How far? You respond, give me 30 minutes, on my way. Okay, so that's the component, the full component of the chats on this. So this is a meeting, obviously, that's being set up by Sergeant Nkosi between you and Mr. Mutsumi, right?
Yes.
But in this chat, you see that he refers to, and you say, are they still there? You refer to they and them. Who are the other people that you were meeting at this point?
If I remember,
or planning to meet.
If I remember very well, the meeting that I asked to discuss the project that I wanted to discuss is I expected him to have put a team the people that I'm going to actually be able to speak to that can guide me and assist me. That's what I know. And That's exactly the meeting that was planned.
This is the meeting that was planned. Okay, so this was the urgent meeting you were wanting.
I take it so.
Okay. It's quite some time since April to now in June having this meeting.
Yes.
So had the urgency worn away, or how do you explain the urgency now?
Is because when I came back, I don't think it happened. It never happened because the meeting never happened, never took place. And even here, as you could see, there was a little bit of impatience. Are you winning? How far? And because the time was supposed to be much earlier, and others had their own other arrangements. So, as I was saying, I'm on my way. Then, and it was like, you know what, Chief, let's postpone.
Oh, so did it never take place, this meeting?
I don't remember. It never happened.
So you took me down another, you went down a different road. You didn't answer the question I asked you, which is, what happened to the urgency that you had in April? You're telling me now that you were trying to get there and then this meeting got postponed. Okay, I hear that. But what I asked you was, you said that this meeting was the meeting you were talking about on the plane to Brazil, right?
Well,
and I'm saying that was urgent. You said it was urgent, so urgent that you wanted to have this meeting as soon as you returned from Brazil. And now we're in June. So what happened to the urgency? What made it lesser? Why didn't this meeting take place sooner then?
It's just that, Chair, I'm quite honestly speaking, because I'm talking, the timelines will hit me hard here, but remember that there are instances where I said I wanted to talk about the Boshoga matter. Because from where I'm sitting at this level, as the team is running, investigating and conducting investigation, but I think I can assist by speaking to someone who can call Matala or say to Matala, but do you know anything about this thing? If yes, why can't you release the person? I mean, in my case, we spoke to him. I asked him and he denied. And yet the family was of firm view that he could be involved. Now, what I don't know in terms of the timelines is whether it is around about the same time when he was already kidnapped or not, Mr. Boshoga. But I've met them on two different matters. The first one is the one that I spoke about, and the second one is I had to meet him on the Boshoga matter, and the other surname I forget, where the mother and the child was kidnapped, but it was on a different time.
Okay, so first when I asked you what was the meeting about, you said it was about that, this is the meeting you wanted to have, that's what you were referring to when you were on the plane to Brazil, right? It was about the report on extortion and the bucket system within the taxi, broadly speaking, industry, okay? And then when I asked you, but then if that was urgent and it was a report you were preparing, what happened to the urgency? Now you're saying that actually what this meeting was about Jerry Boshoga, to talk about that topic. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, I might say that was the case. I'm speaking from where I'm speaking, from relying on my memory of something that happened in the past, I'm sure 2 years ago. Now, I'm saying I know that I met him on two different issues. 2 or 3 different issues. When I say 2 or 2 different issues, I'm saying once I'm talking to kidnappings, and then also that one of, I said he's in construction, but I also spoke about Jerry Boshoga, I mean, the taxi bucket system.
Okay, I'm just pointing out to you that at first you said it was about one topic, and then you said, well, maybe it could have been about this other topic. But also what you said is when you met them? This is now not just, if it's about Jerry Boshoga, I would think that you would want to have that conversation with Mr. Motsumi, not with a group of people.
Not with her?
Group of people, because when you first spoke about this earlier today, your explanation was that Mr. Motsumi knows Mr. Matlala well, and you wanted to probe him and to get information on what's going on, right? And what are these allegations all about? What information, you would want to get information from Mr. Motsumi?
Not to probe him, but to check with him if you could really assist.
That's fine, that's what I mean. It's to get information, to assist in understanding what was going on. Fair enough. But now when I asked you about this meeting, you said when I met with them. And if you were meeting with, if the topic of discussion was Jerry Boshoga, it would have been with Mr. Motsumi alone, not with a broader group. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay. So the meeting now is about what then? What is it about?
Which one?
This meeting in June.
In June?
Yes.
At this present moment, I'm not sure whether it's still the same project we're working on, or at that point in time is when I was now going to discuss the issue of Mr. Boshoga. But the timelines are the ones that would hit me there, but I don't know.
Okay, well, I can tell you I'm advised that Mr. Boshoga was kidnapped in November 2024, so it couldn't have been about that.
All right. So which means it was still on the bucket system.
So it was the bucket system.
Yeah,
the urgent issue.
In the construction, yes.
But, and then you say that meeting never took place.
It never took place because when I finished late, they were gone.
So so let me just go back to that. You say are they still there, 1939? And he says, Sergeant Nkosi, 1945, yes, how far? Give me 30 minutes on my way. And then you went to the venue. Sergeant Nkosi didn't come back to you to say, sorry, it's too late. They've left.
I think we spoke over the phone and said, no, they said we must postpone.
Okay.
Yes.
So if this meeting was about the report that you were working on, that's work-related. That's a work-related meeting.
Yes.
Why is it that it's Sergeant Nkosi who is the person who sets up these meetings? Let me put it a different way. Normally, when you set up meetings, you have a professional environment where you're setting up meetings with people, whoever it is, for this purpose, but for the purposes of work, you communicate through a PA, or you communicate directly with the person. Why is it that you communicate via Sergeant Nkosi? And in all of these, I've taken you through quite a few now of these meetings and arrangements that are being made, and it's always Sergeant Nkosi who's the person who is the go-between.
It is not in all instances where you have to communicate through the PA, because some meetings are meetings, like for an example, meetings with informers, it won't be with PAs. And in the underground or underworld or organized crime system, where you are able to get information from other criminals, you do get such information. I mean, we've met with criminals who are involved in cash in transit and then who assist with information on other criminal activity that will tell you about a particular matter that happened somewhere. So in that kind of a scenario or a situation where you meet someone like that, it's not like a question can be asked as to why didn't you arrange that meeting through the office? Because it's not everybody wants to be known to be talking to you.
So is Mr. Mutsumi involved in organized crime?
I don't say it's involved in organized crime, but it's involved in assisting, and also if you need information to some, you do approach certain individuals, considering the fact that he was given to me by Mr. Mswazi to say, as I'm ailing now, I'm not well, I'm giving you to this person to that you can talk to. If needs be, he will be the one to contact me. That's how I went.
But can I just ask differently the same question, General? You have met, you say you met Mr. Mutsumi through Mr. Mswazi, Mr. Msibi. So you've already had an engagement with him before. How is it that Sergeant Nkosi is the one that's arranging these work-related meetings now? And keep in mind that you have said to us, Sergeant Nkosi is not in your office. He's 5 levels down, he's not in your office. How is he playing this role where you were referred by Mr. Msibi, not by Sergeant Nkosi, to Mr. Mutsumi, and yet Sergeant Nkosi is so inserted in arranging meetings between you and Mr. Mutsumi? Explain how that comes about.
I really didn't see anything wrong to ask Sergeant Nkosi, because these are the people that he knows very well. And to say to him, I would like to have this meeting, please assist me in getting an appointment. I saw nothing wrong.
So, and yeah, I think there's also, I do struggle with what appears to be a conflation between his role in your life. At some point, you're dealing with him as a subs officer, and hence my question now. When you share documents with him, you say, well, I was sharing with a subs officer. So I asked the question in that context, that you have a subs officer who's significantly your junior, who's not in your office. How is he arranging business meetings with you when you've got other people who are closer to you in terms of how they work by rank and in other respects? This is not a social gathering or get-together, you're telling us. It's a work-related meeting. You may not see anything wrong with it, but please explain it so that it makes sense to us, because we are investigating these relationships where serious allegations have been made. So we do need to understand from you, why is Sergeant Nkosi arranging meetings for you with a person that you have been introduced and you've already met? And so presumably you have his number. And I don't want to suggest yet what I want to propose to you is happening, because I really would like to hear an explanation that for lack of a better word, that makes sense. Why is Sergeant Nkosi involved in arranging work meetings for you?
I preferred talking to him about these people because he was close to, so it was easy for him to call them anytime and to arrange meetings. So that's how I prefer to work.
You were not using him to communicate because he is your dedicated go-between you and the people that are involved with Mr. Madlanga,
No.
or that are in Mr. Madlanga's world.
No, he made it easy for me. It was easy for me to say, please arrange a meeting between myself and so. It wasn't with any other person. Each and every one of them had his own role. If, let's say, for instance, one was to deal with a problem in Wheatbank mining area, I knew who to contact.
So okay. Was Sergeant Nkosi involved with those Wheatbank meetings? I mean, he's only, it's what you're starting now is only relevant if you want to show that Sergeant Nkosi, you didn't just use him for the Mr. Matala related group of people. You also used him with other groups and he was the communicator. If that's what you're saying and you're going to give us evidence of that, then that's fine. Maybe it proves your point. But if it's to tell us about you had other people who were the go-between in other communities, it doesn't help us understand why Sergeant Kosi is involved here.
It's unfortunate that the focus is on Sergeant Kosi and Sergeant Kosi alone. But I had many people in the office that I work with that could, or that assisted in many other directions. But to just give another practical example, he's from Soshanguve, or he grew up, I think he testified, he grew up from there. Now, there was a lady whose car was stolen at some point, and I also got a call that says, hey, so-and-so's car has been stolen, please assist. I called a number of people to assist within organized crime that would know the syndicates that steals car, or maybe where cars that are stolen have been taken to.
But Sergeant Kosi is not one of those people.
He's the one who assisted, in fact.
Yes.
I called him. He was one of the people who actually assisted to trace that car.
Yes.
That day.
Yes, we do have text about you and him talking about tracing somebody's car, and the car has been found. In time, I guess it will be discussed, but there is something like that. But please keep in mind the discussion we are having now is you have an undeniable group of people who are a Mr. Madlanga kind of group. You have General Shibiri, who's, we have what connects him, or apparent connections to to Mr. Madlanga. You have you speaking to Mr. Mutsumi about Mr. Madlanga because you thought he could speak to Mr. Madlanga, so there is a connection that you are giving us there. So Sergeant Kosi comes up in that way, in the context of this particular group of people. And the question is, why is he so in the middle of making arrangements for you when you could be dealing with these people directly? He's not an informant. You're not dealing with Sergeant Kosi as an informant. You're not dealing with Mr. Mutsumi as an informant, unless that's what you tell us. You've met him before, you have his number. Why are you not arranging your own meetings with Mr. Mutsumi? He will pick up your phone. You've met, you've exchanged numbers. Why are you not calling him, arrange your own meetings?
I think this question is coming. It's more than, I don't know how many times now, and we kept on responding to say that I preferred to tell him to assist me to arrange a meeting, and then he would do it.
Okay, General, if you feel you've answered it, let's leave it at that. I'm happy to leave it.
All right.
I'll just add one thing, and it's because we've gone through a few of these examples, and each of them have their own features. And this particular exchange, what's happening is you are in a meeting, and it's sort of a fluid environment, okay? And meaning it's fluid in the sense that you're not sure exactly what time you're going to finish, and only you know when, once you are ready, once you are done and you are on your way. The easiest way of communicating in that kind of scenario is to communicate directly with the person you are meeting, rather than via an intermediary, because you can't even be sure that the person you're going through will receive your message fast enough, will communicate with the other party fast enough. Then they have to come back, via back to you. So it's to me, it's a strange. I hear what you're saying, that Sergeant Nkosi did this for you, many times. But this is a situation where it would have been much easier if you just called Mr. Mutsumi directly and said, or sent him a text directly. You were able to text because you were texting Sergeant Nkosi. To just send Mr. Motsumi the text directly to say, this is where I am, this is what's happening, and I'll need another 10 minutes, another half an hour, etc., until such time as you get to the meeting, in which case maybe the meeting would have happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's unusual.
I do understand, but I think it's the same question repeated many times still. And I'm still saying it's a matter of preference. I preferred to just tell him because it made it easier for me to just tell him and then he will do the rest. So to me, that's how I preferred.
You say you preferred to communicate through Sergeant Nkosi.
It was easy for me when I told him to say, man, I'm trying to secure an appointment with so and so and so and so and so. Please see if he's available or he can meet me.
Yes. On these issues, have you had communication directly with Mr. Mutsumi? Or was it always through Sergeant Nkosi because he knows them, as you say?
I might have 1 or 2 times or 3 times. It might have happened. I can't say it never happened. It's just that some of the people, you don't prefer to talk to them all the time directly, simply because of the fact that you don't want to have that talking relationship. I used to speak to Mr. Nkosi simply because of the fact that to me it was easy when I'm sitting in a meeting or when I come to the office. I say, man, I have an issue that I need to discuss. Maybe he can assist me. Please talk to so and so.
And then the same question about Mr. Madlanga. Have you have a record of communicate? When I say record, I mean, do you have a history of communicating directly with him or not?
If I have, it would be less than 5 times, less than 4 times. I've never really, there's never been a person that I communicate to.
Okay. Thank you.
Why I'm saying it is because I don't want to say never. In the meantime, you find 2 or 3.
You say in the meantime, we find. No, we rely on you, General, to tell. We shouldn't have to search for it. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms. Kassim.
Okay. I still maintain, General, that while I hear you when you say it might be easier sometimes to say arrange an appointment for me, it's not easy in this scenario to go via somebody because it's this kind of constant communication, which is easier to be done direct. But I'm leaving it at that.
Unless, of course, General, Sergeant Nkosi was already there with them. Because if he was there with the people you are going to meet, then it makes sense that you communicate with somebody who's there. But if he's in another location, Advocate Hassim's point is that why go through a third party to communicate with people who are waiting for you? Was he there with them, Sergeant Nkosi?
No, not necessarily like that, Chair, Commissioners. Of importance is that when I have few people that I'm relying on in the office.
General, let's do this. Let me interrupt you. I'm asking about the specific day, not generally. So generally, you have a few people that you're relying on. On this specific day, there were people waiting for you somewhere because you were supposed to meet with them. And the question you are being asked is why you are communicating with them via a third party. So I'm raising a possibility. I'm not saying this was the case. I just need to know, was Sergeant Nkosi there with the people you were supposed to meet? Is that why you were communicating through him? And the answer can be yes, he was there, or no, he was not there.
I don't know. I wouldn't have asked him, are you there? But if he arranged a meeting for me, and then maybe he communicate with them, and then even if he asked me how far, maybe he wouldn't have been there himself, but he's just asking me how far so that he can tell them.
And the reason I'm asking is some of your questions are they still there? as if he's sitting there with them waiting for you. And I could be wrong. That's why I'm posing it as a question and not putting it as a fact.
It's also possible that when I ask him that are they still there, then you will ask them, are you guys still there? Can you still come? Then you will say, no, are they still there or not?
All right. Thank you.
Just before we leave Steve Mutsumi and this context, when General Sonona came to the commission, he expressed, in fact, he requested that he does not mention Mr. Mutsumi's name in his evidence. And that was in the context of a text message that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi sent him, okay, where Mr. Mutsumi's name was mentioned, and your name, but we'll get there. But it was particularly Mr. Mutsumi's name that General Sonona said he fears for his security, for his own physical safety, if he were to mention that name. Do you have any idea why that would be the case? Is Mr. Mutsumi a dangerous person?
I really don't know.
Okay, all right. I'll leave it at that. I was just wanted to put it to you that this seems to be somebody who causes some discomfort and fear. It was a very clear request from General Sonona, please don't make me mention that name. And it actually took a ruling from the chair for General Sonona to mention Mr. Mutsumi's name. You're not aware of anything circling around Mr. Mutsumi, any reason one should be afraid?
No, I don't have any reason.
General, what do you know about the nature of the relationship, the relationship and its nature between Mr. Mutsumi and Mr. Madlanga?
Mr. Mutsumi, as I was referred to Mr. Mutsumi by Mr. Msibi, and also having heard that Mr. Madlanga was Mr. Msibi's VIP protector. This takes me to the next point of saying that, but if everybody says this man is involved and is denying it, who I can speak to, who can actually sit him down and say, are you involved in this thing? Do you know about this thing? So it was, that's me applying my own approach and my own mind into making sure that I get assistance in being assisted to get this man released in case Mr. Madlanga is involved.
So is your answer that you did not know what relationship they have other than you were referred by Mr. Msibi to Mr. Mutsumi and you knew that Mr. Madlanga is VIP protection of Mr. Msibi. You didn't know anything about their relationship?
I don't know about their relationship other than the fact that they know each other from Mr. Msibi.
Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Mutsumi, as you say you did, about Mr. Bushokha and Mr. Madlanga, what was being said, the questions you were asking, what you were doing it blind, what did you expect? Why did you think that Mr. Mutsumi can be of assistance if you don't know anything about their relationship other than that they're both connected to Mr. Msibi?
It happened many times in this type of work that I'm doing, where you find that sometimes you find someone who can speak sense to somebody, who can assist in the investigation or even give guidance and say, I think I'll call him. and I'll sit down with him, and I'll tell you whether he knows he did it or not.
So you thought that Mr. Mutsumi has the ability to call Mr. Madlanga and sit him down and talk about this?
Yes.
That's what you knew about their relationship?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that he's got that kind of ability?
That kind of proximity.
Okay. And did he speak to him? I mean,
yes.
And did you get the kind of answers that you wanted?
He said the man is denying, he says he's not involved.
Okay. I think somewhere in your evidence you then also say you did speak to Mr. Madlanga about Mr. Bushokha. Am I correct?
Correct.
In what context? Were you in your office? Did you call him into this? This is now you're a police detective now. I'm assuming you're not being friends now. Where does this happen, and in what context?
If you remember, Chair, at some point he did say that he came to my office. When I called, he did come to my office. He said, is when I was asking him about that. I don't remember when, in terms of the timelines, but...
When you say, you remember, he said that he hasn't appeared before us, so maybe be a little more specific where you're recollecting him. I mean, we haven't followed all of his evidence wherever he's spoken.
He was talking. He was speaking at the ad hoc committee. That at some point I called him. I did call him to ask him.
Into your office.
Into my office.
Yes.
And then he categorically denied about his involvement in this thing. Instead, he assisted me with further information that actually assisted the team further.
So this was a formal thing when you called him to your office?
It was a formal thing that when I called him in the office, but having denied and in realizing that, but this man sitting in front of him, when I look at him like this, he appears normal, he appears like a gentleman, and he says that doesn't know, but still the family is of a firm view that this man is the one. And rumors and many saying it, but this man could be involved. Then that's when I said, you know what, let's look into other.
So there would be a record of this interview or this discussion with him, because you did this, you were performing your duties. He came to your office. That's the clearest sign that you were executing your duties. There has to be a record.
There will be a record somewhere. Whether it's at head office, I don't know at head office security how they do it.
No, I'm not asking a record of did he come. I'm asking a record. I imagine you would have taken notes. There has to be a record that this person was called in. You had a discussion with him. There's a record of a note somewhere of your discussion with him, the questions you asked him, even if not point by point, but this is what was discussed with him, these are the answers he gave. That's the kind of record I'm asking about.
There will be a record because he gave me of 3 scenarios and say, I'm not involved here. And the reason why I stopped assisting these people is because, remember, I know Jerry and I've grown up with Jerry. He's been a close friend of mine. But let me tell you, Jerry doesn't have money. He didn't have money. I have more money than Jerry. So I wouldn't be involved in the kidnapping of Jerry. That's the first scenario. The second scenario he gave and the third scenario he gave. Okay. Those scenarios, I gave all of them to the investigating officers because it was a team. And the scenarios, those scenarios that he also gave, some of them he testified about at the commission. There's another one that is a little bit, which is a scenario that he gave, but I gave it to the team, but it's sensitive.
Okay. Don't disclose anything that you shouldn't. Just finally, I just want to be sure that I understand your answer and we're talking about the same thing. I'm specifically limiting myself to the day he came to your office when I say there is a record. So someone in your office should be able to pull, if we wanted a record, should be able to pull a record that shows on this day you met with Mr. Madlanga in the office, and it has a date to it, and this was the subject of discussion. I'm asking you that kind of question.
It should be, although I no longer have an office because it's...
Yes, no, I know you're not in the office, but sure, these are SAP's records, right? So even if you're not in the office, there should be a document there somewhere.
I so pray.
Okay, so if we ask for it, we'll be able to find something like that. That records you had a meeting with Mr. Madlanga on this date in your office, and this was the discussion. And you asked him this, and this is what he said to you.
I don't know who the commission will ask from, but looking at the kind of relationship that I have with my employer currently as it stands, I don't expect anything positive to come out of that.
Okay,
so,
but the principle is there is a record there. You're saying you did have a record. You didn't just sit over a cup of coffee and had a chat, is what I'm asking. It was an official meeting.
There should be.
You asked him questions, you recorded it, and if everyone did their job to keep records, there is a record, and they're honest about it, they will give us a record of that discussion if we ask for it.
There should be, commissioners, but I want to say don't bank on the fact that if it doesn't get produced, then it's like I never told the truth.
Don't anticipate that. You and I hope that we will get it. Let's for now leave it at that. Your answer is there is a record. It was an official meeting. And if the commission were to ask for it, we will say on this day you testified and you said you met with him. You just don't remember the date. You say.
I don't remember the date, but I'm asking to give one example of what I'm talking about, Commissioner, if I could be allowed.
If maybe you can make your example, but
one example.
Let me say this, that for purpose of our discussion, please do not focus on we may not get it. I understand what you're saying. We may not get it because maybe there are shenanigans, maybe it's not there for whatever reason. So that part I understand. That's what you're saying.
What I know is that I asked my legal team to ask for information from the SAPs. It was never provided, including the minutes of the meeting of the 1st of November, wherein the National Commissioner actually was heard saying this is just a task team. It was never meant to.
They fear the chairperson more than your legal team, so don't worry. The chairperson has more power than your
what I'm saying is that we asked, and to date, I don't have anything that I could also play here and say, listen to the National Commissioner, but we asked, we never received.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying I'm not hopeful. If it's not there, I'm also not, the chair must not hold it against me if they say there's no record, because I don't expect anything positive.
Thank you,
there.
General. I hear your answer. Thank you. Ms. Essim?
Question that requires a yes or no answer. And I'm prefacing it so that we don't get a long explanation. Has there ever been an occasion where yourself, Mr. Madlanga, Mr. Mutsumi, and Mr. Msibi were together in one place?
Not at all, not even once.
At a farm, somebody else's farm?
Not at all.
You've never been with the three of them together?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Can I ask you, please, General, to have a look at, I think, the same file that you have in front of you. It's page 321, though. Page 321. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. So there's just one message here that I want to draw your attention to before we move, and that's chat number 5, where you sent to Sergeant Nkosi the following message. The National Commissioner of Eswatini just died here at OR Tambo. I'm going there now. Right?
Yes.
You sent that to Sergeant Nkosi. Now, if we were to look on the same day, I'm going to need you now to open file 8. And go to page 730.
Page 7.
File 8, page 730.
13, not 13, not
730.
30. Oh.
Okay, so that's a chat between Sergeant Nkosi and a number that he has saved in his phone as Mswazi Taxi Boss. When Sergeant Nkosi testified before the commission, he confirmed that Mswazi Taxi Boss is actually Mr. Msibi. Okay? He forwards the message you sent to him about the National Commissioner of Eswatini having just died at OR Tambo. He forwards that early in the morning, half an hour after you sent it. So he sends it at 5 a.m. to Mr. Msibi. And then he follows it with a message saying, "Morning, Baba. It was SMS from number 1 this morning." So the reference to number 1 here is you.
I'm not sure about it. I know I'm in trouble, but I can laugh about it. I'm not sure whether I'm number 1. Number 1 is the president. That's what I know.
Okay, so that's why I first went to your message to Sergeant Nkosi. You send it to him, he forwards it to MCB, he says it came from number 1. Which means that it also assumes that Mr. MCB calls you number 1, or that he knows
I wish I was
who you
number
are.
1, but I'm not number 1. I assume, let me accept that maybe perhaps it was me. I didn't know they called me number 1, but I accept maybe it's me because I
In
did
that
send a
circle,
message.
in that circle, not above.
Did you know that Mr. MCB and these people, this circle, as Commissioner Kumalo puts it, called you number 1? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware because Mr. Msibi is a well-respected person in such a way that he's not the one that to call me number 1. So I didn't know I'm being called number 1.
Is there any reason why you think they would call you number 1, even if it's behind your back?
The National Commissioner will be number 1, but this one I don't know the reason why.
General, the National Commissioner would be number 1 in other communities, maybe in the SAPs.
In the SAPs.
Yeah, but here it's a completely different community that is discussing your being number 1. And it seems that it's fair to suggest to you that Mr. Msibi seemed to have known that you are referred to as number 1, because that's all that Sergeant Nkosi says when on forwarding your message. It's from number 1. It doesn't say who's number 1. And so reasonable to assume that Sergeant Msibi expected, rather Sergeant Nkosi expected Mr. Msibi to know who he's talking about. I see you nodding. Do you accept that it's a fair?
I accept, Chair.
My question is really, what reason would they have to call you number one?
Maybe Sergeant Nkosi can explain that better.
Okay, you don't have anything more to say on that?
I've heard in other instances they call me Skoko.
I saw that. I wanted to ask you about that.
And then Skoko, I thought always was referred to as to the minister, former minister, because he wears a hat. I've got a communist hat that I wear all the time. And then I don't know whether that was the reason I'm being called Skoko, because that is the hat I wear. Now, one moment it was Skoko, and then this one of number one, I saw it for the first time here.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that.
General, you said number one would be the National Commissioner.
Number one of the police is the NASCO.
Maybe they were projecting that for you.
Not at this stage.
You would be number one.
Not at this stage.
Okay. So, what we've seen so far are these communications and a pattern, as I explained to you, what I see as a pattern of communication between you and other people via Sergeant Nkosi, and the role that Sergeant Nkosi plays in doing things for you. On that theme, I want to turn to a different topic within that theme, though. So I'm going to take you to a series of pages. But let me begin first at page 339, so it would be file 7. Right, so it's page 339, and it's chat number 3. It's from Sergeant Nkosi to you, 6 May 2024, at 15:39.
Where are we? I was still reading at 340. 339.
339, it's chat number 3. So it's Sergeant Nkosi to you on 6 May 2024 at 15:39. He sends you a notice of payment saying it's done. Now, I just need you to go to see that proof of payment. You need to go to page 440 in the same file. 440, 440. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay, I want to handle this with care, so I'm not going to mention names. But what this is a proof of payment for a school, right?
Yes.
And it's for a beneficiary whose name is there.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this payment about?
It's a person who asked for assistance because the person wanted to assist, for the child at school, and then asked for assistance, and then I said, okay, let me give you the money to give. And then I said, so normally I would either give him money. Now from where he's sitting, he will just pay it over himself, and then, but in my case, I gave him money to assist.
No, this is not a payment from you. This is not you making a payment.
Yes.
This is Mr. Nkosi making a payment.
Yes.
Right. So explain that again, because he is making a payment to this person for the school, and he's sending it to you, the proof of payment, to say it's done.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So that doesn't help me. Your answer was sometimes you assist. How are you assisting if it's Mr. Sergeant Nkosi who's making the payment?
What will happen is that he will say to me, I paid it. Or I shall have said to him, please pay for me and I'll give it to you, and I'll give it to him.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sometimes I sit with a person and say, I have to send a e-wallet to this person, but I've got cash. Can you please send the e-wallet and I give the cash?
Okay. So this is an example of you asking him, can you please make the payment and you'll pay him back?
Yes, and there's records in that regard.
There are records of you paying him back for this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you could provide us with that record. Do you know who is this person?
Yes, I do.
The reference on beneficiary statement.
I do know the person.
What's your relationship with this person?
The person used to work for me as a manager. When I was fired, I opened a security company. And then, because I was also working and also operating a security company, I asked the person to run the security company for me. But now the monies I owe the person felt that, look, you still owe me money in terms of the salaries. And then I'm also suffering because of my child must be at school. And then I had to then pay, assist with the school fees where I needed to assist. So as a result, when I came back to the police, I resigned from that company, and left the person to run with the company.
This person runs the company?
Yeah, but finally she couldn't proceed because it died. But she ran that company.
So you opened a security company in what year? 2017 or when?
Somewhere around there. And it pushed through for quite, I don't know until when.
What was the name of the company?
High-tech Special Operations and Risk Management.
Okay. And you say you resigned?
I resigned because even when you check record, it's there.
You resigned as what? Are you still a director of the company?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that because I resigned a long time ago. When I had to go back to the police, I had to make sure that I'm clean.
Right. So when I ask, are you a director, if you say I no longer run the company, I don't manage it, I'm not the boss, the CEO, the executive director, I appreciate that. But are you still registered as a director?
No.
Are you still, do you know what I mean? Are you still linked to this company?
No.
Okay. Now, your explanation for having to make payments is because this person was complaining that the salary was too low and you know, she needed money to pay for school fees. But why are you still, if you'd resigned, what is your responsibility? Why is it your responsibility?
I owed the person money because of the salaries that could have been paid, that weren't being paid at some point.
When did you resign from the company?
I don't have a record of that now. But if the investigators can check, because I give them the name, and then, or given an opportunity, I can ask the person to check.
Okay.
But with I don't know whether it's SIRA or with where the register of companies, they can check for us.
Okay. But I'm asking you, and yes, we can check, but do you recall, you know, did you resign when you started working at the City of Johannesburg? No.
I'm not sure. I don't want to.
Did you resign when you started?
I don't want to commit to a date, but I know I resigned.
I know, but you said earlier that you resigned because you had to resign. You couldn't have the company anymore. So there's an event that you can at least tell us about that caused you to resign.
Yeah, I did resign. The only problem is that I struggle to get to to give a firm date.
I don't need a firm date, even if it's a month or a year, this month in that year, or even just the year.
Chair, I think it is sufficient if I say we can get the record. And the record, I won't speculate, I won't be giving a missed date. I'll be giving the date that shows that he resigned on this date.
I accept that. I don't need an exact date. Give me a year. What year did you resign?
I don't want to make a mistake. What if I say I resigned 2020, before I went back to the police?
Okay, no, that's I think what I'm trying to say. I thought that maybe that's what you were wanting to say is when you returned to the service, that was 2022. You would have resigned at that point, isn't it?
Not at that point, before that, long before.
So before 2022. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. But now this is 2024. So it's some time since you've left the company and you still owe the person money, you say?
Yes.
This is according to this?
Yes. And then, or sometimes if a person asks and say, I'm asking to be assisted, child must go to school, and then I assist. And I assist many. So
no, okay. I accept
I then
that.
Assist.
Well, what you said was that you owed this person money because of the salary was low, etc. And so because you owed her money, this is what you were doing to assist.
Yes.
Right. So if you resigned before 2022 and you no longer had anything to do with the company, my question was, a few years later, you still owed this person money that you were still paying off in this way.
Yes.
That's what you were doing. So that's not assisting, that's just paying back what you owe.
What is important to note, commissioners, and you can send the investigators to go and verify. There's a relationship with Mr. Nkosi and this person as they are from the same place. They are all close relatives, so they know each other very well. So that is why it's easy to work with Mr. Nkosi on this one. And they can go and verify independently. They will see in terms of how they relate and how they know each other. They will come across that information.
Okay, so there's this payment. I'm going to take you to another. And it's at page 158.
File?
158. It'll be file 7. I think that this is the same transaction. It's the same, I think it was sent to 2 numbers. Do you have more than one phone, right? So this was sent to your other phone. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. Then can I take you to page 341, still in the same file?
Sorry, Ms. Hassan. May we see counsel outside very briefly, please?
Yes.
Let's adjourn.
All right, so quick adjournment at the Madlanga Commission. But as I told you, like, it's one of those crazy days. You've got Shadrach Sabia, you've got Brown Mahotse. Whatever it is, we've got it covered, blow by blow. So let's get now to the ad hoc committee. You'll hear the voice of Brown Mahotse.
You will check, you will see a different name and the outcome, conviction and sentence as to what must you call me. It's unfortunate that this is the life I'm in now.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. I think let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Committee Secretary. Said the first one is 1 minute.
I think that's the clip that I referred to, yes.
So there's only one.
That's one, yes.
Can you explain it again?
I was referring to when I asked Mr. Mkhotsi about knowing Mr. Madlanga since 2023.
Okay. Can proceed. Okay. Can proceed.
That I paid for it.
To send that letter to Madlanga. To send that letter to Madlanga.
She assisted with so many things, school fees. One media house interviewed someone who was doing artificial intelligence and that I paid for his studies and stuff. Some of the assistants came from Madlanga. That's how I know him.
So you felt loyal to him to warn him that, look,
no, it was an excitement. Remember, the political task team harassed him more than once. Now, he was always complaining to me that he really wants to meet the minister. He wants to complain and give him his frustrations.
Why would he say that to you, that he really wants to meet the minister, if you're not an associate? You're not the link.
No, he knows I'm his comrade. I'm the one who was running his branding when Senzo Mkhunu wanted to be a Secretary General of the ANC in 2017. I was running his branding.
So you are a direct link then to Senzo Mkhunu. Is that why Kat Madlanga asked you that, please, can you help me meet
Not
the minister?
Not in the police environment, as a comrade. As a comrade.
But can you see how problematic that looks?
Yes.
That you are trying to link Kat Madlanga to Senzo Mkhunu. Yes, who's a comrade, but who's in the police. When Madlanga is a person that has all these allegations of criminality behind it. Can you see why this is problematic?
I can see why you think it's problematic. In January, Kat Madlanga was not arrested. I didn't know him as a criminal. But check now. Hey, Mr. Brown, the police after me, what about political task team and all those things. There are so many allegations with Madlanga made about also General Mkhwanazi that I cannot mention. I've asked him for a statement. I've asked him if he can allude to what he was saying. Since he did not use it to writing, I cannot mention. But the moment the team is dissolved, I was at liberty to say, hey, my man, this problem of political task team is now over. They are dissolved. not in the context that I have influenced it, that it should be dissolved, or my proximity to Comrade Senzo has led to its dissolvement.
Sorry, Chair, it appears that the other one was actually relating to the dealing with the Northwest, the health tender. It's the second clip I just sent to Bonani. Sorry, Chair. I got the clips mixed up.
The second clip is not opening. Okay, let's try to fix it. But in the meantime, can you proceed with Honorable Sokanyile? Can you try to attend to the clip thing? It seems to be problematic in terms of opening. Honorable Sokanyile, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Afternoon, Datu Matlan. Get it.
Your mic is also off.
Hey.
It's Brown Mkhoti, but
Why?
no Madlanga.
Sorry. It is because of this Brown Matlala thing. Dumela Ntate Mkhoti. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Just looking at paragraph in your statement that refers to your qualifications, whereby you're saying that you didn't pass matric in 1996. You wrote a matric in 1996, but you didn't pass. Looking at that, could you say when did you start your schooling?
It was in 1985, I think.
In which primary?
Yeah, no, I was in class 1984, 85. Yes, 86, I was in grade 2. Yes, I started school in that time.
Okay.
That's
in
correct.
which primary school?
In Mafiki Mulema Primary School.
Then the grade 12?
The grade 12, I did distance learning.
That is matric. That you
Standard
didn't
10,
pass.
it was standard 10, yeah. It was a distance learning.
Distance
At
learning.
the Abed School, yes. And we
Where?
wrote in Mahikeng.
In Mahikeng.
That's correct.
Then where do you reside?
A question again, Honorable Member?
Where do you reside?
I stay in Mahikeng.
In Mahikeng.
That's correct.
You are from there.
I was born there.
You never went to stay in any other place.
I stayed in many places. I stayed here in Soweto. I grew up in Soweto. I sold in the train in Soweto. I speak almost all the languages in Soweto. In Shawela, I stayed in Naledi. I stayed in Moletsani.
Then in BM1, paragraph 1 of your statement, why do you cite the residents being 2927 Chawelo, Soweto, and not talk about Mahikeng?
Yeah, but I did mention I stayed in Soweto. I stayed in Shawela, I stayed there. And then in 1927 in Ngumalo Street, Shawela, when I was selling the train, I was staying there. It's in Shawela Extension 2.
Or is it because of your work? That's why you have to lie and say your residence is Chawelo, not say the correct one.
Yeah, but in a circumstance like this, when you run this operation in Johannesburg and making submissions and all so forth, there's no way I can ever give, except in circumstances of this nature, the actual address where I stay. There was no way, but this is where I was staying.
Please pause a little. Malama.
No, when she says, where did you study matric? She doesn't mean necessarily the place, she means the institution. So you are saying you studied in Maike. Which institution, even if you're doing long distance, which institution did you write your long distance matric?
Oh, that's correct. Like I said, at first I enrolled with them in college, and then with them I couldn't afford and write at the center, so I chose an Abet center in the Rechon area to write my exam. But I did not pass.
In which school?
In 1 year, okay.
In Damelin College, here in Braamfontein, this is a correspondence college there.
In Damelin.
That's correct.
In Joburg.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, in paragraph 14 and 15, you indicate that the section head undercover operation would dispose to an affidavit that you were not a crime intelligence undercover agent. You are indeed registered as an agent for crime intelligence. Is it so?
That's correct.
Then looking at that paragraph, if you're going to look at that paragraph 16, we are saying that there were individuals who disposed the affidavit about you being newly appointed in the crime intelligence, and they were asked to fabricate facts through a stated affidavit in order to discredit you. And you are saying that the people who instructed those individuals to have that fabricated information about you, they were instructed by Lieutenant General Kumalo and General Lushaba to do so. Do you think this information you are telling us, it's a social information to say it's Lieutenant General Kumalo? When I'm saying that it's a social, you can confirm to this committee that it's them, nobody else.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if, should I give a yes or no, or I should elaborate a bit on that? Because
you need to elaborate. Why do you pick them, these two?
The colonel, his name is not mentioned here. He was working in the support staff, and I'm aware that in 2024 he went to work as a colonel in the office of Major General Lushaba. Now, by virtue that Lieutenant General Kumalo was able to say, I have access to this police information and is the head of crime intelligence, it can be the only one who can tell this person to attest to write this affidavit, because he feels that as a head of crime intelligence, to say this is final. There's no other way this can be opposed. And I'm linking General Lushaba in this because this colonel is working in his office, in his division. That's the reason.
Do you have anything maybe to confirm that instruction?
No, I do not have. I did mention.
It's a verbal one.
I did mention that Chairperson, the information I'm giving will always be raw, and in most cases, I will have to bring someone to corroborate this. But so far as this colonel came in 2024, he cannot even know these all other agents. Yeah, he cannot.
Or is it one of those individuals that were instructed who informed you?
Yeah, as you put
Or
it,
it's a person that you cannot name to us?
or the person who wrote the affidavit, the name is not, I cannot mention here. The name is somehow hidden here. His names and IDs and everything. Now, I'm saying I may be wrong. I'm just feeling that probably I must put it in the proper way. That I feel that this instruction came from Major General Lushaba. He's working with Major General Lushaba. And in the crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo is the divisional head, is the head of crime intelligence. It is him who can just tell a person that I am not in that space.
You know what worries me? You are saying that you may be wrong. It's for the first time you are saying that.
Yes.
I've been listening to you giving information to say that you don't give an information that is the truth. You need to give a falsified information. Were you not saying that?
No, Chair. I was saying during operations, one will engage in operation in a falsified, and not that every time, but in this case of maybe wrong, because the moment you say, can I produce an instruction that was written, whether it was verbal or written, that's why I'm admitting that I've written this because I know it is only Major General Lushaba who can inform this person to write this affidavit. Nobody else.
When you were employed as a contact agent with crime intelligence, were you registered in the same year?
Yeah, there you get recruited. It's not employment in the sense of having a personal number or something. What happens, they take your ID and then they bring a form where you sign and they take away some few weeks or days. They'll come back and start orientating a person on how these things and where and who to report to, when it's a problem, when the handler is not available, who to talk to. And then that's when I get registered with that file. But in this case, I was, of course, registered at first as an informant with a number that is provided in this BM27, yes. Now, in that sense, an informant, after being registered, being recruited, I could not be re-registered. We cannot have two numbers. So they do it in the manual form, and the file is kept by the handler.
Your name is put on the crime intelligence database, people owe. It is not kept anywhere.
No, it's kept by the handler. He knows. They have the file. If you have, I was explaining this during the day, Honorable Chairperson. You in any country, there's no country that has a database of agents, because where there is corruption, if one cop is corrupt alone, he can give out all the names of people who are doing things that are not lawful, and you'll have all the people being wiped out. There is a way in which the system is managed.
Okay.
Thank you.
In paragraph 18, you indicate that you worked on a number of operations during the period of 2009 up to 2021. Can you clarify the discrepancy? One, the CI official you rely says you were deregistered. Is the thing that you have just you have explained. But from 2009 up to 2021, and you were deregistered in 2001, and you only undertook operations in 2000. Can you again explain that?
Oh, okay. The 2009 comes in 2001, informant deregistered, and
Then you have that number.
yeah, but that yes, yes, that time. But then you are deregistered. But when you are recruited, they cannot give you another number.
You are going to use the
They
same
know-
number of 2001.
Yeah, the handler will know how and whatever that he must use. But it's there. You cannot be registered twice on the same system. But most importantly, it was in 2009. But now, 2009, there is a gap where you will not be doing anything. And most importantly, in between, from 2001 to 2009, that is when I was not doing anything. But 2009 to 2021, I've done them different projects and operations.
From 2009 up to
2021,
2021.
yes.
Now, from 2021,
There was nothing also. That,
There was nothing.
Yes, until when there was this PPE tender. But I wanted to mention this gap of 2009 and 2021.
Mm.
It was not an everyday thing. But in 2021, that's when, it's not that they give me a new number. It's when, through somebody, I was called to say, this general wants to meet with you, and then we started engaging. He told me about this PPE scandal and so forth. That's when I started working again with this other with the handler.
Then in paragraph 12, that's why I'm asking. You are saying that you were appointed as an official informant for the South African Police Service. Then I want to check if then now you are officially appointed as an informant. There's no document, nothing whatsoever. Being an informant, it said verbally. There's no documentation.
I don't follow the paragraph.
Paragraph 12. After the STU's self-defense unit.
Yeah, this is the one I'm referring to as an informant, which appears on the other document that I was registered and deregistered in 2021.
So being officially appointed, there's nothing.
You have a number which was deregistered.
This was deregistered in 2001.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, no, it's fine then. Then on paragraph 22 now, looking at paragraph 22, why did you investigate the individuals that are mentioning there, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, General Shaba Khan, all those people you are mentioning there in that paragraph? You are saying that it was part of the CI operations. Who directed you to investigate them?
Yeah, it talks of through Chairperson 2023-24. These are operations wherein are investigated and or engaged. For example, Minister Senzo Mtunu, I engaged with him. And we got here General Khan, whom I only at the time met after the recording. So this was contextualized during the preparation of the document to show that throughout this period, I dealt with these people.
Is there a report on your findings about all these investigations that you conducted about these
Yeah,
individuals?
It will just be information, collection of information given to the handler, which is in the position to provide in his file.
It is kept with the handler, nowhere else that information. It's of no use to maybe the National Commissioner, or because the National Commissioner is part of the individuals being investigated, then the information will be kept by the handler.
Yeah, across the country, handlers keep information for their informants and underground agents.
Okay. When is it disposed? Or when do
We have
you
access to it.
inform?
Oh, thank you. I requested that, I even mentioned that my co-handler has been also subpoenaed to appear before Madlanga. I believe he's finalizing his submission in regard to that. They asked him specifically to deal with that information, which I believe he will also apply for in-camera representation. So he'll provide all these activities, because including from my handler and the co-handler.
Then if the handler dies, he dies with the information.
No, and indeed the handler did die before I went to Madlanga last year, but the co-handler, I believe he had access to the file. That's why you have a co-handler.
Okay. In paragraph 36, where you talk about yourself traveling to Kenya to look or to meet a gentleman with regard to CIA operations, who financed your traveling to Kenya? You're laughing at me.
No, I'm not laughing.
When I'm saying who financed your traveling to Kenya?
Some things you'll have to find a way to go, and when you come, you'll get the thing. But there I went on my own.
Or you got the ticket at the airport?
Yes, I flew with the ticket, and I've also attached a proof of the passport.
I'm saying that you got a ticket already paid at the airport.
No, I had to make ways to pay for it. And then it was not financed by the crime intelligence.
Okay. On paragraph.
Sorry, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Sangwani.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Sokanyile asked a very direct question. She said, who paid for it? Not who did not pay for it. Who paid for it?
Paid for it. I paid for it. I paid for it, Chair.
You said that he paid. And then can you elaborate on paragraph?
Chair. Hold on there, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Malema.
How did you pay for it? EFT, cash?
E-wallet.
E-wallet?
No, it was paid for with EFT.
EFT. So EFT is in the bank statement. You can be able to provide us that bank statement or proof of payment.
Yes, I can look for it the way it was paid. Yes, I can look for it.
Oh, you're saying it's paid EFT. If
Yes,
it's EFT,
yes,
you go
yes.
to the same amount you press, you get a
ticket on the name. Yes, it's paid.
And then where do you get the money to pay for money that could be paid by a crime intelligence, if indeed it's a crime intelligence work?
In every thing we do, you have a team. In some instances, you talk to your handler. Sometimes he speaks to someone, and those kind of things get paid. It's a simultaneous question that would have been asked, who paid for my legal fees when I went to Madlanga? It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Oh, you're talking of crime intelligence.
You said you paid for your ticket.
Yes.
Now I ask you, how did you pay? You say EFT.
That's correct.
Then I say, where did you get the money? You say, you talk to the team, all of that, and then they put the money together and you find a way to pay.
That's
Which
correct.
means you didn't take your children's money and your wife's money. Some people came together, brought the money together, gave it to you or put it in your account, and you paid. You said people came together. We can't come together alone.
Yeah, Chairperson, Honorable Member was saying, how do you usually pay if the operation, how do you usually pay?
I never said that, Chair. Please protect me. I never said that. I said, how did you pay this one?
This one I said
you
it was
said
paid.
EFT.
Yes.
And I said, where did you get the money? Why would you use your hard-earned money instead of using the money of the crime intelligence for intelligence work? And you said, usually you work with the team. They come together, and then they will put up something, and then you'll find a way to pay. And I'm saying to you, you are introducing a new element now. It's no longer you alone. There is a group that came together, gave you the money, maybe put the money into your account, and you ultimately paid. If that is the case, who are these people who came together?
And if that's the case, Honorable Malema, he's not the one who funded the trip.
Okay.
Yeah. If that's the case.
Then I think I should give this thing properly, Chair. And thank you, Honorable Malema. The question comes in two folds. Is that did I use my money and who pays for the crime intelligence, whatever. At this current moment, I can assure you, Honorable Malema, that if I mention Major General Lushaba and those at the helm of the crime intelligence, it's very difficult for any operative or any CI agent who may not be in agreement, who can speak what I'm saying now, who can ever be funded or be assisted in the crime intelligence. It's a different thing.
Can we talk about that Kenya
Did you
trip?
or did you
I was
not
talking of the
get
two.
financial assistance?
I agree.
From crime intelligence
No.
on your trip to Kenya?
No, I did not. And I'm saying, as the thing stands now, many of agents who are working, who are not in agreement, I can tell you, if an affidavit can come like this and say, I'm not one, any other person who is labeled not to be one can never be funded by crime intelligence right now as we speak. So when I went to Kenya, it is indeed that, now I get the point that, was it supposed to say it's me from my pocket? Let me correct it. Yes, the money, as usual, since then, we've been assisted, and then for me to travel. And I was not traveling alone. For that matter, they are different. There's someone I was traveling with, but we assist one another. I could have also put some. I have also put some money, but we have been assisted.
I'm very sorry, Chair.
Okay, hold on, Honorable Malema. Honorable Sokanyile, noting the time we're taking for you. Don't worry, don't panic. Honorable Malema, then we'll take Honorable Sangon.
No, you are not clarifying anything. You said you paid on your own. We accepted that. There's no need to repeat that. And you said you paid EFT. You even committed under oath that you can bring the
proof.
POP.
Yes.
And I asked the question, did you take your children's money to pay an intelligence operation?
If it was.
And if the answer remains yes, why would you do that if it's an intelligence operation?
Yes, and that's where I'm answering the second question, that as things stand now, there won't be any, it's not easy to access intelligence assistance now. From where I'm sitting, like if I can speak like this about the CFO and the head of crime intelligence, there is no way I can be assisted. I spoke about informants who bring a lot of information being paid like 3,000 rand, irrespective of the size of the project. Now, that's the second question. I was saying it's no more possible to be funded by the crime intelligence. But the first question you asked, did I pay from my pocket? Which I said, yes, in the beginning. I said, yes, I paid it from my pocket. and further confirm that it means I was wrong. I was supposed to say I did pay some and you assisted to pay the whole amount. And that's what I must correct.
Then the question is, where did you get the money?
From the person who assisted, from the person who also assisted.
Who is that person?
I'm not at liberty to give the name of the person.
Is also an operative who can be named.
But how am I going to put this man's name here that he helped me to go there to look for the story about the CI agency and whatever of General Mkhwanazi? I cannot say that.
No, we want to understand if your money comes from the coffers of the state, and if they do not come from the coffers of the state in carrying this operation, who is financing our state outside the coffers of the state to run operations of the state? That's what basically what we're investigating here.
Yeah, it's true. Chairman, in the case of Kenya, I'm still repeating, I have put the money and someone assisted. But now there comes the question of where did I get the money? It doesn't mean I cannot even, if that person didn't put the money, I couldn't put the money. I have a small business. I can also do some of the things. I have actually been traveling many places, testing in these operations without getting money back. I've done that many times from my pocket. It's not that every time somebody must put the money. It's not that.
Honorable Sangone. Thank you very much. I think I've largely been covered by Honorable Malema, but Mr. Mkhotsi, you want us to believe that you're such an altruistic person, you're going to take your money and go investigate things in Kenya. Who were you traveling with then? Who were you traveling with?
But I did say...
No, it's a straight question. Who were you traveling with?
I was traveling with somebody.
Who?
A
name, yes.
I cannot give the name.
You came here, you accused the Provincial Commissioner of Police of being a CI agent.
Yes.
You accused the King of Amazulu of being a CI agent. I think the least you can do is to tell us who paid for you to go to Kenya with regards to those allegations.
No, and then,
it's not classified information.
It's not classified.
And you are under oath and you've committed to tell the truth, the whole truth. So who paid and who did you travel with?
Chairperson, I cannot reveal the name of the person I traveled with.
Can you give us the reason for not being able to reveal it?
But I'm putting his name at risk.
At risk of what? I get it, this person is so good that they want to expose CIA agents in our country. Why would we not want to hold them in very high esteem?
It's not high esteem. How do I expose
No, if somebody is exposing spies, and yet you're saying
the person I went to meet, you mean the one I left in Johannesburg?
The one that you left with here and the one who helped you pay.
No, it is our team that helped us pay.
It's criminal intelligence now. That's not what you said to Mr. Malema.
No, Che. The question you are trying now, you see, that is, I'm very worried that this committee may end up not getting the truth that they need to uncover.
If you're not telling us, then we won't get the truth.
No, now the committee wants me to put the name of a person.
It was very easy for you, Mr. Mkhotsi, to say Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is a spy. I don't see why it is so difficult then to tell us who was prepared to fund you, proving that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is a spy.
And I never said. I said the information from the docket, from the A1 statement that was written, that is available with the case number written here. It shows that that person feels, the person opened the case, that's how he feels.
So that's the person you traveled with?
No, it's not the person I traveled with.
Chair, I think at some point we're going to need your intervention. This witness is clearly undermining the oath that he's taken in this parliament. Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Mr. Mkhotsi, you'll recall that you have taken an oath.
That's correct.
That you are going to answer truthfully and satisfactorily.
That's correct.
Within the ambits of the law.
Yeah.
And it is within the ambits of the law to request to give the committee information if that information is not a classified information. Yes. And you have confirmed your end record that it's not a classified information, and therefore you ought to share the information with the committee. Because if you fail to do so,
the committee is going to be unable to proceed successfully with your testimony because there is a detail that is still missing in your testimony.
That's correct.
Such that we are unable to test the veracity and the truthfulness, we're unable to proceed with what you had actually given the committee. So we'll implore with you to give as much necessary information as you can, as you had taken the oath to do so.
Okay. No, Chair.
Do you now want to tell us
Yes, I'm
with
going
whom
to
did you
request
travel to Kenya?
Yes, I'm going to request, just like names of people in these documents are hidden, how about I give the name to the chair and not in public?
But
Then-
you
then
wrote,
the
you
committee-
wrote in your statement that former Minister Natim Tetwa has made an allegation that he is suspicious that General Mkwana is a spy, the CIA spy. So you never thought of the safety of former Minister Natim Tetwa. Who
did
now,
call him.
you say yourself in your affidavit, who now died in suspicious circumstances.
Yes, but
So which lives do you consider important to protect and which lives do you not consider important to protect?
Chair, I think there's a misconception here. I'm requesting that, how about the names? Just like the affidavit of this police who said I'm not an agent, there's another affidavit where my name is written without. There is even the person that I recorded who wanted to give the plot and everything, their names we have agreed should not be given. I'm requesting to the committee that I rather give that name without displaying it on camera or on public. Then we can have the name. And it can also, remember, because it's Honorable Sangweni was bringing this, I even said, here's an informant who was murdered. There's a handler to corroborate, his commander, and the IO, the investigating officer of that person who was murdered. I have the names. I've requested. Rather, I give you all those things so that we can get those people to corroborate.
Okay.
And I'm requesting the same. I can give the name. In addition, just like what Honorable Malema was saying, who's funding the state outside the state is a real concern, including if there's any operation that I have done where the money and all these things, if that is needed, I can submit that. But please, my humble request is that cannot be done in public.
Can you please submit that through the committee secretary?
And
All
I'll do
that
that.
information.
And in addition, I need to add that why it's so difficult, the person I traveled with, he didn't even know when I were going there, I had to meet this George and so forth. He didn't know.
You'll provide that in the
Yes,
report you're
I'll
going
do
to
that.
support, to submit to the committee secretary. Honorable Malem.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm just saying with that understanding, we now know that, which you must comment, we now know that he hasn't financed that trip himself as he was claiming before, that he paid it EFT from his own money, someone else paid, and we now know that he was not alone in that trip, he was with someone else, and the names shall be provided to the secretary of the committee. Is that the understanding? Ntate Mkhosi? No, but I'm summarizing what you are
Yes,
saying. You refuse to the names.
Yes.
I'm not fussy on the names. I'm now saying the notable thing is we now have another person who financed the trip, and we have another person who's now part of the trip, which we didn't have before.
Yeah, which he paid only 5,000.
Yeah, that's fine, but we
Yes.
now know someone gave you 5,000. Now there is even amount.
No, yeah, not to me.
Yeah.
I agree, he bought the ticket, and then he only spent 5,000. But
Guy, you see, money doesn't work like that. If I pay a ticket for you, I gave you money.
Okay.
Yes, you at the end of the day, you benefiting from that. You are a beneficiary of that ticket. So the money was spent on you.
Yes.
How was it spent on you? By buying you a ticket.
Yeah,
So
but
when I say to you, he gave you money, I don't literally mean he has put money in your pocket.
Yeah, but not paid by this. Yes, not paid by this person I traveled with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are two people.
Then the summary
There's
is
the
fine.
one who paid 5,000, then there's the one who traveled with.
then
There are
the
three
summary.
people. The third one is you.
Yeah, then that's the summary.
To Kenya.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, please provide the details of all that.
Yes,
Submit
and
to
time-
the committee.
And then time by when that time I do it?
Today is not later than Friday.
Only these names or all other things we spoke about?
All the other things we spoke about, the proof
In that-
of how the tickets were paid, the copies of the tickets, and all that.
All right, thank
you. Honorable Sokanyeli, we apologize for doing this to you. We'll reimburse your time. Thank you.
It was necessary, Chair, because I nearly thought it was paid by him because it said so in the beginning. But thank you very much about those interrogating questions. Mr. Mokhodzi, can you just elaborate on paragraph 38? I'll read what is written in your statement. During my investigations on Lieutenant General Mkwanas, I came to learn that all his suspects did not make it out alive, and all of them are basically denied of the right to a fair trial. Can you elaborate on that? What are you saying on that statement?
Yes, no, I was talking, thank you, Chair. I was referring to most of the, and I think there's an error here on the first one. The second one is correct.
Which first one?
I came to learn that there's no all, that I was supposed to be many of his suspects did not make it out alive, and all of them, that all. I was referring to many cases where the PKTT is engaging with criminals. Usually there is a shootout with the police and they all die, usually, and many of them have been dying. That is my contention. Unlike other provinces.
But you say, during my investigations on Lieutenant General Mkwanas, not PKTT. You're mentioning Lieutenant General Mkwanas, not PKTT.
Yes.
You're saying that you came to learn that all his suspects, not the PKTT, because Lieutenant General Mkwanas, I don't think is PKTT also,
That's
unless you're saying so
Yes,
to the
correct.
statement.
Yeah, let me clarify it. Lieutenant General Mkwanas doesn't conduct arrest, and then he's mostly utilizing the team that is in the PKTT in his province. So to him and the PKTT I'm referring to, they are usually he's using the same team, and the suspect never get back alive. And it is
So you were investigating the PKTT, not Lieutenant General Mkwanas.
Yeah, the PKTT do exist in KZN, Honorable Member, under the command of General Mkwanas.
You are saying that during your investigations on Lieutenant General Mkwanas, why do you say on Lieutenant General Mkwanas, not on PKTT?
Yes, I have never investigated the PKTT, or perhaps, Honorable Member, to say, to show that the police service falling under the command of General Mkwanas in the province, majority of cases where the KZN police are involved with criminals, usually criminals don't get out alive. That's the point I was saying. And there's no way General Mkwanas can go out and shoot the criminals or arrest. He doesn't arrest. I'm talking of his command, what he commands in this province.
No, but the statement doesn't say what you're saying now.
Yes, but according to me, that's what I'm implying, Honorable Chair.
And then according to us as the committee, because we take what is written here.
I don't know how the committee defines what I have written, but this is, if they take it that way, I've put it that it's like a leader of political party. If you refer to him, you may be referring to political party. If you refer to political party, you may refer to him. But in this case, I'm talking of most of the cases where General Mkwanas's province and the PKTT, where they are engaging or doing whatever with the criminals, usually criminals get shot and killed. And every time everyone is watching the news, you can see it. It does happen in Gauteng, it does happen in other provinces, but in KZN, it happens every time.
You're saying that they're not investigating them, they are shooting them.
That is what one is able to say, Honorable Member. And I'm not saying that these criminals must kill the police or must shoot at the police. But if there's a shootout, usually, these criminals, they don't even shoot at the police car. It never probably shows that one police was injured. I don't say they must be injured. I'm saying the way in which these criminals get killed during the shootout, they don't make it to court. They don't get arrested and appear in court. That's the point.
I'm looking at the information, for instance, in paragraph, is this the paragraph 96, where your handler and the co-handler, they promised to speak to Lieutenant General Sibia. Why did you want to brief Lieutenant General Sibia instead of the National Commissioner?
The answer comes from paragraph 94, honorable members. The company also had links to former Minister Becky Cele. The information was discussed by my handler that I should wait until the election. Now, where there is an appointment in operational matter, it is done by the National Commissioner. And if the National Commissioner appoints someone, there's no way when you want to investigate that particular thing, you can go to the same person who appointed. And from the source and the information provided, the tender process did not involve General Sibia, and General Sibia was not part of that bid. So the handlers felt he can be more strategic, that we work with him in obtaining the information that we thought was important.
Before you go and gather that information, you are being told about all the sensitive issues on the crime intelligence, are you?
The briefings, I don't know the sensitivity Honorable Member is referring to, Chair.
I'm saying that you have information more than the people that are in the crime intelligence. Is that not so?
I don't know how much information they have as opposed to what, but I am involved there, Honorable Member. That information may come to my possession.
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll go through. Check.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Nomvalo. Let's proceed whilst Mr. Ramano and Advocate Maria are still busy polishing the video. Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I just wanted to get clarity quickly. I didn't want to interfere, earlier. But I remember vividly that the answer which the witness gave to Honorable Malema and us here, other members, now you changed, you said 5,000 rand. Am I right? The money from your pocket, if I heard you well. From your pocket for the trip, the Kenya trip, yes.
No.
How much have you paid out of your pocket?
I said that guy may have paid around 5,000. You see, the trip, when you talk of the ticket, that's where we're all going to rely on. But when you arrive, there are additional fees, your accommodation, your food, your traveling when you are that side. So the 5,000 I said came from the person I was traveling with.
Yeah, because in the Madlanga Commission, you mentioned 1,500. Do you remember that one?
No, I never
Okay.
said 1,500.
It will come when I ask you, because you know, the way you respond to honorable members, you are very recondite.
Yeah,
And you are very recondite. In other words, you are not clear. Your answers are not clear. You are evasive. And if you can just try, you know, and not be recalcitrant. Because for me now, when we start engaging you, you started to be difficult. We are not a court of law. Relax, Mr. Mokgotsi. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can you just say, you know, and I'm happy with this thing, Chair, but in Madlanga, we never spoke about a second person. And I cannot remember talking about one, but we'll wait for the time when you ask questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nomvalo. It looks like the clip of Advocate Maria is still problematic.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mokgotsi.
Good afternoon.
So the video that has been played here, is that you confirm that that is yourself? It's Mr. Mokgotsi who was speaking there.
Yes.
So if we find contradictions between that video and the statement that you have submitted here, how do you advise us to move forward? How do you?
I don't think there will be contradictions, but I don't think the committee can really want to compare the statement under oath and what I speak to the media.
No. I think you don't understand what is expected of us. Here, we're not confined in the statement that we have deposed. We use all the relevant mechanisms to probe the to probe the arguments that we have written in your statement. Because here we're doing an investigation, and the investigation is not solely reliant on your statement. It is based on the allegations that we are probing. So we're not going to be confined in your statement. So there is nothing peculiar when something which is irrelevant to the arguments that you have made and to the allegations is put before this committee. There's nothing peculiar. So I'm saying...
I'm saying also, Chair, we'll have to stick to what I'm talking under oath. If I've spoken to the media and you and the committee want to, if there's anything probably that I have forgotten that I mentioned, and it then affects my statement, I'll still stick to the statement because it's under oath.
No, but remember, the statement that you made when you were talking, I think during your interview, is not outside the allegations.
Yes.
It is within the allegations. So there's no way we can overlook it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let's go to paragraph 3. We are saying here, you became aware of the held tender because you were advised about it by one of your informers.
Oh, that's Madlanga statement.
No.
The court application.
In your statement, the tender, the held tender, you are saying here, you became aware about it when you were informed by one of your informers.
That's correct.
So you are saying here, the informer informed you when? In April? When?
No, but it's not the health tender. Oh, you're talking about SAPS, not the Northwest.
No, let's go to paragraph 3. 93.
93.
Yes. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So you are saying here, during the period of March/April 2024, one of my sources in SAPS informed me about a held tender. Do you see what I'm talking about?
That's correct.
So was this the first time you knew about this tender?
In 2024,
Was it for the first time?
Yes.
So
it's for subs, ne? This is for subs.
Yes, the health tender. This is how we have termed it here.
Yes.
Health tender,
That's
open
correct.
quote, close quote.
That's correct.
Yes. So was it for the first time you knew about it? This
Yes,
tender?
about this tender, yes.
You didn't know about it before you were informed by one of your informers?
Yes, by the source, I did not know about it, yes. I did not know about this particular tender.
Okay. On paragraph 96, no, before we go to paragraph 96, on paragraph 102, you are saying you engaged Mr. Matlala in a meeting that was arranged on the 7th of December 2024, and Matlala raised frustrations about this tender. Do you see the contradiction I'm talking about? The meeting that you held with Matlala was in December 2024. The informer informed you in April, March, April. So which one do we take, and how do you justify this contradiction?
There's no contradiction. In April, the minister was still Minister Begiteli. The tender was about to be awarded. May, June, July elections, a new minister came, and then July, and then, as you say in paragraph 10, in 7 December, the same year, that was March, it's not 22, it's not the year before that year, it was the same year. It is May, June, July, August, then September, after I have also met with Kat again. That's when we spoke about this tender.
Okay, and then on paragraph 96, you are saying you told Mr. Sibia about Matlala's tender. What is it that you are telling him about in relation to this tender?
To say there is this particular tender that we heard about that is going to be awarded or that has been awarded, we would love to know more about it. Is there a way you can make us meet the service provider?
Why did you want to know more about it?
As it is alluded there, that one of my sources informed me about the health tender that was to be awarded. And
No, but awarding a tender is not illegal.
Yeah, 94
unless
says,
there's something you have picked up.
Paragraph 94 says this company has also links with former Minister Taylor. The information was discussed with my handler, who indicated I should wait until elections ahead and then view changes will be made. Now, here, initially it means we felt that the tender was not lawfully awarded.
Yeah, so you were advising General Sibia that the tender has been awarded in an illegal manner. Is that what you are saying?
No, not advising. What happens is that it is now my handler who has to go and talk to arrange for me to get hold of Deputy National Commissioner Sibia, which he did. And when we met, that's when I started talking to him about this crime intelligence, corruptions, and so forth, and the tender.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are saying you are an agent of crime intelligence, and your responsibility is to keep the link between crime intelligence and informants. Now, I want to understand your modus operandi. At what stage do you report to your handler? Say I come as an informant and give you an information that this is what has happened. At what stage do you report, and what is your handler expected to do with that information, and at what stage?
Anytime when it's especially if there's a decision to be made or any operation or anything that should happen, you have to get the permission and you act on the instruction till you achieve or not achieve. You still go back to him. You still inform him that this particular person, this informant is saying 1, 2, 3, and we are awaiting the outcome. I must go and verify the scene or something. The informant, the handler is always in touch.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking, and you take the information to your handler, and then what does he do with it?
No, he has to do his work. Remember, he recruited me. He's trained to obtain information from me and deal with it.
And take it up?
Yes, wherever he takes it.
To crime intelligence?
Wherever he takes it.
At what stage is the case opened, a docket?
No, crime intelligence does not open dockets. Doesn't even handle dockets. That is why in every circumstance where I say I brought the handler to facilitate the opening of a case, the handler will talk to the relevant police to open a case.
No, but I'm trying to understand the value chain.
Yeah.
That you get this information because you get an information which is crime related.
That's correct.
And at some point, the docket will be opened. At some point. For instance, in this case, you are saying you are doing an investigation about this tender.
Yeah.
Now, if you found wrongdoings, you are going to take that information to your handler, right?
Yes.
And then your handler was going to take it to?
Wherever he has to take it.
Yes. And if there's wrongdoing, a case should be opened.
Yeah, it depends.
Because that is the ultimate goal, isn't
true.
it so?
But the handler has that authority to open a file number. Let me show you. If a case is open here in Cape Town, a person in Kempton Park or KZN, when he has a case number, he'll be able to punch the computer and see that in the computer that he has the case open. So if you investigate Brown Mokhoti, and he's also perhaps a police officer, you will have a manual file. This file number, it operates almost like a case number. That is why with a file number, you can even do 205 to locate if two people were together, and the cell phones and LMS, we can follow someone through the phone with a file number. And that file number, once there is tangible and what you call prima facie evidence, is when can be converted into a case number and be given to the police, and then they can run with it.
Okay. We are saying during the case of General Khan, General Kumalo tried to persuade the witness to fabricate evidence.
According to the statements from what I've recorded, yes.
Yeah. Who is that witness?
The witness I've requested is one Colonel, is one of the names that I requested to perhaps submit separately from this.
So you are not going to disclose?
In some part, the name is there in some copies. We just requested that it should not be disclosed for now.
Okay.
Just a second,
No, sorry, Honorable Nomval, you are leaving an important point. We don't just investigate people in the crime intelligence. You don't just wake up in the morning and say, well, I'm investigating this person. What is the process?
In terms of I don't know, I don't understand process in terms of depending on the crime.
Yes, someone comes, he gives you information about me.
Yeah.
And then you take the information to the handler.
Yes.
Now I must be investigated formally now.
Yes.
What is the problem?
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, this will give me an opportunity really. Let's say the case is related to car theft, to cars or firearms. The handler has a responsibility to, if the police station is Alexandra, and the handler is in Soweto, but the information come through an informant or whoever, but the head is in Soweto. The first thing he's going to do is to identify the police station where, or the area of jurisdiction. And then he'll tell the informant or whoever brings the information, what is it that you are talking about? And he say, no, it depends, what is it that must be investigated? I wish you gave me a clue that so-and-so is stealing cars. The first thing you may ask, Do you have his cell phone numbers? Where did they steal their phones? The cars. As soon as you get your cell phone numbers, the handler must talk to whoever he has to talk to. There are two options. If you have already stolen that car, it means the case is open. But if you are plotting to steal the car, the handler must activate the unit, let's say the car unit, the motor vehicle and motor theft unit, and say there is a plot to steal the car on Friday and whatever, then the police will go and wait if you are going to commit crime. Now let's talk in case of SASSA cards. Someone is stealing cards or is opening accounts and is withdrawing money from SASSA. You see, that one requires investigation. You cannot stand the police, tell them stand by to arrest the person. That's where crime intelligence will have a file number. That's the thing. They won't register a case. With a file number, they will identify all the instruments that you are using to commit that crime. If a cell phone is involved, they will either look for the X70, like for your phone to be listened to.
No, I hear you. We don't have too much time. So your answer is crime intelligence doesn't open cases.
No, crime intelligence can have a file. The case and the docket, crime intelligence, no one can find him in the docket. The docket is handled by the detective and the police uniform, including the DPCI, they have dockets. Crime intelligence will sit with the detective and the DPCI, gather them information, give them. But before the case is open, he can have a file number so that he can go to court and apply to listen to your phone, apply to follow you, and all those things through the file number, which must be approved by the divisional or sectional head.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, on paragraph 29, we are talking about your trip to Durban. I'm trying to understand you from the correct perspective here, because I don't want to quote you out of context. So we are saying here you were following Madlanga because you went to Durban after he told you that he's going to meet somebody who's going to help him in his problems. So when you get there, you follow Madlanga from the airport. I mean, you got in the airport, you were told by the Uber driver what car he was driving in and so on. So am I correct if I say you were investigating Madlanga in Durban?
That's correct.
So you went there to investigate Madlanga?
Yes, to follow the lead of who he was referring to, who can solve his problems.
So what did you want to establish out of all that?
Because now, if you say my tender is about to be terminated, if you say I've been followed, and you can't help me, he's talking to me, and he then think, or look, in Durban there is one particular person, if I can meet, he can probably solve all my problems. And because I knew the date, that's when I went 2 days before. And then, indeed, we did speak here and there, confirming he was coming. And then to follow him was to know who the person he was going to
Okay, so when did you start to investigate Madlanga?
I don't get on
When
that
did-
trip.
when did you
generally.
start? When did
that
you
was,
start?
Yeah, that was around September when we started knowing about the tender was finally appointed to awarded to
September
him.
2024.
Yes, I cannot be like it, but I remember it's after we have spoken to General CB.
Okay. And then, so the only transaction that we have spoken about here between you and Madlanga is 140-something thousand for January 8.
That's correct.
Is that the only money you got from him?
It's because the names of people, the tickets, where he paid them directly, apart from the 149. So I've
No, I'm asking.
No, it's not. If directly means cash receival.
Whether he pays to a business account, but a money that has been paid.
Spent. Yeah, he also paid for tickets.
Tickets for the same event.
For the same, for people who were traveling, some of them we sent him a list of about.
No, I'm asking, besides the January 8 expenses, did he pay for something else, or did he pay any amount to you for other activities?
He has not paid any money.
So this is the only amount that
149 and those tickets, yes.
Except this amount, have you ever requested any money from him?
Yes, it was for some regional whatever in the Eastern Cape, and he never assisted us.
When was that?
Unless I refer to the messages of the WhatsApp, I cannot remember.
Okay, no, I just want to understand this correctly, Mr. Mokhodzi. So you get to know this guy in 2024, correct?
No, I never said I knew him in 2024. If you remember, I spoke about the Boko Haram, which was displayed in 2018.
No, I'm saying knowing, communicate with him. I mean, in terms of communication, you started to communicate with him when?
About the tender, no.
About anything?
No, we did speak before. We spoke before. That's why even on the...
When you say before, from which year?
Was 20... Okay, I must get the date. Remember
before Minister Mkhunu became.
Yes, it was before. Yes, remember even on the clip when I spoke about the AI and the court, it was the previous years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when did he become a person of interest?
Explain what is the person of interest?
No, you are saying you were investigating him.
That part of investigation.
Yes. When
it
did
was
you
only
start?
after. It was only after we knew that the tender was not properly awarded.
Before that, he was not a person of interest.
It was during the time of Boko Haram, but we could not prove, we couldn't find anything.
You were communicating already?
No, but I had these numbers.
No, but I'm talking about communication here. When did you start to communicate with him?
As a person or with the tender?
No, communication can happen whether there's tender or there's no tender.
It was previous years. It was before
you were communicating?
Yes.
So you had each other's number?
Yes, correct.
Numbers?
Yes.
You were speaking?
Yeah.
About what?
He was a businessman and he was close to the guy that I knew him from. I knew him through, sorry.
And at that time you were an agent for crime intelligence?
Yes.
So he was not a person of interest to you?
No, it was, he became a person of interest if you refer to person of interest at the criminal level. Like I said, there was a Boko Haram intelligence report which was presented to the Minister of Police then. It had a picture of Ket Matlala and he was written AKA John Wick. That's how I started to know him that time. But to starting talking to him, it was after even the COVID.
Yeah, you know, as I'm speaking with you, I'm trying to cool down so that I don't give you an impression that you had when you arrived here. I'm doing it deliberately so that you would understand that the intention here is to get the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Now, this person becomes a person of interest to you after you learned about his tender. But then you start to investigate him. But you continue to request for financial favors from him, even after you started your investigation.
Yes, it's correct. Not my personal favors.
No.
Okay.
Is that ethically correct? Because I was going to understand, you were asking these financial favors not to advance your investigations. Because you are going to keep the money, you're not going to use it.
No, not to keep it. It funded. He came with the idea, Chair, that
he came with what?
Idea that
Yes.
he wanted to contribute something. He can fund the January 8th.
No, but you said you also requested
Yes,
for the regional.
It was now for the
regional conference or what?
Yeah, the
whatever.
regional program. Yes.
Yes.
But after he has said he can.
Now the question is whether he requested or he didn't.
Or he offered. Yes.
Is it ethically correct to request for financial favors from a person whom you are investigating?
There's nothing to do with ethic, I don't believe. As an agent, I so wish, I don't know how.
So you mean, I really don't understand your modus operandi. That is why I was asking. I wanted to understand. I wanted you to give me more insight of how you operate. So you mean it's correct for you to ask for financial favors from a person you are investigating?
I don't say it's correct. You're talking about, is it ethically correct?
Yes.
When someone offers to assist a January 8 or something, and he do it to me.
So you take that money and use it?
Yeah, it was not meant for me. It was for the celebration.
No, but you facilitated.
Yes,
You were speaking with him.
Yes, I was talking to him.
Yes.
After he
so
offered.
you took that money. Then, what if that money came through the proceeds of crime, or maybe came through the very same tender you are investigating?
Unfortunately, Che, I'm not a prophet to know where the money
No.
comes from.
Don't try to downplay this. This is not funny.
No, I'm not being funny.
Because here, Mr. Mokhozi, I don't buy your story. It's difficult to buy your story because it's full of contradictions. That's number one. Number two, you keep on saying you were pretending. On everything you were doing. You were saying no, we are saying no, I was pretending to be doing this, I was pretending to be doing that. There is nowhere where you take accountability and say, I was wrong here.
No.
How can you take monies from a person you are investigating? How can you ask for monies? If I'm investigating Honorable Shongwe here, because of the evidence that I have at hand, or because of the information which I got, was from my informer, because you are saying you got this from your informer, and thereafter I make financial requests. How is that possible?
Chair, you know, I wish this was not spoken in a platform where there are politicians who understand exactly what we are talking about here.
What do you mean by that?
Here is someone who presented a story. He was with former Minister Vikitele. He told him, give this Mokhozi money. We want to arrest Senzo. He said that before this committee. I didn't know. The same person talks to me and says, you know what, I want to fund this thing. He even thought maybe Minister Senzo have certain ambitions. He was talking a lot of money, but he only funded this January 8. And the minister didn't know, was not part. He did not even book accommodation because the minister has official residence here. So if you talk to me in the context of saying as a human being, like maybe, and when I came out of this, I never said, honorable members, I'm a high priest, I'm this. I spoke the truth. This is legend building. This is what I'll do. This is how I obtained the statement. And so many other people who are even serving sentences. So I'm not just at liberty to say this and this and that. And other colleagues who will drive the cars, even here in Cape Town, who will be sleeping with this person, going.
No,
Mr.
Mokhozi. You are living what Honorable Nomvalo is trying to ask.
He's talking about moral, I'm talking about my job.
No, I think because I don't see us making any progress. Okay. I'm just shocked. It's amazing to see a person who calls himself an agent of crime intelligence asking for monies from people he is investigating. I mean, it's really shocking, but let's move on because you are being argumentative.
No, Chair.
Please pause on Nomvalo.
Honorable Nomvalo, you asked that Mokhozi, what do you mean by that? Because he says, I wish this was not asked in front of politicians who know how these things are done. We don't know that. We don't know that. So we want you to answer that question. What do you mean by that? What do you mean we know? We as politicians know.
Celebrations.
even your
No,
political
no,
party.
you're saying, we're not asking about, he was not asking about celebration. He was asking about why would you ask a money from a person you're investigating? And you said, I wish politicians, this was
Okay.
not asked in front of politicians
All right.
because you politicians know. We don't know that.
All right. The person offered the money.
And also, Mr. Mkhotsi, also recall that you have made mention of PKTT members who allegedly have been given money in Forte.
In Forte, yes.
Which is something you describe as very wrong and illegal. So you must recall that this is a subject of investigation. You are consistently requesting financial favors from the same person. Now make it make sense not only to us, also to the people of South Africa. It must make sense.
It's true.
How does that happen?
All right, Chair, let's talk of a criminal case of Forte. There was a case, there goes the police, not an agent. Police goes there and you ultimately got the statement that they were given money by the people they have arrested. This is a different case. Here's a man, I understand you bring to say, perhaps you should ask me, the question should be, is it wrong to do as you are saying? Humanly, I'll say, yes, it's wrong. But I'm saying he offered to assist. And after assisting, something which during celebrations happens, he assisted. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Can I put a different point through you, Chair? The only thing that makes sense to me is you came across this information that this guy is being investigated, and then and I will deal with that when I deal with my questions later. You pretended to be investigating him, and then in the process, you started extorting this guy for money because you had promised him that you will do this or that, including amongst other things, maybe the case will disappear or something like that. Because for me, if you're investigating a person and you still ask for money from the same person you are investigating, the only possibility is that you are extorting the guy the money. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, but Chair, it may be perceived like that. But if, for example, when he gave me money, I bought a car or I used that money for myself, I would really be guilty. And if you say, as an investigator, is it appropriate to collect money from the person investigating? Is it right or wrong? The answer is it's wrong.
Were you not the beneficiaries of the people who slept at the accommodation that Madlanga paid for?
Myself?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
You slept there?
Yeah.
So what is the difference between sleeping there where the money paid for the accommodation and the money buying for the car? Because you are saying if we were buying the car, you will say, no, maybe I understand. But he paid for a room.
That's correct.
He paid for a room of a person who's investigating him. And therefore you're extorting him.
And his plan was to arrive, to come and have our things. And you know, you can call it extortion, Honorable Malema, honorable members. I'm even thinking perhaps I should look for his lawyer, you know, and give him this money.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Mkhotsi. You took the money of a person you were investigating.
That's correct.
Yes, and that amounts to an extortion. Because he knew you were investigating him.
When it was paid for the celebration which he offered to pay.
No, that doesn't matter, but you took it. It was you.
That's the case.
It was you who went to ask for money.
You know, he offered. He even wanted, if you can look at the messages, he even wanted the tables for the gala dinner.
So you have never asked him for money?
I did on that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You have been
which he did
asking
not
him
give.
for money.
Okay. Now let me accept. Oh, you know, honorable members, I know that, and this has been happening. That's why I'm having a problem that the truth which is required for the committee
to get this influence and whatever with the police. How we come here and we focus on this extortion and I was lying, I'm a liar. It does not change what General Mukhwanazi has said. It does not change the properties which were bought. Does not change the killing of informants.
Mr. Mkhotse.
No, it does, Mr. Mkhotse, because we just made an admission now that you are going to look for the lawyer of Matlala and return the money. If we've not done what we have done now, you are not going to be saying you're going to look for the lawyer of Matlala and return the money, because this process has helped you to realize you are wrong to take the money from Matlala.
No, it's not about being wrong.
Let's pause there. Let's pause there. Apologies, Honorable Nomvalo. We know this is your time. You'll be reimbursed. I think, Mr. Mkhotse, here you came. You adduced evidence yourself that there would have been, it's a written here, signed under oath, that there would have been an allegation or a suspicion that General Madlanga Mkhwanazi was the main witness of this committee, is a CIA agent. It's an information that comes from you that you would have been assigned an obligation to investigate that. You bring series of events, and amongst those is you traveling to Kenya as part of that investigation. Now, all Nomvalo is stressing a question: whether is it legally permissible, whether is it ethically permissible for a person from crime intelligence who is investigating someone to still receive financial favors from the same subject of investigation. That is the central nerve of what is being discussed here. So other things, leave other things. Focus on the question or Nomvalo is posed upon you.
Yeah, but in addition to what Honorable Malema is saying is that...
No, Honorable Malema
I'm talking about
followed up. Wait,
okay.
Mr. Mkhotse. Honorable Malema followed up on a question asked by Honorable Nomvalo, which you did not answer satisfactorily.
Okay.
So
I did say...
That's the issue. So the question of Honorable Nomvalo still stands.
Yes, to say, is it correct, is it wrong? I said, yes, it's wrong. If he's talking in that sense. Now, what Honorable was saying, the reason, because when I think we'll deal about these matters that are pressing the police and all this corruption taking place, the 149 comes into it. So to say, if I give it back to him, maybe now we'll focus on
it won't change the fact that you solicited financial favors from a subject of your investigation. Whether it is brought back and it is tripled when it is brought back, the amount, it doesn't change the fact that there is a solicitation of financial favors from a subject of investigation. But let's pass there. Let's allow Honorable Nomvalo to proceed with his questioning. We'll come to you, Honorable Shongosun.
Yeah, so if you concede to an assertion that it's wrong, you must swallow your pride and say I was wrong.
That's what I said, Che. Because we're talking about, when I was talking about being on duty and someone offering, and then you bring it back and say it's wrong. I said, if you say, ask me, is it wrong? I'll say, yes, it's wrong.
Yeah, and then how do we continue to trust your credibility?
With the money that was spent in
that
celebration.
Dark cloud hanging over you.
The committee will decide if the information I give is usable or not.
No, but I'm saying, not even the committee now, but South Africans, how do they continue to trust your credibility with that dark cloud hanging over you?
Chairperson, if the person, or even this past January 8th, somebody paid. The people do spend. Now I say, okay, because it's a subject of investigation, it was wrong. There comes that cloud. I'm saying it was wrong. But it doesn't mean I did not produce evidence here. It does not mean the evidence and the information I'm bringing does not exist.
Yeah, we are saying Matlala told you that he gave Mkhwanazi Mr. Matlala told you that he gave General Mkhwanazi some money.
Something.
Did you tell it? Not money.
He said something. Yes, I told he said I gave him something, but it will be presumed. It will be presumed as money.
So you didn't ask what kind of thing he gave?
No, he didn't. Remember, he was talking to me from prison over the phone. He
Yeah.
didn't tell me how much.
Because that is another part. So he called you from prison.
Yes.
What was he using to call you? A telephone?
A cell phone.
A cell phone?
Yes.
In prison?
That's correct.
Is it legal to use a cell phone in prison?
It's not legal.
Why did you
I
not?
mean, it is not legal at all.
Yeah, because you know why I was asking your modus operandi.
Yeah.
Here is a person who is breaking the law. And you are saying you are an agent of crime intelligence.
Yes.
You know, I was in the portfolio committee of correctional services.
Yes.
We're doing oversights in correctional service facilities because of a dominant criminal activity within the precinct of carrying cell phones. And cell phones are used to facilitate crime inside prison. Now, here you are saying to us, you are an agent of crime intelligence. There is this person who is committing a crime speaking with you, and you are not reporting that.
Chairperson, and thank you that you are doing oversight. In those correctional centers, you should have asked them, do you take these people to town to buy phones? You cannot even say it's crime. When a phone is ringing on my phone, once a phone rings, and I answer and say I'm Cat, you will never know if it was borrowed by a police inside or where does he get the phone. What is important is to get the message.
So you never raised that with anyone?
No, I can never raise it with anyone.
Yeah, so it was business as usual.
It's not business as usual.
No, but here you are not a normal person, remember, Mr. Mokhosi. You are not an ordinary citizen. We are working with crime intelligence. Crime intelligence. And you are saying you have your informers from whom you take information.
Including in prison.
Yeah. So how do you justify now a scenario in crime is committed in front of you and you don't say anything?
You see, Chairperson, my job, if people are stealing chickens in the street and my house, it cannot fall in my scope of work. I'll just look at them. Let me tell you an evidence which was brought here by Patricia Mashali about a person inside prison. That person could not have taken out that information if he did not have a cell phone. There are cell phones. It's not my fault that there are cell phones in prison. But the important thing is just look at this now. If I drop the phone and say, I'm going to report you, I wouldn't have known that General Mkhwanazi had a meeting with Ket Madlanga. And that was a very important message that he was giving to me. So I had to say, and also to add, Chairperson, when he was talking to me, it appeared on the news that he was found talking on the phone. And he was talking to me. And it's worrisome. But he gave me information that he was, and no one is concerned. Well, it was clarified that General Mkhwanazi never said he won't meet criminals. He said he won't make peace. It's clarified. But I was concerned that he met with Ket Madlanga.
Okay. Yeah, we are talking about cases which were opened in KZN and later suppressed. You are saying they were opened in police stations, in different police stations.
Cape Town.
No, the cases which are related to harassment.
Oh yes.
In the Zulu Royal House.
Yes.
Yeah. So to which police stations were they opened?
I don't know. They just said they tried to open police stations. The 8 and Prince Zulu.
Who?
Prince Zulu, Smakati.
So, I mean, you have written it here under oath in your statement. So you didn't make an effort to probe it further, to get some details, even names, because if we want to take it further, we must go to those police stations.
No, the case
and
that
see if really cases were opened and were not attended to.
No, but Chair, that was not my job now. I can never inquire and know. What is important, just like here. Fadil Adams opened cases here against whoever. They were not taken serious, nothing happened. He then went to Soweto.
Yeah, no. I'm
Now
not.
that
I'm not saying it's your job.
Yes,
I'm saying here to you, you have written this in your statement.
Yes.
As evidence.
Yes.
So, to help your evidence, not because you are doing anybody's job, but to help your evidence, did you probe this further? Maybe
Yeah.
just to ascertain, because you can't rely on hearsay and say, this one told me this, I wrote it. It was not my job to inquire about it. Whereas we have written it here in your statement.
It's true, Chair.
Yeah, because here you are helping the committee, correct?
That's correct.
To probe all these allegations. So now we're in the dark because we want to know these police stations so that we can take the matter further.
No, you can take it very easy, Chair. The matter was transformed on page 9, was transferred to Nongoma under case 974. This case number is in Nongoma. When we get to Nongoma, we'll get the A1 statement in the docket with the name of the complainant, and that's where he'll be able to give. But other thing that I can do, if I'm allowed, because I can ask someone to obtain additional statement to that effect from the same person who opened this case.
Thank you, Honorable Mvalo. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the official opposition, who has come here and disturbed my members already. The Chair and the Whip of the Higher Education Committee, Honorable Tsi and Honorable Low. Honorable Shongwe, you start now. The clip of the evidence leader is still feverish. Please proceed.
Okay. Re Mokgotsi, how is it?
No, good temper, okay.
O sharp.
Okay, okay.
Ba ga Mokgotsi ke ba kwena or ke ba Tau?
Ba farologana.
Oh, wena?
Ke Morolong.
All right. No, ke a o dumedisa. Before utla mo sa le wa bonana le Mama Bolo?
Mama Bolo ke mang?
O la sa le apara o tshwana le wena so. Azanga ne? Okay, no, just checking. All right. Firstly, I would like to say I'm sorry for saying you are the Black Sullivan. I know you complain about that, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
But I need you to prove me wrong. Paul Sullivan says he used his own money to conduct investigations because he loves South Africa. You are saying the very same thing, that you used your own money to travel around Kenya and wherever to do the investigations. What's the difference between you and Paul Sullivan there?
The size of these operations can never be the same. You know, I was traveling, I could not hear what Paul Sullivan was saying, but he was talking about a private jet.
So that I don't confuse you. You said you are angry or you're not okay with the fact that I said where now you are a Black or Sullivan.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the difference between you and Paul Sullivan. Sullivan says he used his own money to conduct investigation. You are saying you used your own money to conduct investigations as well. Is there a difference between you and Paul Sullivan?
With the action that you have taken, you are referring to the same actions, not that we are the same. The actions.
The actions.
Not that me and him are the same.
Okay, we'll get to it. I believe he's a liar. Are you a liar?
I don't understand the question.
Are you a liar?
No, I'm not a liar.
Do you think you are honest compared to Paul Sullivan?
I don't know if Sullivan is honest or not.
Are you an honest person?
I am an honest person.
So when you take an initiative to do investigation with your own money, to whom do you report to all these findings?
To a handler.
To the handler. And this handler of yours is taking information from you for free, but he's a handler.
No, it did not happen every time. Here the matter was referred to Kenya. Sometimes you are in a situation where 700 rand, 1,000 is required. You will inform him and still execute what is required. You cannot sit and say there's no money. In every circumstances, even people playing soccer, when the game is about to start, whoever is in charge will put petrol, take them to the ground, and perhaps expect to be paid back. It's a similar situation.
I'm confused, Mr. Mkhotsi. I'm asking Uti, this handler of yours, you are giving him information.
Yes.
And it doesn't reimburse you your own money that you used for his own information that you give.
In the case of Kenya.
In the case of Kenya.
Or you're talking generally?
No, I'm talking, okay, where do you get funding? Who funds you?
You see, it's a very difficult question. My handler is the one who can answer that. But I'm saying, ever since this arrest of General Kumalo and them and stuff, there has never been any operation that has been funded till today.
Let's pass that, we'll come back. Have you been arrested?
Yes.
How many times?
For being sentenced or arrested?
Arrested and sentenced?
I was sentenced for drink and driving assault.
Okay. How many cases have been dropped under your name?
I cannot remember.
Have you been charged and have cases dropped?
Yes.
How many?
And many times.
Many times. And what were those cases about?
Assault, driving, or not driving, reckless driving, fraud. There are many. I cannot. Perhaps if you had SAP 69 printed,
you would have those.
Yeah.
Is there a murder case that has been dropped on your cases?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened?
It was dropped. The state must.
What happened? Why did they say you murdered somebody?
It happened.
You murdered somebody?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, isn't that personal?
Murder, personal.
Can I ask me no. To say why?
Maybe that's one I made a personal.
Say, if me and somebody had a fight and he died, and you ask me why?
I'm asking what happened.
No, there was a fight.
There was
not
a
that
fight.
It was an intentional.
Did you shoot that person?
No, it was physical. And he fell on his neck.
He fell. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then that case was dropped.
That case was finally it was dropped.
It was dropped.
Yes.
As a self-defense.
No, it was not. If a self-defense, it means I was found not guilty.
Were you found guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, let's go back then. That case was dropped.
If you say self-defense, it means I was found not guilty. The court found out that it was not an intentional killing. But if it was dropped, it means it was withdrawn.
I'm confused. Are you saying you were charged?
Yes, and the matter was withdrawn.
The matter was withdrawn.
That's correct.
Were you found guilty?
No.
But the case was dropped?
The case was withdrawn.
On what basis?
I don't know. What was the thing?
And which court was this?
It's in Mawatu.
This handler of yours, was he involved in getting that case dropped?
No.
The handler that passed on?
No, there were no witnesses. The other witness could not come to court.
There were no witnesses. Hold that thought. There were no witnesses, Chair.
Please hold.
Yeah, no, it's a follow-up, Chair. Thank you very much. I just want to establish, at what point was the case withdrawn? Was it enrolled?
Yes, it was enrolled. It went to court, set for trial, and it was withdrawn because of the part of the witness. Well, the thing is, I did not really hear what was the purpose of withdrawal, but I was in court.
So when you say it was withdrawn, you mean it was withdrawn by the prosecution?
By the state, yes.
By the prosecutor?
Yes.
So they didn't communicate the decision to you? I mean, the reason for withdrawal?
It must have been written on the docket. I was there in court and the matter was withdrawn.
At the time when the matter was withdrawn, where were you? Were you in prison or outside?
I was in court.
You were out on bail? No.
Yes, in bail.
On bail, you are out on bail.
That's correct.
So you are saying the witnesses did not attend?
No, there was no witness. Well, the day when I was in court, there was no witness. And the second time, from the statement of the witness, because remember, the incident happened between me and this person. It was only me and him. So the state did not actually have the necessary case to prove.
Did you plead?
No, I did not plead.
You did not plead?
Yes.
So how were you going to plead to the case? Because the way you are
Not
narrating
guilty.
it, the way you are narrating it here, you are saying you knew what happened to him. You were defied and then he passed on.
Yes.
So is that the same evidence you are going to give in court?
Yes, but it was not an intentional. He fell on his
Yes,
leg.
but I'm saying you are not going to deny the merits that
No, I
he died
wouldn't.
because you had a physical fight
Yes, I
and
wouldn't
he did
deny.
not survive.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Shongwe.
Just a second, Chair.
Okay. Wait, I'm going to come to you, Honorable Malema.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out a follow-up on that. When that happened, were you now deregistered or were you still registered as an agent? In fact, which year? Maybe that will make things easy for me to understand. Were you then registered or deregistered at that time?
It was in 2010. Yes, I was an agent at the time.
Yeah, what I'm saying, were you registered?
Yes, I was an agent.
That was before you were deregistered as an agent?
No. See, these are two processes of being registered as an informant and being deregistered.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, but after when you are recruited to be an agent, it happened in 2009. And this incident happened in 2010.
Yeah, but you were deregistered within a year. But anyway, it will come at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
What are the
Wait, Shongwe, Honorable Malema.
Thanks. Was it a female or male?
So male.
Male.
That's correct.
And then when they charged you, the charge was it culpable homicide or murder?
It was murder, and then it was murder. But my defense was intending to apply for to convert it to culpable homicide, but before the trial, then the matter was withdrawn.
You had already pleaded?
Yes, I was going to plead not guilty.
No, I'm asking if you had pleaded.
Yes, in a Schedule 6, what happens? Yes, that's correct. In a Schedule 6 or Schedule 5-6, you have to plead, yes, before going to trial. I pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, and when you plead not guilty, they would have said to you, you are charged with the murder of so and so and so, whatever. Do you understand the charges? You say yes, and then you plead not guilty or guilty, then you say not guilty. So they had told you it's murder.
That's correct.
Which means there was a prima facie evidence of murder.
I don't know.
No, that's why they charged you with murder.
Okay.
If they didn't have a prima facie case of murder, they would have changed it themselves into culpable homicide.
That's correct.
And then witnesses didn't show up.
There was no witness. He was very far. When I took this person to the clinic, then this person arrived.
Okay.
And he later passed on.
No, thanks.
Honorable Shongwe, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. No, thank you. Babu Mkhotsi, this situation is very sad. If you know you are a father to your children, I believe, and maybe your family is depending on you, am I correct?
That's correct.
If I were to give my time to you, that you take this opportunity and maybe give dignity to your surname, give dignity to your family, take this opportunity and come out and tell us the truth in everything, and not try to maybe dodge this thing. Would you take it?
Which
the question, would you take the opportunity? Would you take it?
Which opportunity to tell the truth about what?
A lot of things that are really, really happening. Because you see, there's something I'll tell you. At SAPS, when one has a handler, your behavior is not the same. Number two, you are drawing a picture to me and the South Africans that your handler allowed things to happen while you were under his guidance. For example, it looks as if it's a promotion. You were a, what do you call this? An informant. Then you got a promotion to being an agent.
Yeah, not by him, not by the first person.
By the first person. And this handler of yours knew about this information. So are you telling South Africans that the state doesn't care if you are continuously doing wrong things? It just gives you an...
Which wrong thing are you referring to, Honorable Member?
Madam Ibra.
No. You see, and once something did not happen intentionally, there's a premeditated where I plan to murder someone.
Okay.
It's a similar thing.
Let's stop right there.
Yes.
Now, let's leave the intention part.
Chairperson,
I just want to ask you when you continue.
Okay.
Let's leave the intention part.
Yeah.
Are you saying to me, with what happened, are you happy with how the court conducted this matter of yours in dropping the case?
But what was it expected?
How was it dropped? Let's go there.
I'm saying there was no witness.
So the case must be dropped because
The
there was no
person
witness.
who was going to witness also passed on.
Okay, if I take a gun and shoot
It's
Honorable
premeditated.
Nomvalo here, and it's just me and him, and I take him to clinic or hospital, what witness? Why would a witness be needed there if there's evidence that I shot the person? I said that I shot the person.
No. You see,
You took the person to the clinic, right?
Yeah, but there are gun laws.
No, leave the gun.
Yes.
I was making an example.
fighting-
You fought with this person, he
Yes.
fell, and then you
Intentionally.
took him to the clinic.
Yes.
Is there a need for a witness there? Now, that's what I'm saying to you. I think, yabona ngesizulu mfowethu, they say, umuntu okhuluma yi-one, simbiza ukuthi uyahlanya, sangene, uyawatsena. But kasi khuwa umuntu okhuluma yi-one, maybe it's a child, we would say, an imaginary child.
Yeah.
Is there a chance with this handler of yours is an imaginary handler?
No, you see, Chairperson, I'm still repeating myself. The committee will not get what is here for.
But we cannot accept things.
No, you see, and I'm giving you an example. Even when you live here with a car and you happen to hit someone unintentionally, I hear Honorable Maneva asked whether it was placed as a culpable or not. And I'm saying the intention was to go and place it as culpable homicide because it was just a fight. And I did not, no object
Let's
was
fix
used.
this.
Now,
You are investigating
Chairperson,
King
may I just-
Mrs.
may I just- may I just-
No. I want clarity on this thing you explained.
No, but I'm not making a point every time.
Okay, let me wait for you.
Chairperson, we are talking about a name of individual, Baron Mokhoti. And we come here thinking you are coming to give information. Everyone gets so personal. The South African must see he's a liar and that's exactly what you are doing. Because you are not going to achieve what you are here for. Why I'm saying that? You tell me the family, the person died, and I've said it was not by intention, and we went to court, and we intending to bring a plea of
Okay,
mercy.
you-
Now,
I
you
only have
just
15 minutes, Mr.
Chair,
Mkhotsi. Sorry for that.
no,
I apologize.
You know
The
what
thing
you're
is,
doing.
you are going
Okay,
all over the place.
let's do like
You are
this,
just,
Honorable Sham.
Chairperson, the honorable member is just killing our characters,
Mr. Mkhotsi.
telling the world
Mr.
that's not
Mkhotsi.
how to go to achieve.
Mr. Mkhotsi, the way I understand what Honorable Shongwe is saying is in a question form. Is the handler of Mr. Mkhotsi imaginary or not?
No.
I don't think Honorable Shongwe casted an aspersion upon you.
He was not
He
even
just made a question. So
He
you
was
can
not even there,
respond.
and when he passed on in 2020, was that last year, he had nothing to do with this matter. It's absolutely something that happened, and we were still young at that time. And most importantly, we are coming here before the commission to say, here's the evidence. General Mkhonazi never spoke about me and the murder and all these things. Then somebody comes here and you feel that South Africans must see. I think this what happens, Shay, when you go home, when you prepare. Everyone prepares.
Sorry to disturb you, just for the sake of time. I only have 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'm not like them.
Yeah, but we have not spoken to the detail.
I just want clarity on. I want you to understand my question.
Yes, he's not
Quick one.
imaginary.
You say that case was dropped because there was no witness. What happened to the witness?
He passed on.
What happened? Why did he die?
He was
What-
sick. He was sick and passed on.
Okay, let's go back. This is my question. Ungilalele kahle, ne? For the country to trust, or your handler to trust a person to investigate the issue of Kenya, Israel, King Mrs. Zulu selling coals, and the ANC funder or fundraiser as you were, for a person to trust this type of a person, you'd have to say the character of that person is very intelligent and good, right? Especially when it comes to investigating matters, right? Do you agree?
I agree.
Now, this is the question. Why would your case need a witness if you yourself are taking that person to the clinic and you are taking that matter to yourself, you are taking that matter yourself to the police station? Why would there be a need for a witness?
You don't get the point.
Okay, you're not getting the question. The question is, when do we need a witness on a case?
Now I'm saying, even if the witness was available, I was going to apply for the plea of culpable.
But your case,
because I'm saying it was not premeditated. You make as if I waited outside the house, got into the house and killed the person.
Let's go. Asiye phambili. Ngiyasibona isidingo sakho sokuthi uye evenini. Asilungise la. What is your relationship noBaba Mchunu?
He's a comrade.
He's a comrade. Has he given you money other than the one or between Ket Matlala and
Who gave me money?
Lokhonje Mchunu?
Apha mina imali? No.
Akazi?
No.
So your comradeship beyinani in between?
What do you have with your honorable member next to you? You are comrade. That's what I have with Comrade Senzo Mchunu.
Are you still comrades, Namash?
Come again?
Are you still comrades?
Me and Comrade Mchunu? You remember, I'm not a member of Senzo Mchunu.
Are you still comrades?
Yes, we are comrades.
Has he contacted you since this thing started, this art talk?
I spoke to the chief of staff.
Sorry?
I spoke to Nkabinde.
No, let's just stick to Babu Mchunu.
No, we have not spoken.
You have not spoken?
Yes.
The time there was this allegation made by General Mkhwanazi that you called while Babu Mchunu was at Lusikisiki. What was happening?
That I called. I sent him a message.
Sent who?
General Mkhwanazi.
For what reason was that?
For my own operation.
Which was?
To get to him and know him better and bring him to where I wanted him.
Were you also investigating him?
Definitely, it's written on my statement.
Okay. Who gave you that task?
The answer is always going to be one. There's only one person. That's correct.
Okay. Who was your previous handler? The one who died?
Mabuza.
Mabuza.
Yeah.
Who's your current?
I cannot mention him now.
Because he's alive?
Not really. It's
Sorry?
the arrangement that we made that I cannot reveal.
What is the standing order of a handler? Are they allowed to be mentioned?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Yes.
Certain circumstances.
In certain circumstances.
Yeah, not in public.
In this regard, why are you mentioning the one that has passed on and then not the other one as well?
What will it help to hide him? What will it help to
Exactly.
not?
What
Because
would
he
it
was
help to
killed.
hide him? Exactly.
Yes.
Why are you hiding this one?
Where has he ever exposed me? He never told anyone I'm his agent.
Has the other one exposed you?
The one who passed on?
Yeah.
No, he has not exposed me.
But you've exposed his family. You've put his family in danger.
And you see, these processes that you are doing.
No, it's not the process. I'm trying to show you, Guti, if you say you have a handler, and you are being trusted to investigate serious matters such as King Mrs. Zulu, you cannot be as careless with such information.
Chairperson, I'm getting disappointed, When I arrived yesterday,
No,
this is very, very important. When I arrived yesterday, I told the evidence leader, You know, I've been trying to hide the name of this person who has passed on. I'm worried about his family.
Did the evidence leader force you to give that name?
No,
But
no,
you-
you see, no, that's the point I'm trying to make. Then she said to me, you know, but this is going to be an oath and what, please do the right thing. I said, you know, I'm worried about his family. And we put the name. I'm asking if you spoke. Korea, it's so coincidental.
No. Just, which handler was it? Who was doing?
God,
That's fine, leave it.
you know,
were you,
I've
were you
kept this-
trained were you trained for this?
Look.
What were you trained for?
Yes, I'm being clandestine investigations and all COVID operations.
Were you trained?
Yes, properly. Not written, the way in which agents are trained. You don't wear uniform and 2 push-ups and stuff, no. But I'm trying to say to you is,
You were intelligent trained.
I arrived yesterday. I speak to the evidence lead. I'm telling her, I'm sitting with a problem of, I'm going to take an oath, and I am having the duty to protect the name of this person, and he has passed on, chairperson. And immediately, now this thing comes.
Thank you, chairperson. Uzongithola la ngaphandle i-van nje limhlophe.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe.
Ubani?
You are not a fleet manager. Leave these things of fence.
Chairperson, you heard my concern.
Yes, I heard your concern,
I
but
came yesterday, I spoke to the evidence leader, the same thing, and I said, this person has passed on.
But Mr.
I
Mkhotsi,
didn't want to put his
Mr.
real name.
Mkhotsi,
I decided to put it.
Mr. Mkhotsi,
There comes the question.
there are a lot of Mabuzas who have passed away, including the former Deputy President, David Mabuza. So, without giving much detail, I don't think it has caused any harm, including ourselves. No, including ourselves, cannot actually know the detail of which Mabuza we're talking about.
It's what I'm
the
saying.
point is, you have made a point, because
has been shot
if
6
there's
times.
if there is a suspicion that you may have created a story about the handler, at least you have brought something which does not endanger the next person, because there are a lot of Mabuzas I can count for you. So you shouldn't worry about that. It's an information that is well contained. Honorable President.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mkhotsi.
Middag, mevrouw.
Can you please, both of you, shift back to where you were? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mkhotsi, you're determined to make life really difficult for yourself.
Come again?
So
Sure.
let's continue. I'd like to start off with can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'd like to start off with the conversation you were having with Mr. Shongwe here about your, it was a murder trial?
It was a murder which I intended to apply to be a culpable homicide.
Yeah, you see, that's just not how criminal law works. You don't get to apply for
Yes.
murder to become culpable homicide. The requirements for
correct.
each offense is significantly different.
That's correct.
So if you know that and you know that it's correct, then why do you mention it?
That's how I felt at the time.
It's how you felt at the time. So what happened? You killed somebody.
The person died when we had altercation.
So then you killed him.
That's correct.
Yes. So how did he die? What did you do?
In terms of what?
How did you kill him?
We had an altercation.
Did you hit him? Did you shoot him?
No, it was just a short fight. When I pushed him, he fell on his neck.
So you strangled him?
No, as I remember, I hit him with a clap, and when he went back, he slipped and fell on the window, on his back.
Okay. So you said, as I understood it, to Honourable Shongwe, that you in fact pleaded, or maybe to Honourable Malema, that you pleaded. You pleaded not guilty.
That's correct.
You remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
But a matter can't be withdrawn, Mr. Mkhotsi, once you've pleaded. It's not possible.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you,
Yes,
it's not
I know
possible.
you're a
You can
former
take my word
prosecutor.
for it.
Yes.
Once you've pleaded in a criminal trial, it cannot be withdrawn. It's not possible.
Okay.
So what happened with that trial?
I don't know. Maybe the commission should establish what happened at the
Well,
time.
can you give me the details? I'll get them from you later. You don't have to waste my time with
Okay,
it now. But
okay, no
I'll
problem.
certainly have to have a look at that because the matter cannot be withdrawn once you've pleaded.
Okay.
Yeah, and you say nobody helped you with that.
Nobody?
Nobody helped you. None of your contacts in the police.
No.
So, I mean, you're quite comfortable with being in trouble with the law. It's not the first time. That's not the only time you've been in trouble with the law, right?
What is honourable member implying?
I'm implying that it's not the first time that you've been in trouble with the law.
By
It's a simple
sitting-
question.
I don't
Have you or
understand.
have you not been in trouble with the law at other times?
Yes, I was. I had some.
So
I
then-
thought you are saying by sitting here I'm in trouble with the law.
No. So you'll find it easier to deal with this interaction if you just answer the questions, Mr. Mokgotsi, and don't try and involve yourself in a debate with me, please. So the question was quite simple. Have you been in trouble with the law besides this?
Yes.
Yes, then there's no need to say, what am I implying? It's very clear what I'm implying. Your criminal record, you have a criminal record?
That's correct.
Yes. It includes convictions for assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm.
GBH, yes.
Yes. Defeating the ends of justice, reckless driving. So you're an old skellum.
Or fighting.
Yeah, you like to beat people, huh?
No, it's not scam to beat people.
You don't think so?
No.
I see. You've also faced other charges for assault, theft, fraud. You haven't necessarily been convicted of everything, but you've been in trouble.
No, I was convicted for reckless driving and assault.
Assault GBH.
That's correct.
Yeah, don't forget the GBH.
Is what I'm talking assault
Yeah,
GBH.
yeah, GBH is the important part of that. Intent to cause grievous bodily harm.
That's correct.
The same elements as murder, only he didn't die. Yeah. So, not something to brag about, I want to tell you. You know who, what's it, Gotle specialists are.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a company based in the town where you live, Mahikeng.
That's correct.
It's directed by one Dorothy Rekwabe.
Yes.
Yes. Now, there's an allegation that you involved yourself in a tender issue in the Northwest Province and that you received money from this institution. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct?
No, never got a tender.
No, you didn't get the tender, but you nevertheless received, it was the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation opposed the administration of former Northwest Premier Supra Mapumahalo in your foundation filed an application to interdict a R1 billion catering tender. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened with that?
The interdict, it was an interim order.
Yeah?
The matter went to the full bench.
Yes.
Subsequently, it was appealed in the SCA and we did not proceed.
And then what happened?
I don't know what happened.
So you go to all that trouble and then you don't know what happened. Now, who is this lady who's paying you money via the back door?
No, it's not my money.
No, that's not your money. We agree on that point. Why is she paying you money via the back door?
For that?
Why is she paying you this money? Are you denying that she paid you money?
She paid me money?
Yes.
The tender?
Mrs. Lekwabe from Mahikeng.
Okay, no. Okay, no, I know her. She's my fiancée.
She's your fiancée?
That's correct,
Oh,
yes.
that's why she's paying you money.
Yeah.
I see. Doesn't always work that way. Now, you at great pains, Mr. Mokgotsi, to convince us that you're a legitimate agent for crime intelligence, that you were first an informer, and then you got registered as an agent. But then you talk about things like that you investigated cases. You go to Kenya for an investigation, and you used information for investigations. What are you talking about?
Is to collect information and give it to the handler.
No. You refer to yourself doing investigations.
That's correct.
What are you talking about? Since when do informers and agents do investigations? You collect information, you give it to the police. They do the investigations. That's their job.
That's correct.
So why do you say you investigate? You investigate nothing at all.
Because to obtain information, you have to investigate the information.
Ach, Mr. Mokhosi, please, man. I'm an old woman. Don't waste my time with such claptrap.
Chairperson, the process of obtaining information, how do you collect this information?
No, I've explained to you. Don't enter into debate with me. That's not why we're here. And I'm not terribly interested in having a debate with you about a subject that I know quite a lot about and you appear to know quite a little. So if you are an informer, you ask people, you listen, you sit around bars and shebeens, and I asked Mr. Malema if I could use the word, and he said I shouldn't, so I'll try and restrain myself. But you know what I want to call you, yeah.
Yes.
You know
Informant,
yeah, you know what I want to call you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not agent. Agent is not
Yeah.
MP.
So that's what I want to call you, that thing. And it is not a policeman, you're not an investigator, you're not a detective.
Yes.
You just sit around and hang around street corners and read rubbish in the newspaper and look at stuff on social media, and then you package it together like it's real stuff, and you go and give it to your handler like it's proper information. That's not investigation. That's just collecting little bits and bobs here and there. Doesn't make you an investigator. An investigator is a serious job.
Yeah, you'll define it in your terms that you understand. Probably I'm wrong to call it that way.
You are.
But that's how
I want to agree with you that you're wrong.
All the time.
So we've established that you're nothing but an informant. And now and then you get paid for the information that you bring, depending on how useful it is. Is that correct?
When I was an informant, yes.
Yes. And an agent, you get a salary.
No, you get money differently.
How?
Cash.
Yes, everyone gets cash. Informants also get cash. What do you think? Informant opens a bank account and the police pay money into it. I mean, how do you...
And the police who are in the agent program, they also get cash.
Yes, of course they do.
Without personal numbers.
Yes, of course they do. It depends on how much your information was worth, whether it led to an arrest, etc., etc., etc.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's not like this 007 kind of job that you've been watching too much TV with and flying off to Kenya to go and do investigations. It's nonsense. And no informer spends their own money on doing investigations for the South African police. In 30 years, I never heard of that. You're the first time.
Okay. But I said with the current circumstances, that's what happened.